Good evening, everyone, and welcome along to Season 4 of the FTR event Sim 3D GT Series. We're at Belle, the site of the original Detroit Grand Prix in Michigan for rounds 4 and 5. A double header with two 2-hour races. My name's Alex Goldschmidt, and I'm joined once again by my Scottish Bay. Hope you like that one, Mr. David Christie. Good evening.
I'm taking that. I'm not going to lie. I'll take that. I will be anybody's bay for this time of the week. But yeah, here we are in Detroit. My very first time seeing this circuit. And yeah, I am absolutely up for this, Alex.
Indeed, we've had 3 rounds so far. Road America, Hockenheim and Barber Motorsports Park with their own set of trials and tribulations along the way. But this particular circuit itself is one that really is going to be fearsome. It's got 14 turns, it's 2.35 miles. And what's more, the temperatures could be a factor with regards to tyre conservation over the course of the 2-hour races. 38% humidity and quite a gust of wind, the best part of over 15 miles an hour. But David, you know, we've had some great racing so far over the course of the season, haven't we?
We absolutely have. I mean, obviously, we started the season last year. That sounds so surreal saying that.
I know.
Last year at Road America, Hockenheim was just a banger. Barber was really, really good, but I think that for me, Hockenheim has been the most intense race so far. Really, really dramatic. A lot of chaos, a lot of carnage. Belle, though, with it being so tight and narrow, I think there's a lot of potential for hijinks here tonight.
Indeed. We're broadcasting live on the official Sim Sports Solution channel as well. A big thank you to race director and Go for the Gap, who are supporting this series as well. Looking back at the racing that we've seen over Road America, Hockenheim and Barber Motorsports Park and GT3 Pro, we've had both Prismatic Motorsports Athena and FTR Esports taking wins this season. 3 from 3 in AM, with Effect Esports winning at Road America, 11 tenths at Hockenheim, and Sim Racing Grid last time out at Barber. GT4, it's been 2 for Huge Ass and 1 for Geodesic Racing. And in TCR, we've seen 3 different winners from 3 different races. Sim Racing Grid Phoenix, Impulse Racing, and last time out at Barber Motorsports Park, RD Sim Sport. Let's have a look through the standings so far over the course of the championship? Well, it's Prismatic Motorsport Athena that have a 14-point lead after 2 wins earlier on this season. 14 ahead of RPM Racing, with FTR Esports GT3, Backmarker Racing Razzle Dazzle, and 11 tenths Racing Team rounding out the top 5, covered by 31 points, and a whole host of teams. 22 out of the 24 teams have scored points so far this season. GT3 AM, on the meantime, 11 tenths have a 21-point advantage over THLF Esports, with Sim Racing Grid completing the top 3. Stage 1 Racing Green and Arctic Racing have featured quite heavily at the sharper end of the grid. So have Effect Esports, with the likes of Vaporworks, Blue Chip Racing Academy, Backmarker Racing Orange, and Prismatic Motorsports Minerva rounding out the top 10 in the overall AM classification for GT3. Huge Ass, in the meantime, have now got an extensive 27-point advantage over Beehive, with Hydra Race Geodesic Racing now a further 20 points adrift, rounding out the top 3. Brabham Esports Blue have been in the mix, but they've also had their fair share of dramas along the way. Sapphire Simsport Alpha, RD Simsport, Big One Club FTR, ATRS Academy 12, Brabham Esports Hissing Sid, and Writer Racing Walrus round out the top 10. Last but by certainly no means least, we then go to TCR, and it's Goreo Autosport that have a slender 4-point lead coming into this doubleheader round tonight here at Belle Isle, with Impulse Racing in the 322, Sim Racing Grid Phoenix, RD Simsport 258, and KFM Motorsport rounding out the top 5, covered by 36 points. Now, also, one of the factors of this is that we also have respective qualifying sessions. So GT3 AM and Pro go out at the same time, then it's GT4 and TCR. David, a couple of qualifying bans coming in, first of which for Sam Spoyd Simsport in the 209, which is in GT4. They're currently 12th in the standings for an incorrect car number. Oh, some people are getting slaps on the wrist already before we even get started for the 2 hour races.
That's not exactly the best start to the race for them. It's such a simple mistake to make. I've made it in a couple of other leagues as well, but you don't want to be losing out on things before you even get started. Thankfully, it is only affecting qualifying, so going into the race, it shouldn't affect them too much. But as you said, I mean, look, the standings we've had here, it really does show that everything is still all to play for. We've got 2 hour races coming up here tonight, Alex. Big chance for a lot of points to be going out on offer. For instance, with the fact that, we looked at the fact that first place gets 30 points, right? So that's 60 points that's on offer for if you get the double header here tonight. So that's a lot in terms of the championship. That could be absolutely pivotal. Now, if that's one of the top teams that get that means that the gap extends out even more. But yeah, I just think that this is one of the most important rounds of the championship so far.
Yeah, also we have to give a shout out to Prismatic Motorsports, because Screen to Speed saw their very own Saoirse Fitzpatrick take the overall top prize in Las Vegas just a handful of weeks ago. So Jamie, Jessica Martin, and quite a few of the drivers actually that compete in this in this championship ventured over to Las Vegas. So really good to see. But we're underway with qualifying as we speak, and at the moment it looks like we have, I think that is going to be in terms of the classifications, that's going to be the 120, and that is Arctic Racing currently 14th in the overall GT3 Pro standings so far. But this circuit here, David, it's tight, it's technical, limited room for manoeuvrability, and overtaking spots are going to be a premium, especially when we see 2 big walls on each side of the racing circuit itself.
It really is, and it actually reminds me an awful lot of the IndyCar race that we had this weekend. The layout of the circuit very similar in terms of track width. It's going to be a braking. I think is going to be such a key factor here. Late onto the brakes, really hitting your marks here. The problem is if you miss that, you've got a big chance that you're going to be taking some other cars out on the way through here. So as we're seeing here, the car just making its way through 5 and 6 just now. You've then got that long run down to turn 7 and turn 8. It really does, it's one of those tracks, I think, Alex, that it doesn't actually favour a specific car. So I think it's
Yeah.
going to be fascinating to see how this plays out over the 2 hour races. Because also, the bit that really excites me tonight is the fact that we're not going to see any stupidly massive gaps out at the front. Everything's going to be tight because regardless if you get a runaway winner for the first, then you reset, you do it all over again for that second race.
That's going to be quite crucial, as David said. 60 points up for grabs over the course of the 2-2-hour races. Stephen McDonald in the number 62 Brabham Esports Mercedes AMG. Now, we did see a very, very impressive performance from this team back at Hockenheim at round 2. But Stephen McDonald from the US is behind the wheel, currently up by over 0.16 of a second ahead of backmarker Razzle Dazzle with RPM Racing and Prismatic Motorsports Athena. If anyone might remember last time out, what happened? Emily Howe with the mother of fuel-saving strategies and picked up the W despite the number 83 BMW, David, if I remember correctly, came out of the final corner and found itself nose end in the barrier, but still went on and took the W.
Absolutely dead there, Alex. And the thing is that we spent the entirety of the final 15 minutes of that race biting our nails and like, is it going to make it? Do they have enough fuel? Are they going to be able to do it? And we were just, it was like I had to get a whiteboard and do some Pythagoras theorem just to try and work out what their fuel saving ratio was going to be like. But yeah, it was a masterful performance. And what gets me is the fact that the entire team at Prismatic, they just seem to be so boss at whatever they do in terms of strategy, in terms of the driving, even when it comes to like off the track marketing as well. It is a class effort that they've got on there, and it really, really does show in events like this.
Yeah, so there you are seeing the respective grids. Also, Saoirse Fitzpatrick back in action this week, shortly after her prize. I think, if I remember correctly, it was a test drive in a race car and also $15,000. So she's done really, really well. And it's great to see that Screen to Speed being an initiative to get more women involved within the sim racing community in general, but also the signs of inclusivity as well, especially with what Prismatic Motorsport stands for.
Yeah, 100% on that one, and they are bastions of that cause. They are, if not one of the most vocal and ferocious, pursuers of that. They're so active on social media, so active at education and pushing that forward. It's fantastic to see. And again, from a personal point of view, we need more of that. We need to see that brought into sim racing. What I am concerned about is going back to Saoirse Fitzpatrick's profile pic there. Why was Kirby holding a knife? That's the real important question we need to know here.
You need to ask her yourself, I think, on that one.
We'll have to find out. I'm a little bit concerned. Kirby's gone rogue.
Oh dearie me, that would be one for the books, wouldn't it?
Ah, blimey me. Right, okay. Well, looks like we've got qualifying done and dusted. So, I mean, as if by magic, we've got into it, Alex, and we've already got our grids.
Yeah, so it's going to be Brabham Esports with Stephen McDonald on pole position for GT3 Pro ahead of Richard Cawthron for FTR Esports GT3, Stephen Jones for backmarker Razzle Dazzle Racing, Patrick Ganning for RPM, then it's Prismatic Motorsports Athena with Emily Howe behind the wheel, Blue Chip Racing, Writer Racing Panda and D-Line Racing Red rounding out the GT3 Pro Grid. GT3 AM, however, Sim Racing Grid take pole ahead of THLF Esports with Bennett Parsons. And that is an American name. He's part American, part Japanese. He lines up on the front row in AM. Head of Saoirse Fitzpatrick for Prismatic Motorsports. Then it's Stage 1 Racing Green, Caffeinated Industries, B-Sim Racing, #G, Arctic Racing, Blue Chip Racing Academy, 11 Tenths Racing Team. Then it's Backmarker Racing Orange, Vaporworks Sim Sport, and Equipment Geek Racing at the back of that grid. GT4, it's RD Simsport versus Sapphire Simsport Alpha on the front row. Huge Ass, the current championship GT4 leaders, start third alongside Beehive. ATRS Academy #FTR will be on the inside of row 3 with Writer Racing Walrus, Matt in back, Huge Ass Blue. Then we got Brabham Esports Blue, 49 Motorsports Maroon, Big One Club, Samsoid Simsport, Vaporworks Simsport GT4, and FTR Esports GT4. Then we have our TCR grid coming up as well with Impulse Racing, with the team manager for TCR, and Martin Asher behind the wheel of that car. Sim Racing Grid Phoenix on the outside of row 1 with KFM Motorsport. Gorio Autosport and Daniel White, the good old charger himself, behind the wheel of the 311 Honda Civic. Josh Wiggins, Stefan Legren for B-Sim Racing. He'll be alongside Josh Wiggins from RD Simsport, who starts 5th with Sapphire Simsport Bravo, and Driveline Simsport bringing up the rear of the TCR grid. David Christie, over 40 cars set to compete here tonight because we're under starters orders. All 2 races, 2 hours apiece. I can't wait.
I'm so excited. The question is, how many safety cars are we going to get today? That is real.
No.
Oh, come on,
you had to say it.
We are going to get at least one car going 40 feet in the air, guaranteed. Right now, guaranteeing it.
It'll probably be Luke Crane's favourite thing, as in a car rolling on its roof. We've seen that before many a time in sim racing. But it is going to be Brabham Esports and FTR Esports GT3 that will lead the GT3 Pro field. The Porsche pace car now goes back a little bit further away. We don't want what we saw on safety car restarts, David, like we've seen this earlier on in this season, where we've actually seen the leading car right up the back bumper of the Porsche pace car, haven't we, many times?
We have. I've seen other races where it's actually tried to, should we say, escort the pace car at a little bit of a higher speed here. But no, this is fine. This is fairly orderly. I've got to be honest. I just love seeing this. Right. I know I'm biased. I know this is my job to commentate on this, just like you, Alex. But I never get tired of this. I never get tired of seeing like 25 GT3 cars come streaming down. Each of them has their own team of like 2, 3, 4 drivers ready to go for this race. You've then got GT4 and TCR as well. It's just so much fun to be part of this, and this championship never fails to deliver. It's just been so much fun so far through the season. I've got no doubt this race is going to throw some questionable moments through the entirety of this 5-hour broadcast tonight, but let's get this.
2 more rounds to go after this. Indianapolis for round 6 on the 8th of April, and Mosport, aka the Canadian Tire Motorsports Park, will crown our Season 4 champions on the 6th of May. Because, folks, look at the amount of colour we're seeing in this grid. There's going to be over 40 cars battling around this fantastic close quarter 2.35 mile circuit. It's the home of the current Chevrolet Detroit Grand Prix, presented by the Lear Corporation, normally on the IndyCar circuit, but these streets have hosted Formula One back from the early days of in the 1980s. So it's going to be a case of crack open your soft beverage of choice, grab your popcorn, grab a seat, and hold on for the roller coaster ride over 2 2-hour races. And to be honest with you, David, you know, we've had dramas all the way through the opening 3 rounds. The doubleheader tonight is going to be crucial for those going for the championship at round 7.
It really, really is. Everything will all come to a boil very, very quickly at that point. That's what makes it so exciting on this doubleheader here. With the 2 rounds after this, you know, your get out of jail free cards in this championship are rapidly running out here, Alex. You need to deliver tonight. You need to deliver on the following rounds coming up. Otherwise, it's all going to be curtains and it all goes downhill very, very quickly indeed.
Yeah, so we are waiting for the Porsche pace car to bring the field round the final corner, turn number 14. And effectively, we are on that cusp. Ladies and gentlemen, it's about to get underway for round 4 of the 4th season of the FTR events Sim 3D GT Series here on the streets of Detroit, Motor City in Michigan. The red lights very shortly will be on the starting gantry. You know what? They're keeping us waiting, aren't they? This pace car's going at a very, very slow pace, David. I'm absolutely chomping at the bit. The hairs are standing on the back of my neck. I've got the goosebumps down my forearms, you know, and I've jumped from one broadcast straight into another, folks. So out of the frying pan and into the fire. Can't wait, mate.
I had to double check that I hadn't accidentally clicked the YouTube replay button there. I thought we'd gone back in time. No, but it looks like we're going round again. The thing is, see, this track though, it's one that is brand new to me tonight, right? I've never seen Belle before tonight. It reminds me so much of Canada.
Yes.
That's the overwhelming vibes that I get, and just I keep kind of in the back of my mind waiting, expecting to see the old Wall of Champions, but thankfully we're not going to see that. It's so intimidating. I cannot stress this enough. When you're in the wheel, especially for those drivers that are using VR, when you have got, say, two cars side by side and you've got a wall either side, right? That's bad enough. I know this lot. You know this lot, Alex. We are going to get three wide at least one point during tonight. That is going to be absolutely horrific for the nerves for these drivers here.
And for us here in the commentary box, big thank you to Daniel Costello behind the scenes, providing the broadcast angles as you see a helicopter shot of this fantastic 14-turn, 2.35 mile, 3.78 kilometer circuit. We are under starters' orders. They are keeping us waiting because I think my heart rate has gone a little bit through the roof at the moment, David, because as soon as those lights go from red to out, we will be underway for the first of two 2-hour races. Let's get it on, my friend. I mean, they're coming through turn 7 now, and this is going to be a real tricky bit because you've got a right, and then you got a triple left, a bit like Istanbul Park at Turkey. But then you've got the walls in such close proximity, you don't know whether to swing the cat or let go of it.
That's absolutely spot on. And for me, the big issue is going to be turns 12 to 14 because. What did we see that first race of the season with those Porsches? Yeah. They were really struggling for back-end grip. And I think 12, 13 and 14, you're really going to find a lot of cars struggling for that traction, for that grip. And, well, we're only going to have to wait a couple of seconds to find out.
Yeah, we are under starters' orders, folks. It is just going to be a case of waiting until we go full throttle. It is Brabham Esports and FTR Esports GT3 on the front row. Porsche pace car in the pits. Right then, folks. 2-hour races here on the streets of Motor City, Michigan. Red lights are on the gantry. It's pedal to the metal. Green flag waves. And Brabham Esports get an absolutely brilliant start as backmarker Razzle Dazzle get past FTR in the opening exchange. And Razzle Dazzle nearly clips the wall coming out of the first couple of corners as now the GT4 field gets underway. Good start by both likes of RD SimSport and Sapphire SimSport Alpha, but now it's TCR. It's Impulse Racing versus Sim Racing Grid Phoenix. So a very quick start from Brabham at the front of the field, but here in TCR, the green flag waves. Martin Assett for Impulse Racing leads the field in the Hyundai Elantra NTCR. It's going to be side by side for fourth with Goryo Autosport and RD SimSport. But look at this, the gap already. We're not even a few seconds into the race, David. Brabham Esports have got a second advantage at the far of the sharp end of the field.
Yeah, I don't think there was any maybe about that from Richard Cawthron in that backmarker Razzle Dazzle machine up at the front there. That was almost certainly a bit of a contact onto the wall there. Excuse me, from Stephen Jones. I mean, in that machine up into second place. So Richard down into third there, losing out on position. Got to say a big shout out to Right Here Racing Panda, the 77 down in 15th place. Hans Blanker making up 2 places on that start there. That's a nice little jump right at the start here. But again, just watching these cars, what's so important is this first 5-10 minutes here, Alex. They need to calm down, get the cars up into speed, up into temperature as quickly as they can, but as safely as they can without degrading the tyre too much.
Yeah, GT3 AM being very hotly contested. THLEF Esports running in second place, and they're getting within 3/10 of Sim Racing Grid for the class lead at the moment. RD SimSport have got nearly a half-second gap over Sapphire SimSport Alpha, as Impulse Racing have a 3/10 of a second advantage over Sim Racing Grid Phoenix in the TCR class. And just a little bit, a few moments ago, I saw that Patrick Gannon was nearly being passed around the outside by Emily Howe in the number 83 Prismatic Motorsports Athena M4 GT3. Here's Chris Van Hooft from the 192 for B-Sim Racing. That car's currently P6 in GT3 AM. But like you say, it's about getting things through, and it is more a case of just, as you said, it's taking those initial baby steps. You don't want to sort of start running before you can walk, and the back end of that car in 4th position was looking a little bit sketchy through that complex.
It's so so common with that machine as well. It's so weird why it seems to be that car that's more affected than the others right now. But again, it's just a case of having to sort of knuckle down and really push where he can. Now, one driver that actually got on the wrong end of that was Jason Landry in the 207 Beehive machine in the GT4 class. He was up into, I think it was 4th position at the start of that second lap there. He's now all the way down into, I believe, 7th or 8th place now, because he has had some sort of an issue there. I saw him drop all the way down through the order there, but he has got going again. But again, just seeing this gaggle of cars here. There's Saoirse Fitzpatrick up into P2.
GT4 start under investigation by race control as we speak, as we're 3.5 minutes in. Yeah, good work by Saoirse Fitzpatrick to get through. Now she'll battle away, and that will be with the THLF Esports leading car in the class, and that would be more than likely going to be Bennett Parsons, the manga-esque multicoloured BMW M4 GT3, and at the moment it is a trio of BMWs that lead the way in GT3 AM. Impulse Racing and the 322 in TCR have now extended their lead to just over half a second and have just pumped in the fastest lap of the TCR class race so far. And then we go back to the battle for P3. Oh, that was a bit close there between FTR and RPM as Cathraw against Gannon. Gannon was looking up the inside, nearly tagged the back end of the number 21 FTR Esports GT3 Porsche. But at the moment, it's getting, we're seeing now that the top 4 are starting to stretch their legs. Stephen McDonald in Brabham Esports, number 62, has really decided to put the frighteners on everybody, but then Stefan Jones puts in a 1 minute 28.629, fastest lap of the race, as we now see Matt Terry trying to battle away with Writer Racing Walrus in terms of the positioning in GT4. We are waiting for just a decision on the GT4 start being investigated by race control, but Matt Terry from Matt in back running in P6, Huge Ass rounding out the top 4 at the moment, as there was a clash with the wall for Writer Racing Walrus in 5th position. That was the left rear clattering into the left side wall coming out of the corner. This is sketchy. There's so many bumps, there's so much undulation at this circuit, David. This can really catch people out.
It really can, but it's far too early to be making any jokes about Walrus and riding the wall at this point in time. I promise I will resist at this early stage. It looks like it's going to be an inevitable moment though, because have a look at this on the outside. That's going to be Matt and back. Unfortunately, just not able to make anything of it, because Writer Racing Walrus able to just hold the position there. Very, very good defensive work there. But again, look at that gaggle of cars there. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars waiting, poised, ready to try and take this position away. And we're less than 6 minutes into a 2-hour race here, Alex.
I'm just wondering if that car, there's a lot of scraping on the left rear quarter of that car. I'm wondering if there might be a potential little bit of damage for that car in that position. Currently P5 as it's getting very, very close indeed. And as Richard Cathraw puts in the fastest lap overall, 1 minute 28.549. Gap between him and Stefan Jones from back marker Razzle Dazzle has shrunk to just under half a second. There's Aubrey Kundal in the 157 Caffeinated Industries Porsche for GT3 AM, currently running P5. And is pulling a gap over the B-Sim Racing G car in 6th position. And it's Arctic Racing rounding out the top 7 in GT3 AM. RD Sim Sport in the 258 in TCR is about 4.3 seconds off of 3rd position. So the top 3 in TCR starting to break away. And what's more, we're now just waiting to see as... Oh, right. RD Sim Sport 258 get a drive-through penalty for starting GT4 class before the start zone. Oh dear, that's the biggest slap of the race, biggest slap on the wrist that you can get when you start a race like that. If they weren't in the correct formation, stewards had a right to investigate that, David. And straight away, RD Sim Sport have come under the kibosh.
Yeah, you just can't have that happening, Alex. It's especially on a race like this. It's got to be, an even start for everybody to do that. They'll be pawing over the replays on that one, and that's it. It's just one of those things that happen. So yeah, it's horrible to get a punishment like that, but yeah, they'll just have to try and brush that off and deal with it. Nah, it's just one of those things, unfortunately. But either way, still, it just means that we've got even more of an amazing race for GT4s.
Yeah, we're now with the 191 briefly for Sim Racing Grid and GT3 AM. There's Stefan Jones for Backmarker Racing Razzle Dazzle, currently sitting in second position. They're losing time to Stephen McDonald from Brabham Esports, who's already caught up within the first 8 minutes, David, of backmarker traffic, and that is one of the TCR cars. McDonald's got to get through there quickly, but make sure he doesn't make any mistake. TCR car pulls to the left-hand side, and Stephen McDonald is through.
It's so weird seeing TCR cars getting lapped within 8 minutes of the race here, but obviously they're racing their own little race here, as we've got, I believe, a replay coming up, Alex.
Yeah, I think we have. So we're going to have a replay of the GT4 start. So there is the 258 Frederick Follestad. Oh, well, that was quite clearly a circumvention of regulations right there. Jump start and then some, I'm afraid. So. Just like literally just pulled away from the field, just got it all crossed up and timed it wrong, and slam dunk drive through there, I'm afraid for the 258 car. But yeah, this is within 6 laps. The TCR cars, that's just under 9 minutes elapsed that the GT3 cars are now lapping TCRs. Again, back marker traffic in multi-class racing can be sketchy at best, David, but now with a circuit as tight and compact as this, 2.35 miles, 14 turns, the undulation could unsettle this. As you can now see, a change for third position as RPM Racing, Patrick Gannon up the inside of Richard Cawthorne for third place, whilst negotiating TCR traffic in the meantime. So Richard Cawthorne drops down to 4th.
Oh, that was smooth as butter. Richard is going to be absolutely raging at that one. The thing is that the TCR cars can't just disappear. They've got to still do their own race as well, and he just got caught out there, held up a little bit, and beautiful move from RPM Racing there to get that position here. Looks like we've got a fight on for the lead of the GT4s then, since RD Simsport are away and serving their penalty then. This is it then. That means that we've got an amazing fight going on for this first position, and 10 minutes in, and look at the gaps already.
Crazy. Third place is 4.2 seconds as Fraser Smith for ATRS Academy. FTR gets through on Sapphire Simsport Alpha. Now, if anyone might remember the 212, remember that last moment incident we saw between them? And I think it was, I can't remember which team it was. I think it was round 2 at Hockenheim. There was a post-race penalty. And ATRS got hit with a slam dunker afterwards for having caused the problem. As now Patrick Gannon is going to start lighting up those rear tyres in terms of traction and try go after Stefan Jones from backmarker Razzle Dazzle, who are currently second. Stephen McDonald's doing a great job at the moment negotiating the backmarker traffic. Hans Blaker now through for Writer Racing Panda in 7th position, also trying to get on the upper hand in terms of GT3 traffic, and more to the point, TCR, and then very soon GT4s.
What a start to this race though, and again, just a beautiful move there, very opportunistic, and into the wall!
It's the 107! The 107 was turned around and it's caused pandemonium behind. There's a TCR car in the barriers on the inside of the corner. Full course caution within the first 15 minutes. And it was the 392 of Sapphire Simsport Bravo that was the Hyundai TCR car that was in the barriers. And it was also the 107 that I saw getting involved. That was the Blue Chip Racing Academy car, so Emerson Gordon's got to limp that Hyundai Elantra NTCR back to pit lane.
Well, I do believe the words, it's been a rather entertaining start to the race, left my mouth just literally seconds. The thing is, I went check live time and came back, thought I was watching a replay, and then realised very quickly that no, it wasn't. But our first caution of the day here, Alex, and you've got to say that looked like pretty much what is just going to be a textbook case of just so much traffic.
I think the 107 got a little bit of a tag on the right rear, so that's what sent it spinning around and then caused all all pandemonium and havoc behind. So, yeah, Blue Chip Racing Academy, we've seen them be at the sharp end, but we've also seen them in the doldrums as well. So that's not exactly what they needed. Of course, there is still during a full safety car period, folks. Pit entrance is open only first time by. Stewards will close the pit entrance once the field passes it by just once. But at this early stage of the race, David, they're not, if it was like 30, 45 minutes within the race, if someone wanted to get a free pit stop, then I'm sure that they would have taken advantage. But after 11 minutes when the first full course caution came out, we're going to go to a replay of what happened with the Blue Chip Racing Academy 107 Porsche very, very shortly indeed, as the Porsche pace car leads Stephen McDonald and Brabham Esports around the field. So we're going to see it here, and it's one of the other cars. That was the Writer Racing car that turned it around. Oh, and then, GT4, I think, or GT3 into the back of Emerson Gordon for the 392 TCR car, Sapphire Simsport Bravo. But again, it's just like, we talked about how close the walls are, and that was just a case personified right there, wasn't it?
The problem is you've got cars coming in at a great rate of speed. There's no time for reaction for them. It's very difficult for anything other than what we just saw to happen. And the incident that started all that is a very common incident. A car on the outside outbroke itself, tried to get the advantage, went into the car. We see that all the time in real life motorsport, and then just pandemonium, as you said, kicks off behind. I keep referencing this weekend's IndyCar race that we saw. Almost exactly the same happens in that one. There was an incident on the apex of a corner, and the cars behind it just didn't have any time anywhere to go to react to it. So it's unfortunately pretty much going to have to be a racing incident. Now, the initial contact, I have no idea whether that'll be classed as a racing incident or not. I probably think not, because it was an accident. It looked like the fault of the other car on the right-hand side, but the Writer Racing Panda car. But hey, that's why we're up here in the commentary box and not in the steward's box.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me, like you were saying, the Firestone Grand Prix of St. Petersburg, when Scott McLaughlin exited the pits at a rate of speed and Romain Grosjean was on warm tyres, went towards the outside, and both of them ended up in the barriers. So, and then, yeah, Jack Harvey, the back end of his Meyer Shank Racing car going like 8 feet up into the air and hitting the deck with the worst amount of force I think I've ever heard. The 392 is going to be in the pits for a long time. No fast repairs allowed, as we are seeing some teams coming in. TCR coming in with regards to the pits. Also, looks like we've got the 107 Blue Chip Racing Academy car has managed to make it back to pit lane, probably to effect repairs, because they would have had a little bit of a touch with the barrier after that spin around there, David. But yeah, what were you saying about safety cars at the beginning of the broadcast? You said it, not me.
We've had one, so yeah, at least we've got it out of the way nice and early. The thing is that this the problem with this as well is that it narrows down the amount of race time that we get, because obviously we don't get this time back. Some of the drivers will be quite happy at that. I can imagine Brabham Esports, for example, they'll be like, "Yep, that's fine. You just go and cause havoc behind. I'll take all the safety car laps you can give me." Because at the end of the day, you were mentioning pit stop strategy. Nobody in their right mind is going to come in pits just now in the first 15 minutes of the race. Coming up to 40 minutes, absolutely they'll possibly want to chance their luck on it. If you're at the back of the grid, if you've had an accident or you've found yourself out of position, yeah, take the pit stop. You've got nothing to lose. And you're always better rolling the dice, but yeah, we'll wait and see what happens here. I have the sneaky suspicion, Alex, this is not the first time and only time we're going to see the Porsche safety car out in this first race.
I was going to say, because I wasn't around for round one, was I, at Road America? And what was it? We had how many safety cars in
I've only just managed to get therapy to get over that first race. That was
like about
horrendous.
7,
It was within 30 minutes. I was on my own. I was doing production, I think, as well, and it was brutal. It was absolutely brutal. I think there was a technical issue as well that had led to that, but yeah, that was just wild. It was, and the problem is that brings actually a brilliant talking point here, Alex, is the fact that all these cars are now bunched up together, and they are not in group order. They are not in their class order. They are still as they were on the track. Now, we might get wave rounds going on, But the
Yeah.
problem is that you're still going to have cars that are maybe, say, GT3 AM cars behind GT4 cars or whatever, who are going to try and make their way through. And that leads to more danger as well when everybody's tucked up together here.
Yeah, that's going to be the case because all that initial hard work that Stephen McDonald, I mean, he bridged a gap between him and Stephen Jones to the tune of nearly 2 seconds before the first full course caution came out here at Belle Isle. So now, you know, we saw the work that his teammate Yannis Hubert did at Hockenheim. You know, absolutely nailed every single race start like textbook, but would end up finishing second at the end of it all. And so the safety car lights, the pace car lights are now out, folks. So after what has been a 7-minute caution, a full course caution here at Detroit, we're going to find out, can Stephen McDonald get that early jump on Stephen Jones? I mean, Jones has got to be really just 100% focused, and not just him, Patrick Gannon and Richard Cawthron. This is going to bring Emily Howe into the mix as well from Prismatic Motorsports Athena. But she's got a couple of TCR cars. There's no wave around for the class leaders in this. And then you've also got the likes of, you know, Bennett Parsons in for the 172. And that car, get this, folks, is 6th overall. And right up his exhaust pipes is Saulstra Fitzpatrick.
It's not a bad way to start the old day, is it? Getting right into the mix here. That's, shall we call it super sub? I think that's a fairly accurate term for this. Right, so with 20 minutes gone then, Alex, we've got an hour and 40 minutes left in this race. If you're Brabham Esports, how threatened do you think they feel right now with Backmarker, Razzle Dazzle and RPM Racing now back onto their tail end?
I don't think Stephen McDonald needs to be worried. I mean, that Mercedes was absolutely mustard, got the right, you know, got the best start out of everybody. And literally within the first few corners had built up a lead of about 0.8 of a second. So we know that it's about getting that power down correctly and timing it on the restart. If you do that right, then you're golden. But Stephen Jones has got a car that is capable in terms more of a handling characteristic when it comes to a Porsche. But bearing in mind, that car did actually clobber the wall on the right-hand side a little bit, on the right rear. So that if it was just a glance, then that's fine. If it was a hit, then that's a different matter altogether. So Stephen Jones was able to put in a fastest lap of the race in comparison with Stephen McDonald, who came flying out of the gates. So yeah, it's just about how Stephen Jones, Patrick Gannon, Richard Cawthron and Emily Howe time their respective restarts, because Emily's got to get through traffic first to try and compete with the top 4.
So let's see how that's all going to pan out as well. I'm just watching, as you say, Matt Asher here for Impulse Racing. That is not a position you want to be in, is it? At the tail end of the top 5 or the GT3s, Alex. He is going to feel like a hunted man right now.
Porsche pace car back in the pit lane. We're about to get back under green flag racing here at Detroit at Motor City in Michigan, as now it's time to put the pedal to the metal. Lights are red now, they're out, we're back underway, and it's a good restart by Stephen McDonald. Patrick Gannon in the meantime is trying to close in to Stephen Jones. That's where, just that moment that they've just passed, whether you've got that DRS board, as it's going to be very close indeed as everyone gets back under green flag racing. Again, McDonald just timed that start. He just knew when to hit the loud pedal and get away from those behind. But look, 3 wide, TCR on the outside, GT3's on the inside. This is going to be very sketchy at best, folks, because now with the field so closely packed, we all know, David, that when you introduce that multi-class element, we saw that at Hockenheim where we had 2 full course yellows in 90 seconds, didn't we? Where GT4 and TCR were going 4 wide through the first corner, and Gorio Autosport got tagged twice and hit the barriers and had a 13-degree camber on the left front and still got it to the checkered in second.
Yeah, you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't, because you're at risk either way. If you push and and throw your car into positions left, right and centre, you're always vulnerable to causing a collision or getting hit by someone else. But then if you decide to back off and let all this stuff unfold in front of you, 9 times out of 10 you're going to get caught up in that and drive straight into it anyway. So you know, you just have to drive your own race, and I know that sounds like such a cliche, but it's all you can do. You have to just focus on what you're doing here. But at least all of the league battles for the different classes still together. We're watching here Dan McFarlane here for Sim Racing Grid Phoenix on the back of Impulse Racing. Now again, those GT3 cars side by side, but again it's just a case of there's no way through for that TCR car right now.
Exactly, I think it was the 121 I spotted going through. There's the number 69 trying to get through. That's the D-Line Racing red car. Absolutely threading the eye of the needle right there. And that is one of the other GT3 cars going through, who we've seen at the sharper end of the GT3 AM classification. As again, Dan McFarlane trying to put the frighteners on Martin Assert for Impulse Racing, but the Dutchman is not going to be phased. Impulse Racing has shown good consistency over the course of the first 3 rounds. But now they're in the battle with Sim Racing Grid Phoenix for what is effectively now Impulse Racing a second in the championship, but at the moment, after this race concludes, they would be the provisional de facto championship leaders because Gorrio Autosport folks are not in the top 5 in TCR at the moment.
Yeah, that is an absolute shocker for them right now. 25 minutes into the race, they would have been at least hoping for a top 5 position at the moment. But remember, obviously you've got that second race coming up as well, as I'm not sure whether that was a scrape of the wall or a puff of dust from Patrick Gannon going into the side there. That was fabulous stuff there on the back of that back marker razzle dazzle. So where do we go from here then? We're at 10% of the race is complete. Brabham Esports in the lead of GT3 Pro, Alex. THLF in the lead of GT3 AM. ATRS looking to eke a little bit of a gap over Hugh Jass and GT4, but now it's really only Impulse Racing who are under threat for the lead of their class right now.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Stephen McDonald just put in the fastest lap of the race at 1 minute 28.2 at the sharp end of the field. Patrick Gannon is putting the frighteners on Stephen Jones. The back end was a little bit sideways coming out of that right-hander from the number 23 BMW. It's GT4 one side, then GT4 the other, round the outside of RD Simsport 258 in 4th position in the TCR class, and they're going to go side by side. The TCR cars up the inside of the 290. Now that is Brabham Esports Blue, who are battling for 3rd position with Reiter Racing Walrus, who still have the scars on the left rear quarter panel of that Mercedes AMG GT4. They've got a GT3 trying to close on in and try and get through them as quickly as possible. That could be Blue Chip Racing Academy if I'm very much mistaken. But we ride on board with the 290 Stephen Walkup, the Canadian, Brabham Esports Blue, and that was as I thought that might have been. I recognised the livery, not the race number. I couldn't see the race number for love nor money there, but sometimes these liveries do help us out a little bit. Reiter Racing Walrus clatter into the curbs. Walkup looking for a move. Another fastest lap of the race from Brabham Esports, Stephen McDonald, 1 minute 28.17 on this particular occasion. Great camera shot on the left-hand side of the 290 Mercedes from Brabham Esports Blue, furiously battling for 3rd place in the GT4 class.
That's exactly what you want though, Alex. You really have to push the envelope in these cars. They're just built for, you know, the GT3 have got a lot of the mod contours. Oh, that was a scrape of the wall there for Stephen Walkup. You have to push these cars a little bit harder,
yeah.
But they're also a lot more susceptible to damage and to tyre wear, I think, as well. So you've got to balance things a lot more than you need to with the GT3. The thing I love about the GT3 is being a very, very average sim racer. They're point and shoot. You point the steering wheel, you press the accelerator pedal, you press the brake button, and the majority of the time it does the work for you. However, these drivers are having to drive these cars to a degree that it just makes it impossible for us casual gamers to actually achieve.
And you also have to have that sort of mechanical sympathy in mind as well, not just for the tyres, the contact patches to the asphalt underneath, despite how bumpy. You can see it on board from Saoirse Fitzpatrick for the 128 Prismatic Motorsports car, and that's the Minerva outfit. You can just see the undulation. You're going through corners. There's going to be, you know, bumps that could unsettle the car. You know, the damper rebound on the suspension could really play a pivotal part in what we see, as now we're getting towards the first quarter of this 2-hour race, the first out of two 2-hour races here at Belle Isle. And Saoirse Fitzpatrick has got a 3.3 second gap to try and close in on Bennett Parsons from THLF Esports. Incident number 2 was under investigation just now. That's between Reiter Racing Panda and the Blue Chip Racing Academy car, as there's nearly 3 wide there. This is for 6th position as Frederick Falstad, who's served the drive-through penalty after the 258 of RD Simsport circumvented the start process. And they are battling away with the likes of Sapphire Simsport Alpha and Samside Simsport, who round out the top 8 in the class.
What a start to this race. It's really starting to simmer away quite nicely here, with so much at stake for the championship here, Alex. There's a lot of weaving, a lot of positioning for their chance in the championship. So much rests on this first race tonight, and again, it's thinking about that second race as well, how they leave themselves in a position for that second race of the evening, because obviously what you don't want is you don't want to have a horrible race 1 and then leave yourself at the back of your group for race 2 and leave yourself with even more hard work.
Well, Reiter Racing Panda are going to get a black eye now, because they've got a drive-through penalty for the contact with Blue Chip Racing Academy. So second drive-through penalty has been issued by Race Control. That is going to drop the number 77 out of position. They've made up 5 positions, so Hans Blackett is going to have to serve that drive-through penalty. Good to see Jamie Jessica Martin in there, because not only was Saoirse Fitzpatrick in action in Las Vegas for Screen to Speed, but so was Emily Howe. They've managed to get themselves into the mix here. There's a flash of lights from Patrick Gannon to say to the GT4 car, get out of my way, I'm chasing the person in front. And that person is Stefan Jones from backmarker Razzle Dazzle. Fight for P2 overall, just separated by 0.2 of a second, as we're just under 30 seconds away from hitting the 30-minute mark in this opening race in this Belle Isle double-header. Yeah,
just saying fastest lap, 137.8 for Sim Racing. Red Phoenix down there, second place in TCR right now. They are absolutely pushing hard, but that gap has now gone up to over 1.7 seconds, so you know that gap is really extending quite the way. But this fight as well between backmarker Razzle Dazzle and RPM Racing, this is what we're watching here. Patrick Gannon on board with him for the RPM Racing team. It's just been such a fascinating and interesting battle, but I'm also noticing that gap to Brabham Esports is starting to come down a little bit. What you might find is that the road surface here is very aggressive to the tyres here, and you know, the more aggressively that you drive, the quicker you're going to build up some heat spots in these tyres here, and I'm wondering if that's what's happening with Brabham Esports.
Incident number 3 currently under investigation, with backmarker Racing Orange in the 121 in GT3 AM and the 392 of what will be Sapphire Simsport Bravo. That was at the same point when Reiter Racing Panda and Blue Chip Racing Academy came together earlier on in the race, but we're now past the 30-minute mark. Brabham Esports lead overall. THLF Esports lead in GT3 AM. ATRS Academy FTR now have nearly a 4-second advantage, because now Huge Ass is up into second position in the class. Impulse Racing still lead in TCR by 3.1 seconds. Martin Pearson is really closing in on RD Simsport at the moment for what is going to be 5th place, and they've got a TCR car in the mix with them as well. There's another GT4 car, that's Big One Club, in 7th position, so a 3-way scrap now, really showcasing some fireworks here at Detroit for 5th, 6th and 7th in GT4, David. It's really too close to call at the moment.
And it's going to remain this way for a little bit right now, because that did just empty, but that was a big scuff of the wall there from RD Simsport, and that car looks at it's actually okay. I thought it was maybe hobbling a little bit on that left rear there, but it certainly dropped right back into the clutches of Sapphire Simsport Alpha.
Yeah, that just goes to show these walls, if you take a chunk out of them, they will bite back hard. We've already seen that here tonight, but they are literally, if they're scraping the paint off the liveries on these wonderfully coloured cars in all 4 respective classes. It means sometimes you're trying hard enough, but you're not quite there. But Stefan Le Guen now trying to close in on RD Simsport. This is the battle for 4th place in the TCR classification. Gap between them about half a second. Decision made on incident number 3, no further action. 121 could not see the incident ahead under braking for the corner, nor would a yellow flag have been shown locally at the point of committing for the turn. So no further action between Backmarker Racing Orange and Sapphire Simsport Bravo. However, we go back to the battle for 3rd place in GT4 as Brabham Esports Blue's very own Stephen Walkup is closing in on Reiter Racing Walrus. It is nip and tuck between the pair of them as they go in towards the next tight 90-degree right-hander. Stephen Walkup swings it to the outside of the turn. Is he going to get it? It's close between the pair of them, but Reiter Racing Walrus still keep the inside line for the next right. Into the left they go. Tight walls surrounding both sides of this circuit, and Stephen Walkup is putting Reiter Racing Walrus on notice.
Fair play, that was a beautiful, beautiful move there. Contacts right onto the back end there, and that is just so close. But I'm also noticing there, Alex, that RPM Racing now up into P2 for GT3 Pro. They've got that position from backmarker Razzle Dazzle. Notice the timing screen coming down and down and down, and then actually getting that position done.
Patrick Gannon now ahead of Stephen Jones in the overall battle for the race itself in GT3 Pro. So Stephen Jones is now having to fight back at Patrick Gannon. Between the pair of them, Stephen Jones on the last lap around was actually just under 1/10 of a second quicker, but it's been the negotiation through backmarker traffic that has played into the hands of Patrick Gannon as we're 34 minutes in of this particular race. 1 hour and 26 to go before we do it all again for another 2 hours later on. And again, they're having to fight their way through backmarker traffic, one of which was the 309 of KFM Motorsport that they've just passed, who are currently 3rd in the TCR class, 6.6 seconds behind Sim Racing Grid Phoenix, who have closed up the gap to under 3 seconds behind Impulse Racing. But with all the GT3 and GT4 cars going through, they're going to find it difficult here, David, around this tight circuit to try and negotiate their way. If they can get a little bit of a slipstream, it'll be marginal at best with the faster cars around them.
Yeah, you're spot on with that. The thing for the TCR cars is they're going to be the class that is most affected by overtaking traffic. For instance, you've got the GT3s and you've got the GT4s. It's going to be a constant stream for TCR and make it very difficult for them to build up any sort of momentum. But we're just seeing that here because all they can do is just stick to their line, is stick to what they are doing. They have to be predictable for all of the cars around them. That's the only way that it's actually going to work here. The GT4 though battle, RD Simsport, remember we saw them clipping the wall and dropping way back from that battle, but they've got right back onto the battle for 3rd place now. That is going to be a revelation, I'll be honest, if they've had to take a penalty and still somehow end up on the podium. It is way too early to call, but yeah, this is really bubbling up to be an interesting GT4 little battle here.
And this is for the final step on the virtual rostrum. So we've got a replay here of the overtake done by Patrick Gannon on Stephen Jones for 2nd. Now they're going to have a car just up ahead. That is one of the TCR cars, and you see what happens here. Jones gets compromised ever so slightly on the exit of the corner. Gannon will now get the side draft alongside the number 24 and into the next right-hander. Clear as mustard. Gannon gets through. Jones down to 3rd.
Absolutely beautiful. That is opportunistic driving at its finest, and this is what it results in here. Brabham Esports Blue ahead of RD Simsport. So RD Simsport now up into 5th position. They've got that position from Sapphire Simsport Alpha here. This is just an absolute madness. I was going to say a brawl there, but I wasn't sure if that was going to be appropriate. So now you've got Reiter Racing Walrus, Brabham Esports Blue, RD Simsport and Sapphire Simsport Alpha. One of these cars is going to be crying, I think, tonight.
Well, Stephen Walkup came out of a corner a couple of times ago. Is up the inside on RD Simsport goes Sapphire Simsport Alpha, the pair of side by side into the next left. RD Simsport retake 5th position. But I have to be completely honest with you, David. I did catch that Stephen Walkup was actually he was sideways because he touched the dirty stuff coming out of a right-hander trying to go through on Ryder Racing Walrus and nearly lost the car completely.
Very, very easy to do as well. That's the problem with these cars, but fantastic car control. Great to see back on the black stuff here. You want to see it settled on track for sure. You don't want to see it as a result of mistakes or accidents or anything like that. But this is now, the drivers have had plenty of time here, Alex, to settle down into a rhythm, get themselves onto that state of flow that we talk about all the time, and just watch all this madness unfold. 3 wide down the back straight because of course you're going to. Why not?
Brabham Esports Blue were looking up the inside of Ryder Racing Walrus as that was Stephen Jones threading the eye of the needle going through in between those two GT4 cars. And this has really closed up. I mean, now we see for GT4 it's Ryder Racing Walrus, Brabham Esports Blue, Sapphire Simsport Alpha battling away, and then not just the only car in that. A little bit of front-end damage to the 157 Porsche. That's Caffeinated Industries. So have they come into contact with somebody else? Because the front of that Porsche looks a little bit stoved in there, David. It's got no front bumper. It's got no front bumper.
I was trying to find a polite way to say that. It's been absolutely... It looks like it's been banged in with a shovel. Somebody is... it's the sort of car you'd find that when advertisements saying that it's still a good runner.
Yeah, it's got an MOT tax for another 12 months, and it runs
absolutely fine. I know what I've got. No low offers.
Yeah, no offers. You can stick at a price and you stay with it. But it seems like Aubrey Kundal still got the pace, closing into back marker Racing Orange. Now this is for 8th position in GT3 AM. They're having to make their way through back marker GT4 traffic with McLaren actually, McLaren 570S I've just spotted in their way, and the McLaren nearly has a slight scrape with the wall. So we've got a replay of what actually happened to the 157 at Caffeinated Industries just a moment ago. So it's down this bumpy straightaway here. So you see that it's white and red for one moment. Oh, outbrakes himself into the corner, tags the wall, and the front bumper's gone.
It's quite impressive. Bit of witchcraft there. That front bumper fell off at least 10 times from what I'm saying there. That's a stunningly realistic iRacing damage model there. Yeah, go on. And that was just the way to say that. About the times that fell off, I'm wondering if it maybe on one of those times it maybe actually magically reattached itself. Either way, back to the racing. This is going to end in tears. It's gone from being like it's really fast and fun and a little bit cheeky.
It's close.
And now, oh my god, what a move!
That is brilliant from Brabham Esports Blue, but then Ryder Racing Walrus.
Oh!
Oh, the front end of the Ryder Racing Walrus car is in the background, and one of the prismatic cars that was in all of that.
That's the GT3 AM. That's Prismatic Motorsports Minerva.
Oh,
they were in third place.
Saucer Fitzpatrick gets caught up in that. She's got to wait for everyone to go past to have a safe rejoin. Oh, and they...
That's a disaster. Absolute. And the thing is that almost certainly just an innocent bystander. But this is a problem. Where do you do this? It's not like you've got a magic 30 seconds of clear traffic to do that in. Oh, man.
Oh. You know what? That is, well, slam dunk. That's going to be investigated by race control. Ryder Racing Walrus kept it pinned on the inside, and then Brabham Esports Blues car. They were going side by side. You said it was going to end in tears, and that's exactly what happened. That's exactly what happened. It was going to end in tears, and unfortunately, Saoirse Fitzpatrick was on the receiving end when she was trying to negotiate her way through the traffic. And I can see that the steward's announcement channel in the Discord chat is now furiously typing as we speak.
That's going to be lighting up like a Christmas tree after that one. Goodness me.
My ears are burning.
Isn't it funny though how like every race we commentate on, it's like you can see exactly the same behaviour pan out, exactly the same. And I don't mean like crashing or anything like that. I mean the way that people drive in a group Car behind each other, following it very closely, 2, 3, 4 tenths of a second, right? By first 5 laps, it's fine. They'll shadow that car in front of them. Laps 5 to 10, you're starting to look for opportunities. Lap 10 to 15, you start forcing the issue here. Now, this all stems from those cars in front fighting it out here. That car's still alongside, but for me, I don't know. I don't see anything deliberate.
No, I mean, the thing was the 213 was pointing was looking to make that move out of the corner. But then the thing was, when you've got a car on your outside, you know, they were both alongside each other. Fair play. They both gave each other enough racing room, but then all of a sudden, one turning one way, one turning the other, and of course that is now incident number 4 under investigation by race control. I feel sorry for Saoirse Fitzpatrick because she was just waiting to see when there was a safe place to overtake. So she was doing her due diligence and just got very, very unlucky and was caught up in that one.
Yeah, that's it's so upsetting to see stuff like that. I mean, obviously it happens, and the stewards will likely get to the bottom of that very, very quickly. I don't understand why the two of them had to be fighting that hard this early in the race here. You've side by side. I don't understand why that.
Oh, she got hit from behind.
Yeah.
Saoirse Fitzpatrick got hit from behind, so as everything concertinaed in front of her, she got a tag from the rear and got spun around.
Oh man, that makes it even harder. You know, it's not like you've run into the car; you've been mullered from the car behind. And to be fair, the car behind, they've likely had no reaction time whatsoever as well. Just hard lines all round.
Well, nearly 45 minutes into this first of 2 2-hour races. We've had a full course caution. We've had multiple. We've had a start being circumvented in GT4. We've had several incidents under investigation at the moment. The hits, they keep on coming here at Detroit, don't they, David?
They really do. I'm sorry, I got distracted by YouTube chat. We're getting, apparently we're getting more love than some of the action on track there. Big hello to Jamie Martin from Prismatic Motorsports, to Calvin Dent as well, whose completely unbiased opinion, I've got to stress that 100% unbiased opinion, was that was 100% on right there. Totally biased. So yeah, that's it's good to see the support there. But yeah, we're getting a bit of a ribbon for our analogies tonight here, Alex. So I think we just keep them coming.
Yeah, we will do. I mean, it's been a long day. I've already been broadcasting since just before 1 o'clock this afternoon. So we're going to keep on going, and if it happens, it happens. 45 minutes in, we now go to the what is going to be Bennett Parsons, who is currently leading the GT3 AM class. And I think, is that the Athena car just up ahead? I think that is. And stop and hold penalty, no surprise here. Slam dunk penalty here, 15 seconds stop and hold for Reiter Racing Walrus for not leaving enough room and causing a collision.
Woo! Well, there you go. No arguments on that whatsoever. I just, I don't understand why that sort of situation needs to happen. I know why it happens. I've been in that situation myself. But when you're watching it, you're like, you guys are like so good at this. I'm like a proper scrub when it comes to sim racing, right? I'm just a low tier driver, so I rage quit, anger, all that sort of thing. But what happens is, or what looks like it happened to me, right? Brabham pulled a proper cheeky move, right? It was like, just taking the opportunity, sending it up the inside. It was beautiful. But there's a little bit of you as a racing driver, you're just like, no, sorry, I'm not having that. And you just put your foot down a little bit harder and just try that little bit harder to take that position back. I think had they backed off, maybe that would have been able to, that position would have been up for grabs again, but yeah, it's a deserved penalty, unfortunately.
We're going to have a replay here. This is Josh Wiggins for RD Simsport in the 358. Going into the double left now, into the right, hits the curb, and oh, that was a lucky escape. He got out of the way. That was when Saoirse Fitzpatrick was trying to rejoin. So it's not been an easy one for the 128 Prismatic Motorsports Minerva car. You know, they're currently, after the 3 races, currently sitting 10th in the standings for GT3 AM. Aubrey Kundal still going on without front bumper et al. And is closing in on backmarker Racing Orange. So the loss of that front bumper hasn't really affected the American at the moment as they go through into the next into the next right-hander. So this battle is for, what is it going to be, 7th in GT3 AM. Caffeinated Industries, you know, trying to do their level best. Currently 14th in GT3 AM at the moment. So Aubrey Kundal looking to try and help the team score some points here tonight.
Alex, what's happened to backmarker Razzle Dazzle that were up into P4? They've now dropped completely off the back of a cliff there. They're yeah, the number 24 is away down in 8th position, Stephen Jones.
Oh, well, not been a good one for Stephen Jones. I mean, let's not forget he was battling Patrick Gannon for 2nd position. Got the jump initially on Richard Cawthron from FTR Esports GT3 in the number 21 Porsche. So has he had a little bit of a drama befell him as well? That's the biggest point here. Coming back to that Reiter racing penalty, I think the fact that Reiter might have just carried a bit too much speed into that corner as Aubrey Kundal now at the 48.5-minute mark dives into pit lane, might be able to get that damage repaired. So it might be the fact that they might have started doing some pit stops. Stephen Jones has yet to come into the pits. Aubrey Kundal has. Robert Wayne in the 107 has already pitted. Spent about a minute and a quarter in the pit lane. So Stephen Jones currently sitting P6 and is about 1.7 seconds behind Blue Chip Racing in the number 06.
Yeah, it's fascinating how over the course of these 2 hours, I mean even more so when you get the 4-hour races, but just how these races ebb and flow, isn't it, Alex? You know, you'll get a moment, you'll get maybe say 5-10 minutes of absolute manic chaos where everything's going wrong, and then suddenly you'll have 25 minutes, half an hour of just cool, peaceful bliss. We can chat about the race going on, and then it all kicks off again.
Well, just to let you know the following, Prismatic Motorsports Minerva have just been given a 10-second stop and hold for unsafe rejoin for Sorcerer Fitzpatrick. Incident 6. Now this will explain it. There was an incident between Vaporworks SimSport GT4 224 and backmarker Razzle Dazzle as Stephen Jones jumps into the pit lane from 6th position in GT3 Pro. So we're going to try and see if we can get a replay of that as well. So, yeah. Okay, right, here it is. So Stephen Jones is trying to see if he can get past. Goes up the inside, and the car just turns in, and the GT4 car hits the barrier, loses its rear bumper. So Stephen Jones was trying to make the move up the inside. Maybe the GT4 car did not see him from Vaporworks SimSport GT4. Turned on in, and Stephen Jones had nowhere to be apart from being an unwilling passenger in that incident.
Yeah, that's not the best, is it? It's not something to write home about, having an incident like that so early in the race here. And look, this is exactly what I was saying. You can be very, very fast and have a great day at the office, and all it takes is to get into contact with one of the other class cars, and suddenly you're at the back of the grid and having to explain to the team why you've lost what looked like a certainty of some decent points here.
Yeah, exactly. They were running in the top 3 quite convincingly after that great start 51 minutes ago. Bennett Parsons at the moment for THLF Esports leading the way in GT3 AM. 13.2 seconds. A comfortable advantage at the moment over Sim Racing Grid in 2nd place. B Sim Racing G, Stage 1 Racing Green in 11/10ths. Racing team running out the top 5 overall. That top 5 covered by about 25 or so seconds. ATRS Academy FTR leading the way. There's Ivo van der Linden for Stage 1 Racing Green, who's trying to make his way through some backmarker traffic, but just up ahead there is the B Sim Racing Green machine, and that is 3rd place in GT3 AM. Now we have seen some great racecraft from Stage 1 Racing. We've also seen times when they've been involved in incidents where they have been on the receiving end of the penalty from race control, but looks to be a very, very measured drive by Ivo van der Linden as the B Sim Racing Green number 192 with Chris van Gucht behind the wheel is still holding 3rd place for the moment.
And that's exactly what you want, a nice calm, consistent performance here through this first of two-hour races. Ivo van der Linden, though, as you said, in that Stage 1 racing green machine, doing exactly what he needs to do, getting some good points, still within contention here. You've got Sim Racing Grid, who are, 3 seconds up the road, and he looks fairly comfortably ahead of 1110s Racing, who are about 4 seconds just behind, but they've got all hell kicking off behind them. You've got Backmarker Racing Orange and Equipment Geek Racing Black that they're having to try and fend off at the same time as we ride on board with Gautier Ampere for Arctic Racing here. Again, it's just trying to get past that 111 car that's right in front of them, but well, yeah, it's not happening so far. But certainly for the rest of the classes, the gap's now starting to eke out there. Brabham Esports, we were concerned about that gap coming down. That's now back up to 3.7 seconds, so safe to say there's absolutely nothing wrong with the tyres of that car whatsoever. And it'd be great if Gautier, as Calvin Dent put it in YouTube chat, would like to attempt hitting that apex there. That'd be good.
Well, I think the thing is that if you're getting a bit too close to the apex, I mean, the significant camber angle on these curbings, they're quite high as well at certain points on the circuit. So if you give them a bit of a wallop, then you could find that car 2 wheels in the air and losing a lot of momentum as a direct result of it. So you've got to be really, really careful on how you negotiate your way around the circuit, as there was a little bit of a touch there for the 1110ths Racing Team car, as Gautier Amp was trying to get through as well. That was a TCR car, I think, in front, which it was the case, which pulls immediately to the left-hand side. So 11/10ths in the 111. Byron Crawford is behind the wheel of that car, as RPM Racing from second position, Patrick Gannon, pulls into pit lane as we're just over 6 minutes away from the halfway point in this first race, as the TCR car, I think, is just, well, I think left front nearly went into the barriers just coming into shot there.
Yeah, you're spot on. That's exactly what happened there. RPM Racing also just noticing from GT3 Pro into pit lane. What happened there to Gautier Amp there, just moving out the way of that TCR car there. It did look very deceiving on that camera angle. It did look like he just pulled over to the side and was starting to slow down there, but it was just a case of getting out of the way of that TCR car into pit lane. And well, obviously now we're coming up to that halfway point in the first race of the evening. So pit stop strategy, that kind of is it. It's going to be 55 minutes, but the question is now, are these cars going to be able to last until the end with an hour and 5 minutes?
Yeah, it just depends on what happens. You know, the strategies that these teams are going to have to be, crunching the numbers. The race engineers will be doing so. Calvin Dent has got his tape measure out, David Christie. He said he had about 6 feet of space to the inside of the track there. Through that one. Does that include a double-decker, a London double-decker there, Calvin? I think probably so. But we ride on board on the back rear view camera, Chris Van Hoek for the 192 car of B-Sim Racing G. With Stage 1 Racing Greens, Ivo van der Linden still chasing down. Gap between them is anywhere between 3 to 3.5 of a second to half a second. So van der Linden is trying to pull a number on Chris Van Hoek, but at the moment that's not quite happening yet.
It's really not, is it? And again, it goes back to that whole thing of ebbing and flowing. How hard do you want to push? If you rest your laurels and give yourself a little bit of confidence, give yourself a little bit of faith, it may come back to you in this final hour of this first race of the evening. But again, how much do you want to leave up to chance? And that looks now pretty much like the majority of cars choosing this lap here to head into pit lane.
Oh, now. Oh, I thought there might have been a slight problem there for Robert Wayne in the 107 car, but there are quite a few pit stops happening. The 191 in the pit lane. Emily Howe for Prismatic Motorsports. Athena in pit lane from 3rd place. Tom Knath now in the 127 car. Martin de Jong in the 193. Peter Elson for the 121. So pit stops are rapidly happening. Top 4 at the moment. Still, the race still being led by Stephen McDonald from Brabham Esports. Richard Cawthron finds himself about 11 seconds drift in 2nd place. And Patrick Gannon now exits after being in pit lane for 33 seconds in the pit box, not including the run down to the pit box and exit out of pit road, as Robert Wayne in the 107 is trying to get through. That is the number 69 Tyler Langenberg driven car. That is D-Line Racing Red. Now, bearing in mind, they have not scored points of D-Line Racing Red so far this season. Could this be a start of resurgence for this crew, I think, David?
It very well could be there. That looked like a little bit of a love tap onto the back end of that car in front. It could be. I've seen stranger things happen, and this is exactly how you get a resurgence started. You need that initial momentum, that initial kick, Alex, to get things going and to make not just you believe, but the team believe as well that you can actually move things forward. All it takes is one or two, excellent performances, and then suddenly you start thinking, oh wait, hang on, we've actually got a chance. Not only that, but the teams around you start panicking, thinking, how on earth do we stop this?
Yeah, third drive-through penalty of the night. It's given to back marker Razzle Dazzle, so Stephen Jones was basically the cause of the problem. And Calvin Denter said, no, bendy bus, mate, for that 6-foot gap on the inside of the apex. Is that for the airport when you go to Stansted or other domestic or international airports around the United Kingdom and further afield? So back marker Razzle Dazzle, they are currently fourth in the championship. That is not going to help them in this race, nor also in their charge to get into the top 3 in the championship standings overall, as that is going to be a real disaster for that crew, the number 24. It was looking so promising in this opening race. Now they're on the back foot.
It's never what you want. However, it looks like Stage 1 Racing Green have got the jump on B-Sim Racing then. They've got that moved on up into P4, so they'll be happy about that in the GT3 AM battle. Again, in the middle of all sorts of chaos coming down that back stretch here. Through the first part of the lap here. Brabham Esports Blue into the pits as well. The thing is again, this is the question though, with an hour and 5 minutes to go for the majority of the field here, especially the early pitters, surely they're going to have to pit, you would think, once more during this race here, Alex.
Yeah, it depends on the fuel strategy. We know that Emily Howe can do a really good fuel strategy like she showed last time out at Barber Motorsports Park. But Stephen Jones is going to probably be communicated that from the team, and this would say, sorry mate, you've got a drive-through penalty now. And the first reaction will probably be for what? It's just the case of these things do sometimes happen. But you've got to deal with the punches. You've got to, it's the rough with the smooth, isn't it, David? But Stephen McDonald is eking out this strategy. He's still running in the low 1-minute 30s, and he has a pretty sizable gap over Patrick Gannon. Now, the reason why the 193 of Stage 1 Racing Green is ahead of B-Sim Racing G is the fact that the 193 was in the pit box for over a second less when they did the driver change to Martin de Jong.
That'll do it. That's exactly what you want. Efficiency, I believe, is the word that the kids use nowadays, Alex.
True. And now the leader is in the pit lane. So Stephen McDonald has already been in the pit box for just over 6 seconds. So how quickly is Brabham Esports going to be in the pit lane? Because everyone has been pitting. The quickest pit stop has been from Stephen Jones, 29.42 seconds in the pit lane for GT3. So Stephen McDonald, he's managed to eke out a litre or two a lap of additional fuel to make sure that he has that run. Well, he's been in the pit lane now, in the pit box, 32.5 seconds. And now this could be very, very close indeed, because here he comes. Now, where is, of all people, Patrick Gannon? That gap is closing. It's now down to 3.6 seconds. And there is Gannon in the background.
This is getting a little bit close for comfort. Bear in mind that gap was 3.7 seconds, but the gap's coming down and down and down there. So I think though that just as we're having pointed out in our ears from our broadcast producer here, likely not going to have to pit again though. So that is going to be a genius move if that is the case. But I mean, if you look at that though, RPM Racing absolutely on it right now. I wonder if Brabham are maybe just trying to ease off and bring these tyres up to speed slowly so they can get a faster stint rather than burning the life at the tyres at an early stage.
Yeah, I mean, if you try and burn off that surface on a new set of tyres, you're going to really be overheating quite quickly. As you said, get them up to temperature. Whereas Patrick Gannon is at full chat. That gap now down to 1.7 seconds. and closing quickly, as you rightly pointed out, David. So Patrick Gannon has got the bit between his teeth. Stephen McDonald is having to be a little bit cautious, and now that gap is starting to extend because of the fact that Patrick Gannon will be in traffic, as will be Stephen McDonald. So again, we've got that pendulum swing once more.
Oh, well, it comes in one hand and it goes in the other. That's very unfortunate. But we're focusing on this battle down in 6th position for GT3 AM. Fascinating little fight going on here with Caffeinated Industries. And again, traffic being the order of the day here as well, because you've got, what's that? Is that a GT4 car? I think it is, and a TCR car just up in front here. Managed to... Oh, there you go. That's exactly how you want the cookie to crumble if you're Caffeinated Industries. Backmarker racing the orange and Peter Elson not able to get past that GT4 car before the corner. That ends up costing about 0.6 of a second there, and now 1110's racing team coming under, bringing it on real pressure. And Peter Elson, I'm sure he would have been having a little bit of a squeaky bum moment there as he saw that car come racing into view.
Like Code Brown on your 6, sir. But there we go. Peter Elson has really is now starting to feel a lot of heat, and there's a GT3 Pro car also trying to make its way through. That might have been backmarker razzle dazzle as Peter Elson disposes of the RD SimSport 358 TCR car. So does the 111. Now that behind the wheel, that is Johnny Elliott that is charged with bringing that car around this circuit. So just over 60 minutes of the first of two-hour races here for the FTR events Sim 3D GT Series, and a big thank you once again to race director and Go for the Gap for their continued support of this championship. Stephen Jones is trying to get a move on, and currently P6 at the moment, and is about 12.3 seconds behind Blue Chip Racing for 5th place. But Stephen Jones has just got to really sort of brush that drive-through penalty to one side and just get on with business.
That's exactly what you have to do sometimes as well, though, Alex, isn't it? You just have to roll your sleeves up, get them dirty, and just get on with it there. I was watching what was happening with that battle for GT4. Fascinating stuff. We're back on board here with Stephen Jones for backmarker racing onto the back end of the 111 car. That is the 1110's car. What I was going to say though, Alex, is can you imagine being on board with a TCR car, like just for an entire lap, just not necessarily for a battle, but just for the sake of it? Can you imagine how much stress they are under on any given lap with the amount of cars trying to get past them?
I think the first 2 words into my head would be brace yourself.
Mine would be please not in the face.
Yeah, brace yourself and just hope that nothing goes a bit awry. But yeah, I mean, again, Patrick Gannon is lapping a second quicker on that previous. Well, he was the previous lap before Stephen McDonald crossed the line. He was over a second quicker. Look at the side of that 224 car. That is absolutely crater dented on that left-hand side, and plus also that's the one that's got the rear bumper missing. That's the Vaporworks SimSport GT4 team that was on the receiving end of the incident with backmarker Razzle Dazzle. I think that car's definitely been in the trenches, because I've noticed there's a scrape down the right-hand side as well.
That's fine, mate. Bit of clay bar, that old, yeah, it's a little bit of compound, bit of elbow grease, be absolutely fine. Beautiful stuff. I'm not sure about that. What has happened to the back end of it? It's just like there's 3/4 of a car there, and then when you see the rear end of it, it's just like a gaping black hole. Well, that's what's happened there. Yeah, Keaton Marchetti.
He just clattered the wall, didn't he? Coming through that right-hander, the left-hand side had nowhere to go. It was like scrape.
Seriously though, if you look at the back of it, it is just it's like non-existent. I think it's going to be banned from every Mercedes dealership in the country at this rate.
Yeah, we go back to TCR now, as there is Josh Wiggins for RD SimSport, running at the top 4 positions in the TCR class, which is still being led by the 322 of Impulse Racing at the moment. Second position in that is Dan McFarlane in the 323 for Sim Racing Grid Phoenix. And looking at the lap times, well, Martin Pinasco has actually put in his fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 37.76, and there is the class leader in TCR. He's got the 06 of Blue Chip Racing just behind. And there is another GT3 car just behind them. That's one of the GT3 AM cars. You can actually see by the differing colours. So it's red for Pro and blue for AM for GT3. And it's a sort of like an orangey colour for the TCR cars. And then GT4, that's going to be a green banner, as that is the 193 of Stage 1 Racing Green making its way through. Along with, I think that was one of the huge AS cars there that just went through as well.
I think you're absolutely spot on with that. I also noticing I was completely distracted because this battle for first and second place now, this is starting to hot up. I wonder if we were waiting to see Brabham Esports lose the lead of this race to RPM Racing and then just sit on their back bumper and just tailgate them for the entirety of this race and save a little bit of fuel. That would be such a smart thing to do, but very, very risky coming into the final couple of laps.
Yeah, very much the case. It's just going to be about what Patrick Gannon has in the tank, because that gap, when Stephen McDonald came out of pit lane, it was 4.7 seconds. Then it instantly was very, very quickly evaporated because of the fact that Patrick Gannon had already done his pit stop. He did that on lap 33. Stephen McDonald pitted on lap 37, currently on lap number 43 of this race. So Patrick Gannon and the team at RPM Racing decided, I think, for a very aggressive undercut, pitting 5 laps beforehand, and that might be a bit of a help for Gannon, but then it also depends on, are they going to need to do a splash and dash before the end of the race?
I think potentially they are. I mean, look at that. So that's 4 laps earlier that they've done. Oh, Blue Chip Racing into the pits then already. So they're going in for their first pit stop, or their second pit stop, excuse me, of the race. But back to RPM Racing then, 4 laps earlier than Brabham Esports into the pits. And they're, I would say, at the most critical point. I don't think they're going to have enough fuel to be able to do this.
Yeah, we're going to have to wait and see. I think we were, as you said, you were trying to do your Pythagoras theorem when Emily Howe was doing that masterclass fuel strategy. I was also wondering whether you had your set square and protractor out at that point whilst trying to do those equations. I felt my ears burning at Barber Motorsports there, mate.
The thing with that is that, that's just me trying to remember what I learned in school. Not actually what I learned, but just the names of it, so it sound clever.
Yeah, there's a battle really kicking off in GT4 for 4th place. 49 Motorsports Maroon and Beehive are about 0.6 of a second apart. And there is Stephen Jones, the backmarker Razzle Dazzle car, the number 24, now in 6th place overall and in the GT3 Pro class. Trying to get through on some traffic just up ahead, one of which is the Prismatic Motorsport cars, then also the 121 car, I believe. That's backmarker Racing Orange, who are a little bit, I'm just wondering where they are in terms of everything. That they're currently running P11. They've gained 5 positions over the course of the race, but that is in terms of the overall grid classification at the moment, because we still have the best part of just over 40 cars still competing. Jason Landry for Beehive now closing in on 49 Motorsport Maroon, and that is the Aston Martin Vantage GT4. Now that car is currently, if I remember correctly, so the 207, that's Antti Tuominen from Finland in that car. 0.4 separating the two, so this is a really interesting battle here, David.
The thing is that it's unfolding very, very nicely as well. It's not been one of those battles that's just been raging on since the start of the race. It's, it kind of comes and goes here. The thing with it, though, as well, is the fact that the 49 Motorsport Maroon car here that we're watching just now actually starting to catch on to the back, if I'm not mistaken, of Huge Ass Blue here. So this is potentially going to be a 3-car fight for 4th position here.
Yeah, that's going to be for 3rd place. I think, 49 Motorsports Maroon losing a bit of time. That gap nearly doubled in the blink of an eye just then. As now Jason Landry decides to pull the Beehive car, the number 207, into the pit lane just after the hour and 10-minute mark out of 2 hours. So still plenty of this race to go, folks. Just under 50 minutes of this first of 2 2-hour races. The double header at Belle Isle here in Detroit in Michigan, as we've got Justin Nair in the number 77 Reiter Racing Panda car. Well, that's also been hit with a penalty earlier on in the race. Still trying to make their way up the order, but they've got about 6.5 seconds between them and Stefan Jones from backmarker Razzle Dazzle in 6th place.
Just saying, with 45 minutes left to go or just over it, I'm trying to think how or any major changes that we're going to see in this race. I think Stephen McDonald looking good in that Brabham Esports machine, really just managing that gap to Patrick Gannon, who is now, you've got to say, trying his best to manage that fuel. The problem is when do you blink? Because obviously RPM Racing are not going to want to hand that victory to Brabham Esports. They might feel that they can make it as well, but again, we just don't know. I always tend to think that anything, over an hour, you're really pushing it in these petrol-hungry GT3 cars, although it's not quite the same sort of petrol that you'd be filling up at Tesco with.
Yeah. Sapphire Simsport Alpha and Matt in back, the top 2 in GT4. So has the top 4. So ATRS Academy 12 could get the race lead very, very shortly, because time is very much closing in terms of the differentials between them. So ATRS Academy 12 is going to get the race lead in GT4, and there it is, confirmed on the timing screens.
Woofed. Well, there you go. Blimey. Just saying all those GT4s though, that surely has to be their final pit stop then, you would think.
Yeah.
Given that we've got, 45 minutes left to go. And that's going to be a big thing for them. How is that going to pan out? It's just been way too close. Like, out of all of the battles that we've had, GT3s and the TCRs, the GT4s, I think, have given us the sort of best bang for buck right now, consistently through this 2-hour race. But again, if I'm in this race or I've got a horse in this race here, Alex, I'm starting to think, well, okay, how do I consolidate this position that I've got? Do I really want to push? If I'm, say, 8 seconds behind the car in front, that's it. I'm just thinking about getting the best possible position for the next race. Also, I've just realised Stefan Jones, is his helmet Pac-Man?
I'm trying to catch a glimpse of it. I'm not 100% sure. If our broadcast producer might be able to.
I think it is.
Yes, it is. It is. I've just seen it in the rearview mirror. My apologies there. Yeah, it looks like a bit of Namco in Stefan Jones's cockpit. Got to see his race helmet. But yeah, good to see that with iRacing. He also, yeah, I know. But good to see at least. Just like in real life, drivers can customise their race helmets in the cockpit of these cars, which is always a nice expression of identity, isn't it?
It is, unfortunately. As I've said many times before, I've tried it a few times, and it's like, it's akin to giving a toddler some Sharpies and letting them run amok on the wallpaper. That's the level of creativity I have. They look awful whenever I do it. And then you get somebody else that does it and it looks absolutely amazing. But then you've got one of the new things into iRacing as well. You've got the clear coat layer as well, which gives a nice little level of detail as well. The more that the cars are raced, the more that clear coat is dissolved, and you start seeing different shades and patches on the paintwork as well. Really interesting little addition to the designs. But listen, we wax lyrical almost every broadcast about how beautiful some of these cars look.
They do indeed, and there is Hunter McDaniel now behind the wheel of the Brabham Esports Blue car, and they're going to be battling away with RD Simsport for that 4th place. We've already seen that Brabham Esports Blue have already been in the wars with Reiter Racing Walrus. Now they're going to emerge into another battle with RD Simsport. 3/10 is the gap between the two. So it's just about really sort of crossing the T's, dotting the I's. Just under 45 minutes to go. Frederick Follestad has done the full race so far for the 258 of RD Simsport in that car so far. And still, it's got the scuffs of battle on the left front of that Mercedes-AMG GT4 and also all the way down the side. And Reiter Racing Panda And Sim Racing Grid Phoenix 77 and 323. Incident number 7 under investigation by race control. So yeah, I'm going to wait to see what the deduction by the stewards is on that particular incident, where Frederick Follestad is having to fight tooth and nail as GT3 traffic quickly make their way past. But Brabham Esports Blue looking up the inside. This is going to be side by side, a little bit of paint swapping possibly. Yes, there is. But Frederick Follestad still keeps ahead, and that was going through into turn 2. That was very, very close indeed. I mean, turn 1, they were side by side. And now Patrick Gannon is within striking distance of the overall race leader. Brabham Esports coming under fire. Stephen McDonald's got a fight on his hands.
See what I mean? It's like we go through 25 minutes of just chilling out. It's all going very, very smoothly. And then we get this. It's all kicking off again. Brilliant, brilliant stuff. And it looks like both Brabham Esports cars right in the thick of it just now as they're coming under pressure in GT4 and also in GT3 Pro as well. But again, I cannot help but feel that this is a bit of a controlled drive from our lead car of Stephen McDonald. I think that this is to do with strategy and nothing more. In fact, look at that, the fact that RPM Racing, they could get close to the car in front, but they're dropping back a little bit. I think this is literally fuel saving right now.
Yeah, Martin Pearson has the number 69 of D-Line Racing Red up the inside and allows them to get through. So good spatial awareness, and now we see a couple of GT4 cars ahead of the third place in the class, the 292. So Martin Pearson doing a very, very good job keeping within half a second of the GT4 championship leader, and that is Hugh Jass just up ahead in the 237 McLaren. We've also got the 249 of 49 Motorsports Maroon in front of them. But look, Patrick Gannon's looking to the outside of Stephen McDonald's into the right-hander, thinks better of it, thought, well, I'm not going to try it around there, but I'm going to put the frighteners, I'm going to stick my nose there and see what happens. And now they're less than a car length apart. Battle for the race lead very clearly on, just coming up to 40 minutes to go here in the opening race out of this 2-race double-header. And look how close Patrick Gannon got to the wall on the right-hand side.
Yeah, and this is a beautiful, beautiful move from Patrick Gannon. If he is in a weaker position strategy-wise, get right up to the back of that Brabham Esports machine, force its hand, make it do the work, and potentially even try and force that car into a mistake. Beautiful, beautiful work here, and this is starting to get very, very sketchy here with just 40 minutes left to go here in this race, Alex. This is getting very, very intriguing indeed, and again, I think all the cards are with Brabham Esports right now. But again, you've got to survive that 40 minutes, and from what we've seen so far, that is absolutely not a given.
Class leaders at the moment with 40 minutes to go here at the first of 2 races at Belle Isle, Detroit. As it's 3 wide, GT3 of Brabham Esports to the inside, and then also that was I think that was Hugh Jass and RD Sim. Well, that was Sapphire Simsport Alpha making the move on Hugh Jass to take second in the GT4 class, and now at the moment, THLF Esports lead by 15.3 seconds in GT3 AM. ATRS Academy lead the way in GT4, and Impulse Racing have just dived into the pits. This could give the opportunity for KFM Motorsport and B-Sim Racing P possibly having an opportunity to battling for the class lead, because B-Sim Racing P is looking towards the inside. They've got a GT4 to their outside. B-Sim Racing P looking to force the move. The inside line is going to go to KFM on the next right-hander, and they get through. There's nearly a little bit of paint swapping between the 2 TCR cars, but B-Sim Racing P get through on the next right, that next left. That was a great move by Stéphane Le Guen from B-Sim Racing P, as I've just been informed. It gets from bad to worse for Ricer Racing Panda. They've got a 15-second stop and hold for avoidable contact.
Yeah, days like this, you're just like, right, I'm just going to Alt F4, I'm going to go watch some TV
Control out
instead.
the computer.
It's fine, let's just get a beer instead. We'll join you for race 2, guys. We'll see you later. Well, it is what it is, but what a move for that TCR battle. That was amazing, and after all that, B-Sim Racing P into the pit lane. That was awesome stuff there. Back to the fight then for 4th and 5th position here for RD Simsport and Brabham Esports Blue then. Again, this is a battle that's just been chugging away quite nicely, but you know, just over 35 minutes left to go in this race here. The really cautious part of me comes out to play, Alex, because I'm like, you know, at what point is enough enough? And I'm also looking at Hunter McDaniel. Can we take a moment to appreciate what looks like the fact that Brabham Esports blue car has actually just went straight on into a pole? The thing is buckled at the front, but beautiful move up the inside if you can make this stick.
Oh, the TCR car gets a little bit of a squeeze. That was the 323. That was Sim Racing Grid Phoenix, who are out of the top 5, the TCR side of things. There has been a little bit of a dynamic shift as well, because B Sim Racing P are have just been in the pits for 49 seconds, having taken second off of KFM Autosport, who are now under the kibosh because Goryo Autosport, with everyone's favourite TCR handler, Daniel White, behind the wheel, 0.4 of a second separating the two in the battle for second position at the moment. And look at it from this perspective. Coming into this round, only a handful of points, 9 points separating the top 3, as there is the move. Goryo Autosport, Daniel White gets through on Victor Chamorro in the 309 from KFM Motorsport, getting through. So 9 points separating the top 3 overall coming into this double-header round. So it's every single driver for themselves, but it's also more important that Goryo Autosport, they've got a 26.5 second deficit to Impulse Racing, who have led from lights out so far and look very much to be unchallenged.
Yeah, that is a very curious outcome for that. We'll keep an eye on that and wait to see as we keep an eye up the battle for GT4s. Also noticing the RPM Racing then, as you were mentioned earlier, that just kind of to and fro, and that gap now going up to 1.6 seconds here, but still watching Brabham Esports Blue. Again, you wonder if they're maybe just poised, waiting for their moment. RD Simsport definitely starting to overdrive that car a little bit here.
Yeah, I completely agree there, David. We're coming in towards the last 35 minutes of this opening race. Out of 2 here at Belle Isle, Motor City, Detroit in Michigan. And we still will be in North America and Canada for the final 2 rounds for round 6 and 7. But yeah, Hunter McDaniel, I think, just has not sort of let off the throttle, so to speak, but has kept a little bit of distance just to try and start to gather an attack once again on RD Simsport once more. However, we go back to a little bit further down the grid, and Alex Coffard for Huge Ass in the number 238. That car came into this championship with a significant lead, but they're also, more importantly, ahead of their closest title rivals, Beehive, who are 8th at the moment. So the apple cart, so to speak, in this first of 2 races here at Belle Isle, have not gone the way of those at the sharp end of the championship, because Huge Ass came into this with a 27-point advantage. They'll still have an advantage over Beehive, but then it also looks at how much of an indent can Brabham Esports Blue make. So we've got 2 of the we've got 2 cars from Huge Ass at the moment. So you've got the one in 3rd place, you've also got the one in 7th. So Huge Ass at the moment may be looking to facilitate an extension on that championship lead. Hunter McDaniel still battling away with Frederick Follestad for RD Simsport in the 258 Mercedes. We ride on board with the 290, the driver based out of the US and California, trying to close in on RD Simsport. This gap has been no bigger than, say, about half a second at best, maybe even 7/10 at a push. But Hunter McDaniel looking to really try, and you can just hear the absolute crunch as both RD Simsport and Brabham Esports Blue go over the curbing. I did say, David, that you've got to have mechanical sympathy on these cars, especially at this kind of circuit configuration.
You absolutely do, and the reason for that is obviously, you know, you've got to look after the car for the car to look after you. If you're going to expect it to take you through the 2 hours here, you have to be gentle with it. You overdrive these cars, especially when you get to the GT4 and the TCR cars. They will throw you down very, very quickly indeed, and you just into the pits then. But it just, you know, you have to be so cautious with these things at all times.
Yeah. Also, we've now had another investigation underway. It's between Reiter Racing Walrus and Backmarker Racing Orange in the 121. So a GT3 and a GT4 car involved in an incident. There goes Hunter McDaniel. It's side by side with RD Simsport, and Brabham might make the move through into the next right-hander. They do. Great use of the curbing by Hunter McDaniel to try and rotate the car through the corner into the next left. He's got the move done and completed.
That was lovely. That was really, really nice. A little bit of a hip check on the way through there, but no harm, no foul. I don't think anything will come of that whatsoever. And you see a GT3 car just zipping by those GT4s, but again, beautiful, beautiful move there from Brabham. You can see RD Simsports still trying to make this happen, trying to get that position back, but you've got to say it looked like it was going to be happening for a number of laps there.
Yeah, indeed. As we take a look at the top part of the circuit, you know, this triple left-hander at turns 8, 9 and 10, then into the right at 11. Short blast up to the double right at turns 12 and 13 before the long run down onto the very, very short start-finish straight here at this Detroit circuit. They've also got, that is the Stage 1 Racing green car that is now facilitating its way past RD Simsport and through the right-hand kick. They get past Hunter McDaniel, so good spatial awareness by the two GT4 cars to let the third place car from GT3 AM, is currently being piloted by Martin de Jong at the moment, still running a solid P3 in the AM class at the moment for GT3s.
And again, we've spoken at length about how important this race is, how important this race weekend is, getting these points in. We're now at the crunch point, we're coming up to half an hour to go. For me, this is the point where if you've got an opportunity to get it, so like say you're in GT3 AM and you've got third or fourth position up there for grabs, maybe even second, absolutely go for it. But if not, if you're in the middle of nowhere and you've got nothing to go for, then just focus on what you've got.
Flash of the headlights from GT3s as they make their way through TCR and GT4 traffic, which I also have just spotted. 49 Motorsports Maroon Aston Martin in the middle of a couple of TCR cars. So Victor Chamorro from Spain in the 309 KFM Motorsport Honda Civic, currently running about 8 seconds behind Gorio Autosport's Daniel White in the 311. Johnny Elliott for 11/10ths Racing Team is closing in, and this is the battle for P5. Aubrey Kundal still behind the wheel of the front indented 157 Porsche 911. He decided to take the pit stop and decided, well, forgo the front bumper. I need to be out there and I need to be battling for points. P5 very much on in GT3 AM.
It really is, and I think the thing is that there's so much at stake. There was a huge hit from Johnny Elliott there for 11/10ths race, and that is almost certainly going to be a little bit of a wonky steering wheel on that car now. Again, it's so easy to do, and it seems to be these Porsches that really struggle with that tail end of the car just sliding out into the wall.
Especially with the fact how the drivetrain is laid out in that car, you know, it's over the rear axle, so they're going to get the traction coming out of the corners as Patrick Gannon, I think, is going to go for the race lead. Stephen McDonald has got traffic in front of him. Could this give Patrick Gannon the opportunity he needs? Up the inside of the RD Simsport TCR car that they go. Gannon round the outside through turn number 2. And now, well, I think Stephen McDonald can breathe for a moment, but Patrick Gannon is right on his case for the overall race lead. Yeah,
again, this looks massively, massively controlled there. That was a huge moment there for Brabham Esports there, as that car just weaving to get out of the way with what happened there. That was a TCR car, I think, that was just slow on the exit of the corner there. That did bring RPM Racing right back up to it as well. The problem with that, though, Alex, is that, as I say, Patrick Gannon might catch up to that Brabham Esports car, but it makes no sense whatsoever for him to pass it, because he's pitted 4 laps earlier. He needs that car to tow him around the track here.
Yeah, we're getting on to probably what is lap number 34 of this stint for Patrick Gannon. We're on lap 58 at the moment, so yeah, that's going to be 25 laps that this car will have completed. Stephen McDonald has only completed 20 laps, so we'll have a bit more in reserve, but plus also the fact you've got a twin power turbo straight 6 3-litre under the bonnet of this M4, but then you've got a fire breathing growly 6.2 naturally aspirated V8 ahead, which on the straight stuff is just pulling away, but it's in the twistier parts of the circuit. There's a little bit of a clip on the grass through turn 1 from Brabham Esports Stephen McDonald. I think Patrick Gannon, he's got to go for an opportunity. If he can line it up quite nicely, I think coming down this straightaway, this very long straightaway through from turn 2 to 3, and park it on the inside and give Stephen McDonald the benefit of racing room, that could be his biggest opportunity to date.
It could be, but again, it's that whole thing of does he want to? I get that obviously you want to go for the race win, but if he's going to be marginal on fuel, his best bet is for the next 20 minutes at least, hold on, keep to the back of that car, and then when the car's a little bit more safe, a little bit more green in terms of the fuel, then you can light the fuse and absolutely send it. Because remember, Brabham Esports are likely going to be having to just be careful on the fuel as well. Case in point, actually, 129 seemed to be the fastest lap for a lot of the GT3 cars, but we're doing 130s in these lead cars as well. So I think there is a little bit of pace management going on, and I think RPM Racing just playing that game as well.
I think they're looking at the points percentage here because they're actually ahead of the championship leader, which is Prismatic Motorsports Athena. Emily Howe still behind the wheel. That car has made up 2 places over the course of the last hour and 34 minutes. RPM Racing are second in the championship, 14 points adrift coming into this double header. FTR Esports, who ran at the top 3, third in the standings on 50 points. So top 3 in GT3 Pro covered by 19 points coming into this round. So this will give an opportunity for RPM Racing and FTR Esports GT3 to marginally close that gap, and that could be a possibility whereby both these teams will close that gap to the number 83 car in 4th place.
Yeah, and that's exactly what you've got to watch out for, because there's so many permutations as well. Again, we spoke almost ad nauseum earlier on about how important this race is, with the fact that you're getting the normal amount of points for half the amount of time, etc., on the racetrack. That's what makes it so important, because you can, even if you have a poor race, right, you're still likely to come out with a better points haul tonight than you would from any other race during the season here, Alex. So it's critical they just make the most of that, get as high as they can, and if possible try and finish on that podium. So just watching Stephen McDonald then still in that Brabham Esports machine halfway through the circuit here. We're coming through the 3/4 mark of the race, and 25 minutes left to go here at Detroit Belle Isle. The car's coming up to the right hander. This is up towards turns 12 and 13. And we'll totally pretend that wasn't actually turns 1 and 2, but that's absolutely fine. It's not a problem. Right, a little look up the inside then, and pardon me, I'm absolutely mistaken. I didn't think that was going to happen, but that was a move up for the lead then from RPM Racing, as Patrick Gannon sent it up the inside through that left-hander there. I did not see that one coming through into 7, and that wasn't quite to be. But either way, that BMW is feeling quite frisky right now. So I'm wondering if they've checked the fuel strategy and decided that it is absolutely okay to go, or they know they're going to have to come into the pits, as Prismatic Motorsports Athena into the pit lane as well. And coming out the last couple of corners then, so Patrick Gannon still onto the back of Stephen McDonald here, and I wonder if there's a little bit of fuel saving going on from Stephen McDonald right now with 25 minutes left to go here.
Yeah, we just had a decision on incident number 8, warning for Writer Racing Morris for not leaving racing room, so they got a little slap on the wrist there, David, didn't they?
they absolutely did, and it's so easy to see how that sort of thing happens, Alex. It's never intentional. There's never any malice in these things, but again, with such a tight track and with the walls so close to the track, it makes it so easy for penalties to come thick and fast. And what are we on? We must be on, what, penalty 8 by now?
Yeah, that's the 8th decision being made with regards to any incidents so far in this race. So, I mean, we're getting into the nitty-gritty, aren't we? You know, we're getting into that last 22.5 minutes of where things might be very, very deceptive. As FTR Esports, Richard Cawthron has dropped out of 3rd position, having pitted with just over 20 minutes remaining, as Stephen McDonald is still got Patrick Gannon not that far behind him. Gap is about 3/10, so Stephen McDonald could be playing the points percentage game, but they're also trying to put a warning shot over the bow of Brabham Esports. Now, Brabham Esports, coming into this round, only have 27 points to their credit, as Gannon was briefly looking up the inside. I think he's up for a fight. I think he wants to go for the race lead. He's not hanging about as Patrick Gannon.
He absolutely is, and obviously our viewers won't be aware, but you nipped off to go and make a cup of coffee. Alex, when you left, literally Gannon sent it up the inside. Was there a little... Oh my good lord, I keep forgetting that pit lane entry is there. I just see a car darting off to the right hand side, and my little heart just jumps out. So yeah, RPM racing into the pits. Patrick Gannon obviously didn't have enough fuel in that to go. So now the question is, do Brabham have enough to go at the end? I don't think they will either.
No, because we're on to lap number 63 of this race. Aubrey Kundal now currently in 9th place in the GT3 AM classification, trying to make his way through past some GT4 traffic, as so are some of the GT4 Pro cars, including backmarker Razzle Dazzle in the number 24. Stephen Jones still behind the wheel of that. There's Emily Howe, who's currently in P5. That is Stage 1 Racing Green, who's 3rd place in GT3 AM. So Emily just using discretion as the better part of valor to get through and just make it safely through as such. This will be a solid amount of points for Prismatic Motorsports Athena. Folks, don't forget this is a double header, so double points are effectively available through through taking part in both races and making it to the checkered very, very convincingly. I mean, it's been a steady performance from Emily Howe. She hasn't had to eke out that fuel strategy like we saw last time out, but still to be in the top 5, that's good points. That's good solid performance for Prismatic Motorsports Athena, isn't it?
Totally is. And the thing is that it's always a difficult one, right? Because I want to say it's what we expect, but you never want to expect that from a team, because obviously they're human. They can have bad days as well. But I struggle. Especially with that moment earlier on, I struggle to recall a race where Prismatic have really had hardship. In fact, actually, that's a lie. I'm pretty sure there was an oval race that I commentated on once that they had a bit of a hardship at. But other than that, I mean, they've just been absolutely going for it. And yeah, that's a little bit awkward, but muscling their way through. A little bit of a love tap there. More contact. This is not going to end well. Not going to end well at all.
Yeah, Martin de Jong did not need to do that, as Emily Howe just tried to keep out of the way. And then Martin de Jong, you know, they were rubbing paint side by side. That's not what Motorsports Athena wants in any way, shape or form right there, because Martin de Jong just wanted to get through. Emily Howe was also trying to get through, and you know, at the end of the day, when you've got equal machinery in terms of the classes, because now, look at who is behind. That's why Martin de Jong wanted to get past Emily Howe, because look who's behind. It's Chris van Hoost in the 192 for B-Sim Racing G. Now this is for 2nd position in the class.
The thing with that as well, Alex, is that, you know, Emily doesn't really need to get involved in this. To be honest, it's a difficult one, isn't it? Because at this point, it's like, you know, they'll be getting blue flags and stuff like that. But at the well, no, they won't actually be getting blue flags, of course. But at the end of the day, they're fighting their own fight, and I think that there will be a little bit of trouble given out for that moment where Beat Sim Racing G, where with Stage 1 Racing Green, because I just felt that was an overly aggressive defence of the position that didn't need to happen.
Yeah, it definitely did not need to happen. But at least the main thing is that Emily is still rounding out the top 5 for Prismatic Motorsports Athena. But, oh, now was that a hit into the wall for Beeston Racing G before going into pit lane? I think it was.
I think it was the pair of them, Alex. I think the pair of them hit the wall.
I think they were trying to G it up and sort of like go, yeah, I'll carry the momentum through. Don't hit the wall on the left-hand side. And what do? Crunch.
Anything you can do, I can do better.
Yeah, it's like, hold my beer. Thank you very much.
Dearie me. Right, 15 minutes then. What? I mean, realistically, what can we expect? We've seen that gap go up to 27 seconds for RPM Racing. Surely, Brabham Esports are going to have to come into the pits again, but I think they've done enough to keep this, because all they have to do is like a 5-second splash and dash to hold on to this.
Yeah, it could be very, very close indeed, because there's what now? 17 minutes still to go. Stephen McDonald is now on lap number 66 of this race, and that car pitted on lap number 37. So, you know, that's going to be, well, 37 laps times 2 is 74. And he's running in the mid-130s. Patrick Gannon is running 0.8 of a second lap quicker. So if they've timed this well, that's going to be a very, very crucial strategy. Stephen McDonald we're on board with, and the number 62 Brabham Esports Mercedes. Listen to that V8. Sounds glorious, doesn't it?
It is beautiful. I really, really do like it. The thing is, I'm a total Merc fanboy. Like, I'm just going to put that right out there.
Same here.
And when I saw that thing in real life for the first time at Oulton Park, I was devastated. Like, because it's nowhere near as loud as you think it's going to be, especially when you compare it to the likes of the Lambo. The Lambo is just obnoxious in terms of volume and the roar that it gives off. But it's such a deep-throated growl that comes out the Merc AMG GT3. It's just a brr. It's nowhere near as loud as you think it's actually going to be.
Yeah, and now we're on to lap number 67 with just over 15 and a half minutes to go. And this, you know, with I mean, looking at it from this perspective, Patrick Gannon was in the pits on lap 62 for nearly 15 seconds. Richard Cawthron nearly 13 seconds a lap previously. Emily Howe was in the pits for 14 seconds on lap 60. Tom Knath on lap 63, so 3 laps ago, was in the pit lane for about 13 and a half seconds stationary without the entry and the exit of the pit lane. So yeah, this will be an absolute masterclass if Stephen McDonald pulls this strategy out of the bag and gets it done. I mean, doesn't look to be losing much speed, because he's just done a 130.8 on the previous lap. Patrick Gannon was a 1/10 of a second quicker, or 10th and a half second quicker. So I would think that Stephen McDonald might be doing a little bit of lift and coasting to eke it out as long as possible. With a 27-second advantage, you know, remember what we had with RPM Racing and Prismatic Motorsports Athena last time around? We thought it was going to come to within 6 seconds at the end of the race for the amount of time that RPM Racing were gathering. But it ended up being a 10-second victory. So, yeah, I think McDonald might be doing a little bit of lift and coasting rather than slowing the car down, because if you're using more of the braking to go into the corners, you're having to use more throttle to pull it out of the corners as a direct result.
Absolutely, and the thing is that it would make sense now. 26 seconds, that's a handy gap, and it's not like it's coming flying down. So it's not like you know, the Brabham Esports machine is particularly slower. In fact, it's actually going up a little bit ahead of the RPM race machine. So either way, beautiful strategy. It'll be a fantastic position to be in. Also, let's not forget Richard Cawthron in third place with that FTR Esports GT3 machine. Beautiful performance from that car to get onto the bottom rung of the podium. Then you've got THLF Esports as well for GT3 AM, Equipment Geek Racing Black in second place in GT3 AM, and then Sim Racing Grid as well. It's all going to sort of swap about, I think, on the last couple of laps here, but I think what I'm disappointed by is the TCR fight, as Dexter Castro had a little bit of a wobbly moment in that 49 Motorsport Maroon car. Yeah, the TCR battle has kind of fizzled away into nothingness, but the fact, Alex, that we've still got, 36 cars or 35 cars out there on track right now, fantastic for this championship.
Yeah, I think we've probably got 36. I think we've still got some other cars circulating. Yeah, I make it 39 cars that are still circulating at the moment. Andrew Lau in the 224 GT4 car, that's Vaporworks SimSport GT4. They have been in the pits for over close to 3 minutes now. As we head into the... Yep, so I've just been informed by the man whispering sweet nothings into our ears, our broadcast producer Daniel Costello, saying 41 cars out of the 42 apparently still circulating.
That's exactly what you want, isn't it? That's a fantastic result for this this championship, to have that number of cars still in after this short a race. I mean, we're already coming up to the halfway point in the evening, 2 hours in. Our first race is going to be done and dusted. I think there's going to be a lot to say from a lot of these drivers here, Alex. There's going to be a lot they're going to want to get off their chest after this first race. The other thing is race 2. We have to start thinking about that, because are we going to see drivers starting to throw caution to the wind a little bit more? Are we going to see them starting to take chances now they know how other drivers are going to act?
Well, we've got another incident under investigation, incident 9. Mattin back in the number 219 and Vaporworks SimSport GT4. That would explain why Andrew Lau in the 224 from Vaporworks has been in the pits for over 4 minutes. So that could possibly mean that their race might be at an end. Kyle Mundell for the 182 car. That is going to be... I'm just trying to remember which... Kyle Mundell, that is the Equipment Geek Racing Vault car. So we're now going to see a replay here. Now this is the incident with Andrew Lau and Mattin back. So Mattin back is closing in on the 219. They've got a GT3 car going around the outside of them into the next right-hander. Oh, that's not good.
I don't really have anything to add to that one. That was that was just a straight up murder, is what that was. Goodness me.
You're channeling your inner Taggart there, aren't you?
There's been a murder.
Yes, I've got him to say it finally on a broadcast. Finally. Oh, this is getting a bit hairy here as well. Now, this is 11 tenths versus Equipment Geek Racing Black. Now, this is for 6th position in the GT3 AM class. So that is going to be Johnny Elliott versus Carl Mundell, who we were just mentioning a moment ago. So closing down to the last 10 minutes of 2 hours worth of racing here. Belle circuit in Detroit and Michigan. And Johnny Elliott looks to have the bit between his teeth, but gets a bit of a slow run coming out of that corner. I think that might have been T11 possibly. But yeah, it's just about making sure through turn 12, through turn 13, as, oh, that was a bit of a hit on the wall there for Carl Mundell on the left rear coming out of that corner. That was very, very close indeed as they go through across the start-finish straight to start another lap. We're on to lap number 71 here, David Christie, and Stephen McDonald is less than 9.5 minutes away from getting the checkered flag, and if they pull this strategy off, can that be repeated 2 for 2? Not sure.
We'll find out, but he's for me, fuel-wise, yeah, I think we're good to go on this. I'm looking at it right. So he pitted on 37 laps, and then going on, and then doing another 37 seconds. Sorry, another 37 laps. So I think he's going to be okay for the lead in this Bravo Esports machine. But having a watch of the TCR car, again, we were talking about the paint jobs earlier on, Alex. One of the things with some of these TCR cars is I can never tell if they've got damage or if it's actually just a rather funky looking paint job.
Well, Emerson Gore down for Sapphire Simsport Bravo. That car was in the pit lane for over half an hour and now is back out on the circuit. So they want to pick up some points here. Driveline Simsport, unfortunately, that was the 353, who currently are 9th in the championship standings on 22 points. They were, well, that was basically on 49 laps ago that car effectively DNF'd. Looks like also could be the same for the 128 of Prismatic Motorsports Minerva. Roxy Gibson was behind the wheel, having taken over from Saoirse Fitzpatrick. So, yeah, I mean, here is Matt Terry from Matt in Black, Matt in Back, currently running P7 in the class. Not too far behind one of the cars in front. That is Huge Ass, just in front of them in 6th position. So it's the 219 versus the 237, which is still the current championship leader at the moment, but Beehive might make a slight indent, as we are seeing some last-minute pit stops at the moment. Hunter McDaniel is in the pit lane for, get this, David, Brabham Esports Blue in GT4, and that drops them out of the top 3.
That's heartbreak. That is absolute heartbreak. As Matt Terry and Matt in Black goes into pit lane as well. So that is going to drop them out of the top 10, you would think, with just 6 minutes left to go. This is what happens, you know, you're absolutely on the ragged edge in terms of strategy, in terms of fuel consumption, and in terms of how far you can actually push this. Steve McDonald certainly doesn't look like he's lifting and coasting in that Brabham Esports machine up in the lead of the race. But here we go, this is backmarker Razzle Dazzle, and we've got some little fighting going on here as well. Just a brilliant race here. I've really enjoyed this first one, but I just hope we get even more in the second race. Right, what have you seen, Alex?
D-Line Racing Red in the pit lane. D-Line Racing Red in the pit lane. Tyler Langenberg has been in the pits for nearly 4 minutes and is dropping like a stone down the order. So that's not, they haven't scored any points this season. And has that meant that their race, with about 6 minutes to go on the clock, is going to come to a premature end, I'm afraid. But looking at it from this perspective, you know, we saw them at the sharper end, didn't we? At the GT3 Pro Grid earlier on in the race, but their race seems to have unfolded before, you know, behind the scenes.
Yeah, that's going to be a difficult one for sure to stomach. I was also watching the Stewards channel. I was noticing that Prismatic Motorsports Athena had presumably, and again we don't get all of the information here, but presumably Prismatic had put in a complaint about that contact with the GT3 cars, a little bit of contact on Sam Jones, and Stewards deciding that there was nothing to answer to or nothing to look into on that complaint there. So again, it's just been it's just let go. And to be fair, I mean, it's one of those things. You're never in a win-win position if you're a steward, are you? You're always going to be in the crosshairs for someone.
Yeah, I mean, the stewards do have a very you know, we have to thank them for keeping us updated, but it's always a very, you know, your job as a race steward is not to be liked. You're just doing your job. You're just trying to enforce the regulations within the parameters that are set by them. And we have just been informed that any penalties from here for round 4 will be now post-race. We have just been informed. 4.5 minutes to go, and Stephen McDonnell is halfway round lap number 74 of this circuit. So put it into perspective, David Christie. I think that fuel-saving strategy and going long in the opening stint has really paid dividends, as here is Brabham Esports Blue's very own Hunter McDaniel now closing in on, that is the Beehive car just up ahead. That's Jason Landry behind the wheel of that car. They're going to go through across the start-finish line and start another lap. The gap between them is about 2.5 tenths of a second. Bit of a wallop of curb for Beehive there through the inside of turn number 2. Now onto this back stretch, heading down towards turn number 3. It's one of the biggest overtaking opportunities you've got here on the circuit, but you need to be within like a tenth and a half, I would imagine, irrespective of what class you're in, to try and get a move up the inside to the right-hander at turn 3.
It's going to be a bold move if that's the case, but with that traffic up in front as well, that's going to make it very tempting for Brabham Esports Blue to just get that move sent. And oh, bit of a moment there from both the cars there. Beehive sliding out that corner there, and almost in sympathy, Hunter McDaniel wobbling that car about, gets control of it, and the two of them pick up where they left off. Wow, what car control from both of those drivers right now.
Yeah, that was a big wobble from the pair of them, and that just goes to show how quickly one moment can change the course of your race. And at this later stage, it's about conserving the cars and get them across the finish line, get those points in the bag, because we've got another race coming up, and that is going to really kickstart the second half of the season in true honesty. As one of the GT3 cars comes through, that's the 192 B-Sim Racing G, who are currently in third position in the GT AM class, with Chris Van Hoost absolutely scything up the inside of Beehive there, going through turn number going through onto the start-finish straight through turn number 14. Incident number 10 is under investigation. Oh, Riser Racing Wars seem to be in the wars right now. Now they've got they're being investigated along with Sim Racing Grid in the 191 car, with Mark de Boer behind the wheel. That car currently sitting in P7 overall.
Tell you what, they'd be as well just not leaving the steward's office at this point. The amount that they've been hauled in there today, that is that's quite wild. But yeah, it is one of those things, and it's always a risk, because you know, if you attract the attention of the stewards, then there's the risk that they are going to be more aware of your mishaps or your antics, and yeah, we'll see. It sounds like we've just had the white flag come out, so it does look like Brabham Esports may have just pulled this off.
Yeah, so white flag in the air for what will be Stephen McDonald. We are just over a minute and just under a minute and 20 away from the checkered for race 1 out of 2. So there is our race leader. Stephen McDonald has not put a foot wrong. He's come under significant advances. It will be the white flag when next time that Stephen McDonald will cross the line, because then we'll be within that 2-hour window. 50 seconds on the timer remains. He now makes his way out of the left-hander, down this short blast into the next complex. So it's been a sterling drive from Stephen McDonald. Put it on pole position and managed to have the best. He's done a number on everybody else. He's coming through into what will be, as we are 25 seconds away, not even that, coming close to what will be an emphatic win for Brabham Esports. It will be also, David Christie, their first race win of the season. So 3 different winners out of 4 races for GT3 Pro. So Prismatic Motorsports Athena race 1 and race 3 winners. FTR Esports GT3 won at Hockenheim, and Brabham Esports now on the cusp of becoming a different winner in GT3 Pro. This has really started to spice up the championship very nicely, as now we've hit over 2 hours.
Absolutely has, Alex. But look at the fuel saving going on right now. We are hustling this GT4 McLaren for all it's worth. There is nothing left in that GT3. We're away get overtaken by a car that's on a different lap, but yeah, this is extreme fuel saving, shall we put it that way, from this Brabham Esports machine of Stephen McDonald. Again, we're just hoping that there's enough fuel left in this car. I think it's going to be fine to get there, but wow, talk about cutting it close.
Yeah, definitely, as you referred to the terminology squeaky bum time for Brabham Esports roundabout now. That is also the 185 of Carl Mundell for the Equipment Geek Racing Volt car just up ahead. But Stephen McDonald doing an absolutely brilliant job in this race to make it a one-stop. He's done a bit of a Sergio Perez as the checkered is out. Brabham Esports win overall. And it's going to be RPM Racing, and great drive by Patrick Gannon to take what will be second position. And there he is, the number 23 from RPM Racing, coming through to take the checkered. A good haul of points for the second place team in the championship. There is FTR Esports. They're still in the mix for the championship fight. They will take a welcome spot on the virtual rostrum, courtesy of the efforts one, Richard Cawthraw, who's done an absolutely sterling job. Got a bit mugged on the start. It's going to be THLEF's Tom Canutt that will bring the car across the line after a great opening stint from Bennett Parsons. And the 172 looks to solidify a very good run. They are 21 points behind 11 tenths, who will finish outside, get this, David, outside of the top 5 in GT3 AM, and a flash of the headlights celebrating for the 172 crew. Sapphire Simsport Alpha take the win in GT4 by 21 seconds. Very shortly, there is Martin Assert for the Netherlands, and also, more importantly, for Impulse Racing, who will take the class win in TCR, with KFM Motorsport and Goryeo Autosport rounding out the top 3 in that class.
What I want to know, Alex, is when do they realise, at what point do they realise that they've got to go and do this all over again in just about 25 minutes' time? That was wild. A fantastic 2-hour race here, but again, all eyes are now going to be on the second race of the evening. We saw a little bit of argy-bargy, we saw a little bit of tempers flaring, and I wonder if we're going to get our just desserts in that second race here.
Well, it is going to be a case of put up or shut up, isn't it, in race 2? Okay, round 5 here, folks. But there is your TCR class winner, the 322 of Impulse Racing, starting to close the gap on Goryeo Autosport. But David, well, you know, we had some pretty close quarter multi-class racing here around the streets of Detroit, didn't we, for round 4?
Yeah, I mean, it was very surprising for me, Alex. I've got to be honest. I was expecting much more in terms of chaos and carnage. Just having the one safety car period through the race there, and quite frankly, I mean, it could have been a lot worse. But fantastic race, roll on race 2, and yeah, I think some very happy drivers and teams out there.
Well, Brabham Esports took the win in GT3 Pro by 15 seconds ahead of RPM Racing. FTR Esports ran out the top 3. Prismatic Motorsports Athena still bringing it home 4th. Still hopefully keeping a little bit of a championship lead going into round 5 a little bit later on. Blue Chip Racing, backmarker Razzle Dazzle, we were in the trenches, got hit with 2 penalties but finished 6th at the end of it. Rider Racing Panda running out the top 7, and D-Line Racing Red finishing in 8th, 10 laps down off of the leaders. So next up, GT3 AM, another welcome win for THLF Esports, winning by nearly 12.7 seconds. And that makes it their first ever GT3 AM win in this championship. Winning ahead of Sim Racing Grid, who won last time out at Barber Motorsports Park. B Sim Racing G take a welcome top 3 finish, their first of the season ahead of Stage 1 Racing Green, with both of them clattering into the wall going into their final pit stop of the race. Equipment Geek Racing Black rounded out the top 5 a lap down. 11 tenths Racing in 6th ahead of Cavenated Industries, with the 157 still going around the circuit with the front bumper missing. Blue Chip Racing Academy, Arctic Racing, Backmarker Racing Orange, Vaporworks Simsport team finishing 10 laps down, and Prismatic Motorsports Minerva finishing 25 laps down off of the eventual race winners. Sapphire Simsport Alpha now have taken a race win and become a third different winner in GT4 this season. 21.6 seconds ahead of the 212 of ATRS Academy 12. Huge Ass, which is not the championship leader, rounding out the top 3. Beehive second in the standings, take 4th ahead of Brabham Esports Blue. The current championships leaders in the 237 take 6 ahead of RD Simsport, Samsoid Simsport, FTR Esports GT4, Big One Club completing the top 10 with 49 Motorsports Maroon, Reiter Racing Walrus, Matin Back, and Vaporworks Simsport GT4 team finishing 13 laps down in 14th position. But it was a welcome win, a second of the season for Impulse Racing in the 322, winning by a clear lap over the 3 cars behind. KFM Motorsport taking second position for the first time this season, having been outside of the top 5 all season long so far. A good solid finish for Goryeo Autosport, taking another successive top 3 finish in a row, rounding at the top 3. RD Simsport 258 were 4th ahead of B Sim Racing P, with Sim Racing Grid Phoenix, Sapphire Simsport Bravo, and Driveline Simsport rounding at the 8. Altogether, with Driveline Simsport retiring 55 laps from the finish. So I've just been corrected by Bennett Parsons. Thank you very much. He's just said it's our second win of the season. Maybe because there might have been some post-race penalties after round 3. I'm not 100% sure. But I think we need to speak to some drivers, don't we, David?
I think that would be a great idea. Let's bring in Bennett Parsons and Tom Kinnath then from THLF. And Alex, I'll let you loose on them.
Bennett, thank you very much for correcting me. Domo arigato, as they say over where you are at the moment.
Yeah. Yeah. No problem.
But another win. Really good for the opportunities for you guys in terms of the GT3 AM standings. Closing that gap to 11 tenths who struggled. I mean, not exactly the easiest track to navigate here, is it, at Belle Isle?
Oh, but I love the track. This is a track that I really thrive at. I've always been good with this track, and Tom and I, we used 2 weeks ago the IMSA Sports Car Championship. The endurance race was at Detroit, and we used that as a great opportunity to do a practice of endurance racing, which really led into the good result for today. And thanks to our team for supporting us and all of our sponsors, we really appreciate everything, and that's what all led up to the great result we have today.
Tom, let's turn to you now. Race 1 is already in the bag. Race 2, it's a very close fought circuit. There's walls on either side for the majority of this 2.35 mile track, but it's one to enjoy. It's one to really get a challenge, isn't it?
Yeah, the track is pretty hard and pretty exhausting to drive. So we thought that we were going to split up each race, and yeah, it was pretty exhausting, but felt pretty good.
So now going into race 2, guys, how are you feeling after that win?
Oh, pretty good. Honestly, we were chilling. We weren't really doing much. We were taking it easy. We weren't pushing it. So I think we have a good chance going into the next race for sure.
Yeah, well, Bennett, Tom, thanks very much for joining us in the commentary box, and good luck for race 2, aka round 5, in just a little while.
Thank you very much.
So a big thank you to Tom and Bennett from THLF Esports, who take their second win of the season. And I think we might have another driver to interview, and it's Martin Pearson. Martin, good evening. How are you, buddy?
I'm very good, thank you. Yeah, that was good fun, that.
Quite a close circuit, but for Sapphire Simsport now to take a win in this championship, it fills the team with confidence, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I was pleasantly surprised. I made the right strategy call with taking what I saw as a free pit stop before during the only safety car, and then managed to chase down people and overtake them from there. Yeah, it wasn't easy. The traffic meant I think I was 20 seconds down off the lead at one stage, but I wasn't sure what that meant in terms of other people's fuel. So, no, really pleased with that.
I mean, also coming into this round, the team at Sapphire Simsport Alpha were 5th in the championship. You now started to close the gap to those in front, including Brabham Esports Blue, who finished, I think it was 5th in this event. And that's got to be a real sign of a motivating factor for race 5 tonight, doesn't it?
Yeah, it will be. I just need to keep concentrating. I'm doing both races solo this evening, so yeah, it's going to be tough, but trying to get some food in me now before qualifying starts for the next race.
Well, Martin, all the very best of luck for race 2, and have a good one out there.
Yes, thanks very much, guys. Cheers.
So a big thank you there to Martin Pearson from Sapphire Simsport Alpha, who pick up their first win as well. But really, folks, that is it for race 1, aka round 4, here at the double header for the FTR events Sim 3D GT series with myself, Alex Goldschmidt, and David Christie. Very shortly, lone qualifying will be getting underway, where it will be 10 minutes and 4 laps, but we'll be back after a short break and return to the action here in Motor City in Michigan in the United States of America for round 5. Stay tuned.
brother in my heart can say, if you keep this way, we regret. If your visions are straight on side, with the freedom in me, here to face the war. They always keep on ready for destruction. Oh yes, but I don't worry of things like that. But I know they keep on ready, they keep on ready, they keep on ready for the war. They keep on ready, they keep on ready, they keep on ready for the destroy I and I. They keep on ready, they keep on ready, they keep on ready for the war. They keep on ready, they keep on ready, they keep on ready for the destroy I and I. Oh yeah. Oh no, no. Wa-da-da-da-da-da. In the neighborhood like brothers, that what happened here in this time. We have no distance much longer, 'cause today is day by day, and the feeling so nice. 'Cause today is day by day, and the feeling so nice. They keep on ready, they keep on ready, they keep on ready for the war. They keep on ready, they keep on ready, they keep on ready for destroy I and I. They keep on ready, they keep on ready, they keep on ready for the war. They keep on ready, they keep on ready, they keep on ready for destroy I and I. Yeah. How I can live more stronger if my actions are right. You know I feel like your brother in my heart can say, if you keep this way, you regret. If your visions break your side, the freedom in me here to face the war. Them always keep on ready for destruction. I don't worry of things like that, but I know they keep on ready, they keep on ready, they keep on ready for the war. They keep on ready, they keep on ready, they keep on ready for destroy I and I. They keep on ready, they keep on ready, they keep on ready for the war. They keep on ready, they keep on ready, they keep on ready for destroy I and I. They keep on ready, they keep on ready, they keep on ready for the war. They keep on ready, they keep on ready, they keep on ready for destroy I and I. They keep on ready, they keep on ready, they keep on ready for the war. They keep on ready, they keep on ready, they keep on ready for destroy I and I. They keep on ready, they keep on ready, they keep on ready for the war. They keep on ready, they keep on ready, they keep on ready for destroy I and I. Oh yes, oh yes, oh, oh yes, oh, oh yeah, oh yes, oh, oh yes, oh, oh
Welcome back, folks. It's time for round 5 of season 4 of the FTR Events Sim 3D GT series, brought to you in association with Go for the Gap and race director Alex Goldschmidt and David Christie. Back with you once again. David, a bit of a brief break in between what was 2 hours of madness and bedlam and wondering whether someone was actually going to make sure that they were going to get to the end of the race, but they still did, and Brabham Esports made sure they got across the line to take the checkered flag first, didn't they?
They certainly did, but to be fair, I mean, from what I was expecting right at the start, you thought it was going to be an absolute calamity, but it wasn't. It was actually a really pleasant race. It was really, really enjoyable. We had a couple of minor-ish incidents, fairly major for the teams that were involved, but in the grand scheme of things, great race. I really hope we get exactly the same for the second of the 2-hour races. The problem with it is that now you've got a lot more to lose because you know exactly the game plan of the other drivers and the other teams, and you have a little bit more information about the running length, for example, for these cars. So yeah, brilliant race for race 1, but I am very, very excited for race 2 here.
Yeah, they are going to have a lone qualifying session, which is currently underway as we speak. That'll be 10 minutes or 4 respective laps of this, and there is Stephen McDonald, who took the W for Brabham Esports. Finally, they get a win to their credit, and it was about time that happened, wasn't it, David?
Absolutely. The thing with that as well is that it's always high pressure when it comes to these lone qualifying sessions, because that was a little bit wide there from Steve McDonald. What do we call that now? Is that the esports line there? Couple of wheels on the wheels on the grass there, but I'm pretty sure that wasn't actually a deliberate thing. It wasn't, but we'll see, because there's not a lap on the board. But
yeah, yeah.
I'm not wanting to stir the pot up too much at this stage in the race.
I know. You never are, mate. You never are. You have the best intentions at heart, of course.
Hashtag drive like no one's watching.
or hashtag drive like you stole it. But the lap times are coming in. Blue Chip Racing leading GT3 Pro, 1 minute 28.468. 11 tenths leading the way in GT3 AM. Beehive leading in GT4. And Impulse, Beehive leading in GT4 by just 93 thousandths of a second ahead of Huge Ass, with Impulse Racing leading the way in TCR, as we still continue to ride on board with the number 62 Mercedes of Brabham Esports' very own Stephen McDonald, waiting for a lap to show on the board for him. But at the moment, nothing showing quite yet. He might be on his first quali lap here.
Yeah, that's him just started it. You could see that he was, or at least you could hear he was just gently bringing that car up to speed, up to pace. And that's exactly what he's done now. He's lit the torch paper. He's on it right now. But again, it's just a case of where that car's going to fit in. Some very, very close lap times getting put in all through, not just GT3 Pro, but through GT3 AM as well, as 11 tenths racing take pole on the GT3 AM side, 128.2 right now. So that's a cracking lap actually from 11 tenths right now. Behind as well in the lead of GT4. So again, halfway through. What you'll usually find as well, Alex, is that it's 8 minutes. That seems to be the magic marker where all hell breaks off and all the times that come in.
Yeah, we rumble on with Stephen McDonald coming through into what would be, I think, the turn 8 to 11 complex. Now it's going to be the short run down. Interestingly enough, that was Johnny Elliott that's got the overall fastest lap time, but then it's Sebastian Boscher for back marker Razzle Dazzle, 1 minute 28.118, fastest lap overall, but Steve McDonald will very soon be heading across the start finish line, which he does now. What's the lap time from Brabham Esports? Stop the time sheets, 1 minute 27.966, 1.5 tenths quicker.
Bosh. I think that's exactly what you say to that one. Brilliant stuff there. However, there's quite a few teams that I'm expecting to see up towards the front end of that, certainly for qualifying as well. We've got 4 minutes left to go, 3 minutes and 50 odd seconds here, so we'll have a look. 11 tenths racing cutting through GT3 AM. Johnny Elliott behind the wheel of the 111 machine just now, 0.2 of a second ahead of Prismatic Motorsports Minerva. And again, it's kind of tantalising, isn't it, Alex, to think we've got another 2 hours ahead of us here.
You're very much on point there, David. That was a not exactly a full push lap there for Johnny Elliott, but that lap actually puts him 4th overall in terms of qualifying. So it's Sebastian Boscher-Williams for backmarker Razzle Dazzle, a 10.5 behind. And then it's Blue Chip Racing's Raymond Yip. That is a further 29 thousandths of a second. And also for the number 83 of Prismatic Motorsports Athena, that's Emily Howe, 72 thousandths behind Patrick Gannon, who was so close for the W. He was really, really pushing. The issue with Steve McDonald in the latter stages of the race before diving in the pit lane with less than 20 minutes still to go. The 2:38 of Alex Coffard from Hugh Jass and the Mercedes, as Stephen McDonald has lit the PH paper alight. 1 minute 27.786, 0.33 ahead of backmarker Razzle Dazzle, and with 7.5 minutes of the 10-minute qualifying session completed, that's a warning shot if ever I saw one there, David.
Yeah, that's a banger of a lap going in there. Really, really good lap there. But also backmarker Razzle Dazzle, as you said, I mean, 0.3 of a second off of that pace right now. It's going to be difficult to see who, if anyone, is able to bring anything to that. I'm wondering if RPM Racing Patrick Gannon going to be able to bring that up. But again, I mean, qualifying's great, but it only means so much. It's how you navigate that first 5-10 minutes of chaos that happens. That's where all the real gains are made, I would think, anyway. But just seeing Tom Kuna there for THLF Esports pulling off the track there. Again, it's qualifying is nice, but it's not the be all and end all. You can undo having a compromised position in qualifying. It can be done, in RPM Racing there into to 4th position. Great lap there though from backmarker Razzle Dazzle, taking that gap down to 2:10 and 1:28.04. Sim Racing Grid though, just seeing their GT3 AM moving up to 3rd position. Some very close fractions of a second here.
Yeah, it's been a lot closer than the previous qualifying session. Daniel Martin goes P2 for RD Simsport in the 358 Hyundai Elantra. There's Giovanni Romano from Canada in the 237. The current championship leaders coming into this double header here at Belle Isle, Detroit in Michigan. He goes across the line. Personal best, but still remains 3rd position. Then we've got the Hornet's Nest exhaust coming from KFM Motorsports Honda Civic TCR car there.
It sounds like something you'd hear on a Friday night at Tesco.
It's like someone making, like those people that make those exhaust noises through the cans on like Instagram and TikTok. That's what it kind of sounded like to me.
That was me at 7 with we had these things here in Scotland called quench cups with a little plastic.
Yes.
Yeah. I didn't know if you got them all through the UK, but you would drink them and then you'd shove it in the back tire of your bike, and it'd sound like a little car going along. It was brilliant, absolutely beautiful stuff. Lekker, as our broadcast producer Daniel would say.
Yes, indeed, of course. But that is qualifying completed for race number 5 out of 7 for the 4th season of the FTR event Sim 3D GT Series here at the fantastic, very, very technical, very, very challenging circuit here at Belle Isle, Detroit in Michigan. Detroit also being known as Motor City. The headquarters of Ford Global, not too far from this location in Dearborn in Michigan. And then also you've got the likes of GM, amongst others. 2 of the top 3, the big 3 as they were called back in the day. To a point they probably still are in the automotive industry. I left that industry about 3 years ago. But again, we saw some great racing. We did see some incidents. We did see a little bit of clumsiness as well, didn't we, David?
Yeah, we did. And I'm feeling quite restrained for it, but we'll talk more about that in a minute as we've got the grid here for the race.
So once again, it's 2 for 2 for Brabham Esports. Backmarker Razzle Dazzle will be back alongside them on the front row. Blue Chip Racing and RPM Racing row 2, Prismatic Motorsports Athena and Writer Racing Panda row 3, with FTR Esports GT3 starting 7th. And alongside them will be D-Line Racing Red in the number 69. 11 tenths take pole position in the AM class with now two-time race winners THLF Esports, Sim Racing Grid and Prismatic Motorsports Minerva on row 2, Stage 1 Racing Green and Caffeinated Industries row 3, row 4 Blue Chip Racing Academy and Vaporworks Simsport Team, then it's Equipment Geek Racing Black and Backmarker Racing Orange rounding out the top 10, Arctic Racing and B-Sim Racing G completing the 12-strong grid. Beehive and Huge Ass rounding out the front row, that's the 238, the 237 championship leader, Huge Ass on the inside of row 2, alongside race 4 winners, Sapphire Simsport Alpha. Brabham Esports Blue and RD Simsport round out row 3, ahead of ATRS Academy 12 and Writer Racing Walrus, with 49 Motorsports Maroon and Vaporworks Simsports GT4 rounding out the top 10 in that class. And we've also got Big One Club, FTR Esports GT4 and Samsung Simsport rounding out the 13 strong. Then it's going to be Impulse Racing, KFM Motorsport on the front row for TCR, RD Simsport 358, Gorio Autosport, Sim Racing Grid Phoenix, Sapphire Simsport Bravo and B-Sim Racing P rounding out the TCR grid, thereby completing the over 40 strong car grid we got here once again tonight. Well, as we see the track pans here, thoughts ahead of this second race of the night, David? You know, it's a bit of a longer affair than we've seen in the customary 4-hour format that we'll be going back to for rounds 6 and 7 over the next couple of months.
It's something different, isn't it? And I really like this. I think for me, this is one of the only championships that's given us this this mix-up halfway through. And it gives us so much to talk about for the remainder of the season as well, with the 2 rounds, double points, because essentially you're halving the pace of one race and getting double the points for it. So absolutely love it. However, this is where I'm a little bit etchy, if I'm honest. Just I'm not sure what's going to happen. Brabham Esports are in the best possible position right now because with them being so far ahead, I honestly think they're in a commanding position right now. What I'm looking to is GT3 AM and GT4 to see how they pan out for this race. I'm not going to have any fingernails left at the end of this race, that's for sure.
I could already feel my ears burning because they're nearly bitten down to the quick, aren't they?
Pretty much. Just chatting away.
Yeah, indeed. But there has been a post-race decision for Stewards Investigation number 10 for race 4. Sim Racing Grid did get given a drive-through penalty for incident number 10, including Writer Racing Walrus, but that has now been converted to a post-race 15-second time penalty for round number 4. So that is not going to help them in terms of their charge in the GT3 AM Championship. They were currently 26 points behind 11 tenths Racing Team coming into this double-header tonight. So that might have put a little bit of a fly in the ointment for that crew there, I think.
Again, it's not what you want to be having at this stage of the championship. You don't want to be essentially giving points away, and that's exactly what it is. So
the Porsche pace car leading the respective fields. Hopefully, we're not going to see a repeat of the GT4 start that we had with RD Simsport decided to completely leaving everyone behind and then deciding to go and then hold back. It's not what you want to see on a race start, but there are intervals between all the respective classes, so it will be GT3 Pro, and it looks like they're also going to have the AM cars not too far behind, pretty much with them. So, for those wondering, the banners on the top of the windscreens, red indicates GT3 Pro, blue indicates GT3 AM as the Porsche pace car peels away ahead of round 5 of the FTR event, Sim 3D GT Series. We're about to get things underway. Under starter's orders, red lights on the gantry, and the second race here at Belle is a go. And another good start by backmarker Razzle Dazzle, who pull alongside RPM Racing. Sebastian Boscher-Williams going toe-to-toe, side to side with Patrick Gannon, and gets the overlap through turn 2.
Beautiful start there, but again, Bravo Esports getting a cracking start away off into the distance there. GT4 and coming through turns 1 and 2, and they form an orderly queue. You can see a little bit of uncertainty through the back ends of the field there, but again, they're all looking very, very prim and proper here as we cut back to the TCRs. They get underway as well. Again, the TCRs, it's a mixed affair with these guys because they have to be so gentle during these first couple of laps because they will absolutely torch the tyres and make them completely unusable if they don't. But yeah, good start for the TCRs as we cut back to GT3s, and a fairly orderly start so far.
Yeah. Prismatic Motorsport Minerva's very own Saoirse Fitzpatrick trying to go toe-to-toe with Stage 1 Racing Green. That is Martin de Jong, who's behind the wheel of that car, who brought the car home across the line in the top 3 in the earlier race this evening. So Saoirse Fitzpatrick and Roxy Gibson will look to make a bit more inroads this time, not having a good opening race of the evening. So still in these early days, as you said to everybody at the beginning of the broadcast earlier on, David, that it is about these first 5, 10, maybe 15 minutes at a push where you've got to just sort of really put the feelers out, but not make any too big unforced errors or try to go from 0 to hero quite quickly.
Yeah, and just to clarify and also elaborate on what we mean by that, when you think about it, right, you go through a race start, and it's the same in real life, in a real life race start as it is in the sim as well. Your heart rate is massively elevated, you're stressed, you want to make sure you get the best possible start that you can do, so your heart rate is elevated by about maybe say 20-30 beats per minute than it normally would be at rest anyway. Then once that calms down, your body's not sort of thrust as much adrenaline through as you possibly can. As Sim Racing Grid Phoenix then a beautiful move up the inside of Sapphire Sim Sport Bravo. But again, once that 5-10 minutes is gone, Alex, the body starts to calm down a bit. Your mind stops going at 3 million miles an hour. You can actually calm down and think about what is going on in front of you, and you don't make rash decisions, and you don't have silly little things happening to you. Now, that's why it's so important, because if you overdrive the car, then it comes back to haunt you later on when you've got no tyres left 5-10 laps earlier than everyone else around you.
Yeah, Stephen McDonald now has to battle away with Sebastian Boscher-Williams for backmarker Razzle Dazzle as RPM Racing's Patrick Gannon lights up the timesheets purple. 1 minute 28.886 for the number 23, rounding out the top 3 overall. And also the good thing is for Johnny Elliott, he's also put in the fastest lap whilst leading the GT3 AM class as they now head into this next complex. But Brabham Esports, Stephen McDonald, has opened up that gap ever so slightly. It's got the grunt coming out of the corners, but the Porsche and the BMW should be able to help themselves within the twisty stuff here at Belle Isle as Patrick Gannon now gets onto the coattails of backmarker Razzle Dazzle's Sebastian Boscher-Williams. Now will the BMW have the opportunity to get through? They're going to head through into this left-hand kink, into the right hand, and now here at turn 7. Now this is where the complexity of this circuit really comes in, through turn 8, now into turn 9, and then through the third successive left-hander at turn 10 for a near on over 90-degree angled corner at turn 11, and then it's the short, sharp run through into turn 12. Listen to that flat 6 boxer engine from the Porsche 911, the number 24 of backmarker Razzle Dazzle, Sebastian Boscher-Williams. It does sound nice from this angle, doesn't it, David?
Not only sound nice, those flames coming out the exhaust, like beautiful. Huge thanks to Daniel, our broadcast producer, for these incredible views here. Fastest lap company now, Prismatic Motorsport Arena. So this is now safely, this is 100% a 5-car train for the lead of GT3 Pro now. They're all within about 2 seconds of each other here. One mistake will cost these drivers dearly indeed. So very, very interesting here, because I did think Brabham Esports were breaking away a little bit, but I wonder if they're just maybe want to ease off a little bit, maybe hold on a little bit more of that fuel and just make sure that they're able to repeat that performance that they did. Looks like exactly the same story as well, Alex, down in GT4.
Yeah, Beehive leading the way. It's 3.5 tenths of a second between that car and the 238 Mercedes of Hugh Jass, piloted by Alex Coffard from the United States. Then we've also got Giovanni Romano from Canada in the sister car that is currently leading the championship in this class. They're all being very, very careful, very much treading on eggshells at the moment, and there are quite a few headlights starting to show on the front of these cars. So what does that mean, folks? The sun is starting to lower. We will have a little bit more of a sunset feel in a few moments' time, I fear. But the good thing is, David, we're 6 minutes in, and at the moment, we've yet to see whether the GT3 Pros are going to catch up with the TCRs, because in the first 8 minutes, we saw Brabham Esports' Stephen McDonald closing in and passing TCR machinery early doors.
Yeah, to be fair, I think that might have been some TCRs that were either caught up in accidents or thrown towards the back of the field for whatever reason. I don't think we're going to see that, as we see Patrick Gannon there up the inside, and RPM Racing, I saw that one coming. Backmarker razzle dazzle down to third position. So that is huge, because RPM Racing really showed us in race one they have the pace. If that was me and I'm in Brabham Esports right now, I'm a little bit concerned, because that car now behind has been unleashed and they're going to be straight onto the tail of it.
I think there's one particular line in Star Trek 6, The Undiscovered Country, cry havoc and let slip the dogs of war, and that's exactly what Patrick Gannon is doing right now. Denied of a victory in the opening race of the evening, but now wants to give I think even more pressure to Stephen McDonald. Martin Pearson, who was doing the double for Sapphire SimSport Alpha, looking up the inside of Giovanni Romano, and that is allowing the 290 of Stephen Walkup from Brabham Esports Blue to try and see if he can make his way through at some point. Then also, Martin Asson is also doing double duty for Impulse Racing, and he's just set the fastest lap. And look at that lap from a TCR car. It's a 1 minute 37.9. No one else in that class is anywhere near it at best, by probably about 3.5 tenths of a second. So Impulse Racing starting as they mean to go on, and now it's the battle between.
Change for the lead. RPM Racing into the lead.
Patrick Gannon around the outside, down through into turn 3. Inspired driving. He saw the back marker traffic in front of him and he went, right, I'm not hanging around right now, and he's done exactly what he needed to do. And again at the 8 minute mark, the leaders in GT3 Pro both negotiating their way through, and there's nearly a moment there for the back marker razzle dazzle car. They've got Blue Chip Racing right on their 6, and the TCR car is causing pandemonium behind, and there's Emily Howe not too far adrift, about 3 tenths of a second in the number 83 BMW M4 GT3 from Prismatic Motorsports Athena. This race has definitely got excitement written all over it.
Let's go. This is exactly what I was talking about. Amazing driving, amazing awareness from all of the drivers, especially from that TCR car. Didn't panic under pressure there with all those GT3 cars on the tail end of them there. Had to just sort of keep themselves calm, kept themselves in a constant position, and let everybody else file their way through. But I tell you what, RPM Racing 5 tenths of a second now ahead of Brabham Esports, Alex. That is a huge move, because you get the feeling if they'd done that in race 1, it would have been a very, very different story indeed. Look at the lap time there though, 1:30.038, 1:30 for everyone. RPM Racing, that last lap there, were 1.4 seconds faster than all other cars in GT3 Pro.
Right, we're going to have a little bit of a challenge here. Blue Chip Racing, we've got Prismatic Motorsports Athena up the inside through turn number 3. The Porsche runs a little bit wide into the next right-hander. They will go, and Emily Howe looking to steal a march and gets the move done. But now it's going to be, she pulls alongside and pulls past Blue Chip Racing. So great work by the number 83 up to 4th position, but drama for the KFM Motorsport car. It hits the barriers on the left-hand side and has got significant left-hand side damage, I fear, and is trying to keep out of harm's way.
Yeah, that's the horrible, horrible thing to see, because you never want to see that, Alex. You never want to see a car that's trying to, keep themselves out of danger for all of the other cars and then end up hitting the wall themselves. So, yeah, horrible, horrible to see there. But great move there from Prismatic Motorsports Athena there. Good recovery drive as well after that first race here. I wouldn't put them out of getting up onto that second or third place on the podium.
Exactly. They've got about a 2.8 second deficit to back marker Razzle Dazzle. I did actually hear when we were on board with Sebastian Boscher-Williams that out of the corner, the Porsche was wheel spinning its tyres whilst trying to put the traction down. So it might be that if there's a corner where there's a little bump, a little undulation, that Porsche is going to struggle to put the power down. And you look at the lap times, a 1 minute 28.66 from Patrick Gannon. He was 1.6 seconds quicker than Stephen McDonald. I think Brabham Esports now have some work to do.
Yeah, they really do. I wonder if it's to do with these changing conditions here, Alex, because obviously the sun's starting to go down, the temperature on the track cooling down. It seems like these are the cars that are starting to get affected here. RPM Racing, though, as you said, 2 seconds to the good now on this first 10 minutes of the race. I know I said you had to calm down and ease yourself into the first 10 minutes, but it wasn't quite that calm that I meant for Brabham Esports.
Yeah, I mean, the wind's lower, the humidity's higher, but in colder conditions, a turbocharged engine will benefit from colder, denser air going through into the ram scoop and going directly into the turbocharger. As now we see this battle. Now this is Stephen Walker battling again with Giovanni Romano for the GT. This is the GT4 championship leader that they're battling against, and this is going to be for P4. Stephen Walker looking up the inside through into turn 3. New Jas keep out of the way and they leave the door open. I think that was very, very strategic, as look at the lap times. Now Stephen McDonald starts to respond, goes a 10th quicker than RPM Racing's Patrick Gannon, and now the gap between them is 1 3/4 seconds.
That looks like all of them are starting to get that message there. That's 128 for all of the teams there. Again, it could be a case of that they're just trying to manage the pace at this point in time. They're maybe trying to manage the tyres. We don't know. We're watching this fight, though, for P8 just now, as Equipment Geek Racing, Black and Vaporworks SimSport team as well, all fighting it out here. This is epic stuff for the GT3 AMP battle. You've got Arctic Racing involved in that as well, and Blue Chip Racing Academy. This is just a fantastic start to the race, but you get the feeling this can't hold this current pace, this current aggression from all the drivers. Something's got to give.
They've got the TCR class leader of Impulse Racing just ahead. There is the 185. Now that is Equipment Geek Racing Black. They have got, once again, Kyle Mundell behind the wheel, who is trying to close in on QNIN. Once again in the Vaporworks SimSport team, BMW. But again, we're back on board with Chase Brown, this time in the 107 Blue Chip Racing Academy car, who's in the walls around about this stage of the opening race here tonight. But a lot of closer pack racing we're seeing now that they've got those 2 hours underneath their belt from earlier on. I think we're going to have a real exciting, probably the best part of just over an hour and 3/4 still to go here, David.
Bring it on. That's what I say. Bring it on. I'm very much looking forward to the remainder of this race. And again, with all the cars passing by, didn't we have our first safety car by this point in race 1? So we've already, I think, outdone ourselves in that point.
Yeah, it was about 3 minutes after, 3 minutes before this point, as we hit 14 minutes completed. Queued in, looking towards the outside of Chase Brown into the right-hander, but the 107 Blue Chip Racing Academy Porsche holds its ground. And oh, I see what you were talking about with those flames in the back end of that Porsche. My goodness me, popping and banging like a good one as it goes up the rev range, slows down through the corners. The unburnt exhaust fuel making some lovely images from the back exhaust of that flat 6-boxer engine in that Porsche.
It's beautiful, isn't it? It's like a 1 litre Corsa on a Friday night at Tesco. Let's go. That's exactly what you're. It's exactly what you're wanting. Slight difference in performance. Slight difference in the cost of the car. Yeah, cost of the car as well. Driver maybe. We'll we'll not say too much on that. Back to the GT4. So what a race we've got for the lead right now. Beehive and Hugh Jass just properly going at it right now. This is epic stuff here.
Kevin Bellen's running for Beehive in the 207 McLaren 570S GT4 with Alex Coffard for the 238 Hugh Jass entry. This is the battle for the race lead. They have got Martin Pearson not too far behind them, about 0.8 of a second, because Sapphire Simsport Alpha, Martin Pearson doing what he needs to do. There has also been, there is incident number 1 of race number 5 currently under investigation. And what's more, it's Brabham Esports and Vaporworks Simsport GT4 in the 224 being investigated by Race Control.
Eesh, that's not what you want. We'll have to wait and see what happens there. But again, it's just, you just don't want to put yourself in the firing line. You don't want to put yourself under the scrutiny of the stewards in any way whatsoever. But yeah, we'll wait and see. Also, I'm noticing the GT3 AM battle, that's heating up as well. 1110s Racing and THLF Esports, they're getting quite close together on track, but nothing right now as on the GT4s. Because now here comes Sapphire Simsport Alpha into the mix as well in that 3rd position. So they are really going for it just now. I'm absolutely loving every single moment of this.
Yeah. Beehive were 0.2 quicker than Hugh Jass on that last lap. Top 3 in the class, covered by just over 0.8 of a second as they go through turn number 2. As, glance of the wall there from Brabham Esports Blue. And that was Stephen Walkup clipping the right rear on the outside wall going through turn number 2. Be very careful, Kevin Bellens. You don't want to drop a wheel onto the grass, because if that car spins out, you're going to be hard into the barriers and you're going to lose the race lead at this early stage. Coming up to the 17-minute marker completed here on race number 2 of the evening, round 5 of the 4th season of the FTR Events Sim 3D GT Series, brought to you in association with Go for the Gap and also Race Director. But Alex Coffard is giving Kevin Bellens no room to breathe right now.
No, absolutely not. There's just no respite at all from this little fight right now. Hugh Jass racing in that GT4 all over the back of it, and Sapphire Simsport Alpha also into the mix as well. And I've got to be honest, that Hugh Jass racing, it reminds me of the old Ford's racing liveries of the 90s. I'm pretty sure it was the Puma era, wasn't it? Or the Mondeo it was, I think, that had those livery on it.
It was when the Puma Racing WRC, rally car was actually sponsored. I think it was an ode to Michelin Pilot tyres, if I remember correctly.
That's it, yeah.
So the good old Bibendium on the respective sides of the car. Very close to the wall went the 207 from Beehive there. You're chancing with fate here at Belle Isle, Detroit, if you're getting ever closer to that wall. We saw that quite a lot in the opening race, and I'm sure, David, with the pace that is being shown. But keep your eyes on what's happening with the race lead in GT3 Pro. Stephen McDonald is now fighting back with Patrick Gannon. And look at what is going to be happening a little bit further behind. There I've just seen Prismatic Motorsports Athena, as that was Vaporworks Simsport teams Cune in, getting very close. I think might have just caught the tyre barrier through into turn number 3 whilst trying to facilitate a move on the 107 of Blue Chip Racing Academy, and they have got traffic in front of them, which also includes one of the GT4 cars. Looks like the number 21, that is FTR Esports. That has got Jack Nitterback behind the wheel of that car. Richard Cawthron was behind the wheel of it early doors. And look at how close these speeds are when a GT3 passes a GT4 out on the circuit. Incredible.
That is wild stuff there.
Drive-through penalty. Brabham Esports for avoidable contact for the incident with the 224 of Vaporworks Simsport. And that was involving Keaton Marcheschi there on that particular occasion, and he's instantly serving it. Good call there from Stephen McDonald. Once you get a drive-through penalty, get that penalty out of the way and then get going like thunder.
Wow, that has set the cat amongst the pigeons on that one. Yeah, that's what it looks like, about 20 seconds loss on that one. I mean, obviously the best hope they've got right now is for some sort of safety car to bring all of those cars back up together. But you mentioned there, right, you said there about traffic. That is just nuts. There was like 7 cars all within 3 seconds of each other, and all in different classes as well. It's just absolute crazy. As you can see, the GT4 car getting past like it's just standing still here. But the GT4 battle is insane right now. Beehive just ahead of Hugh Jass and Sapphire Simsport Alpha. What a breath of fresh air that is for RPM Racing though. They get to run off and make some hay while the sun shines here with just 20 minutes gone in this race.
Yeah, and effectively that means that Brabham Esports now find themselves the best part of over 15 to 17 seconds behind our race leader Patrick Gannon, who did a number on Stephen McDonald, who now runs 9th overall, but he's going to try and make hay whilst the sun still is shining. He's got Martin de Jong up ahead in the GT3 Amcast car as they're trying to get past the 237 of Hugh Jass. Through, and Stephen McDonald decides, yeah, I'm sorry, you're a GT3 AM car. Pro coming through right now. You know what? One of the things I liked about that from Stephen McDonald, he was 110% convinced that I'm going to get past this car and I'm going to make some headway. He's got just under an hour and 40 still to go, David. And that just shows a driver that is using controlled, ruthless aggression to pass GT3 AM and other traffic, because he's got a couple of GT3s and a GT4 in front. That is very brave going through the inside of turn number 3 right there.
But 9 times out of 10, Alex, that's exactly what you need. You need that confidence, you need that belief that the move is already done and that it's already in the bag. So yeah, that's exactly what you need there. And Martin Pearson there still just trying to hold on to what's left of that.
Yeah, I'm quite surprised because Beehive, for some reason, they went in on lap 13 and spent 20 seconds in the pit box. So I'm wondering what on earth has happened to Beehive. For some reason, they found that they are, well, they're not leading the race now because it's Alex Coffard in the 238 Mercedes, as there are drivers coming to pit lane very, very early. So that is Sapphire Simsport Alpha's Martin Pearson. Is there a different strategy we're seeing emerge here in this second race?
Quite possibly. They might have been maybe waiting for a early safety car. I'm wondering if maybe they underfueled a little bit just to get the pace. And yeah, so Beehive already into the pits there. That's very, very wide there from Alex Coffard. But yeah, look, this is strategy now playing itself out. We didn't see too much of it because I think the drivers and the teams had the hand thrown to them with that early safety car. But now we're starting to see what they actually have.
That's going to be quite crucial considering the fact that Patrick Gannon is about 8.5 seconds up the road from Sebastian Bosch-Williams. Emily Howe for Prismatic Motorsports Athena rounds out the top 3, followed by Raymond Yip. And now also Stephen McDonald, who's now made his way up to 7th position, having quickly got through on Landon Patmore in the 191 and Martin de Jong in the 193. So, and that is Sim Racing Grid and also the 193 of Stage 1 Racing Green, who are now embroiled in their own battle in the GT3 classification for P3, as they're again through on now TCR traffic. First of all, the 353 of Driveline Simsport is quickly dispatched by Stephen McDonald from Brabham Esports, so he's not hanging about, and at the moment his lap times are in the 1:29.8. Patrick Gannon in the meantime running in the 1:28.7s.
This is starting to get a little bit interesting, isn't it?
Yeah.
There's so many moving pieces to this puzzle right now. We saw this from the second half of the first race there, where Brabham Esports were slowing down significantly. My lord, what on earth just happened there to Stage 1 Racing Green? Was that a brake failure or something?
Well, that was Martin de Jong going literally quite straight on, so was it a technical fade? He might have just outbraked himself, possibly. He's managed to get the car turned around at turn 3, as that is the number 237 of Hugh Jast, the current GT4 class leader, that he's just rejoined in front of. So I think Martin de Jong might have just been caught out unawares, whether there was a software or a technical problem in terms of hardware. That can sometimes happen. I mean, I remember the ADAC Sim Racing Expo Professional Trophy, where Dennis Schoeninger, formerly of Unicorns of Love, who was running with that squad at the time, was leading on lap 1 at Mount Panorama and went straight on at the chase with a brake pedal failure. So sometimes it's not just the equipment, it can be the software. You know, the drivers that these components are plugged into by a multitude of USB 2.0 and USB-C sockets in their respective gaming PCs. So that can sometimes happen. There can be sometimes a little bit of a blip.
I've had first-hand experience of that as a driver that uses VR. There's nothing worse than when the software has a stutter where it freezes momentarily and your display is solid, and then suddenly, you know, you're kind of, it refreshes and you're into a wall upside down.
David, I want to just bring to your attention something. Stephen McDonald has lit the timesheets purple and alight. 1 minute 28.36 on lap 17. This man is driving that Mercedes AMG GT3 Evo like he stole it.
Should we check in case he has, actually, to be fair, because that is quite wild pace going on right there. That's a fast lap.
I'll send a message to David Bradley saying, what have you been feeding your drivers?
Oh man, that is exactly what they want. But it's, you know, recovery control, isn't it? Down in 5th place there, they have to do everything they can. I'm also watching that gap starting to come down now to backmarker Razzle Dazzle as well. So yeah. I wouldn't put Brabham out of this just yet. We've got an hour and a half left to go. Anything can happen.
Yes, indeed. And now we see that the top 5 in GT3 Pro, folks, get this, covered by just over 18 seconds after what is now nearly 18 and a half laps of competition. Chase Brown trying to close on in the Arctic Racing car just up ahead. The gap between them is about half a second. So Arctic Racing really trying to do their level best to try and close on in, but look behind, Kuhn in there for the 122. Vaporworks SimSport BMW is closing on Chase Brown. Gets very close in the braking zone through turns 3 and into the right-hander here at 4 before the left-hander here at 5. Just one of the things I love about the circuit is that there's no, like, you know, when you get those corners that sort of flow and you get that nice bandwidth of lateral sideways momentum in terms of the shift of the point of gravity on these cars. It's absolutely enthralling to watch, especially from low down on the camera angles on these cars.
It is to a certain point, but as someone who does enjoy getting behind the wheel, it makes me green with envy watching how fast these drivers are able to take round to the track. No, it's incredible skill that it takes. And listen, we speak to these drivers week in, week out, and they leave these races, Alex, with the biggest smile on their faces. They love this sort of stuff where you're fighting side by side.
Jared Bridewell's got no front bumper on the 258 RD SimSport GT4 car at the moment. Is he taking a page out of Aubrey Kundal from Caffeinated Industries and the 157 Porsche from race 4? I think so, maybe. But yeah, unlike where we did see one of the cars that was missing a rear bumper, now we see a Merc GT4 car that is missing a front one.
It's enough spares there. That was a little bit naughty, I think.
Right, that's the slap on the wrist for Reiter Racing Panda right there that just went through.
I'm wondering what happened there. That was really strange. It doesn't look like that's something a driver would do deliberately. I wonder maybe if that was like a little bit of netcode or something. But it definitely did look like that car just dropped out on the left-hand side under braking and accidentally caught that car there. That's I mean, thankfully no harm came of it, but it seems a little bit disrespectful for my liking.
Yeah, there's the number 21, Jack Litterbach, behind the wheel of that car. Currently down in 20th position overall, but Patrick Gannon is now responding to Brabham Esports, now taking the fastest lap of the race. 1 minute 28.270 from the number 23 BMW, leading the field by... Oh look, he just put some distance between himself and Sebastian Boschel-Williams from backmarker Razzle Dazzle. That was nearly 0.8 quicker on that last lap. Incredible pace from Patrick Gannon. They have unleashed him here tonight in race 5.
Yeah, you were saying about Stephen McDonald and what they were feeding him. That's well and truly answered that question, taking an extra 1/10 of a second out of that current fastest lap of the race so far. And like I said, we're now a quarter of the race through, and we can settle down into a rhythm many of the drivers already have. This is where it starts to get really dodgy, and there we go.
No, not again. It's the 107, had the 122 up the inside, and the Blue Chip Racing Academy car gets turned around again at the same corner. Turn 3.
Oh, you hate to see it. Goodness me. Well, I mean, right, firstly, thankfully, there's no yellow flag. There's no safety car got brought out there. That corner, that's the second time we've seen a car miss its braking point and go straight on. That one ended up into contact. But my goodness me, Alex, this is if that's the most we have to deal with in the first half hour, I'll take it.
Yeah, fingers crossed. It's all I'm saying on that one, but yeah, that was a real shame. I mean, Cunin going up the inside of the 107 of Chase Brown, and Chase Brown having to be a passenger. That was the same corner that happened, and that happened, 20 minutes later than the incident that we happened. But bearing in mind that we didn't have the incident that happened behind them with Sapphire Simsport Bravo from the TCR class being turned around as well at the very same corner, which then brought out the full course yellow. So yeah, I think at the end of the day, I think that's going to be investigated, because I can feel my ears burning with an incoming stewards announcement very shortly.
Well, I think less said about that one the better, especially by me. You know how much my mouth tends to get me into trouble on these sorts of issues, so I'm going to just stay very, very quiet and enjoy the action, which I hope everybody at home is actually doing instead, as we're watching Jared Bridwell here for RD Simsport. Great to see. I know you hear that, right? You just hear that, and you're like,
it's like
it's like nails on a blackboard. That's what it is.
I hated that. Whenever there was a teacher at school, you used to have those old chalkboards, and when everyone started getting a bit raucous in the classroom, the nails would be dragged down, and it was one of the worst things to hear as a kid, because your inner ears are still developing, and so are your eardrums, and it's like, the ears! You feel like you've been, deafened for just a moment. And as I say that, yep, incident number 2 under investigation. You know who you are, 122 and 107, I'll leave it at that. Besides, things are starting to ebb and flow into a rhythm, but Jared Bridwell starting to, just trying to keep ahead of Big One Club, who are just behind by about 0.4 of a second. So that is Albert Parrish in the number 226 Big One Club car. Just ahead of them, they have got Dexter Castro in the 24949 Motorsports Perun car, as that is the 333 TCR B-Sim Racing P just in front of shots as we ride on board with the 258 RD Simsport GT4 car, Sans Front Bumper et al. Trying to get through on the 333 and try and get back on level terms, and that has cost Jared Bridwell the best part of over 3/4 of a second because of that car being in the way. Now at least Jared Bridwell now dispatches of said car, as there's another car. It's getting a bit close. That was That was more than likely possibly the 122 going through. I'm not 100% sure. Can we catch the number of that BMW that sort of sighed its way through? Oh, that is actually the race leader, Patrick Gannon from RPM Esports. He's doing a really good job at the front of the field, isn't he?
Yeah, he absolutely is. It's a fantastic job that he's doing there. Really holding the pace well as well. That's one of the key things. It's from my own personal experience, when I get out in front, I panic. I don't know why, I just throw it in the bin with like nobody else around me whatsoever. It is a difficult thing. I find it much easier to follow in the footsteps of cars in front, but for some of these drivers, they're like 6-7 seconds out.
That was Stephen McDonald clipping the wall just then, just behind Johnny Elliott. Yeah, there was a little bit of a scrape for the left rear. Stephen McDonald is really pushing the limits, and Johnny Elliott says, I don't want any part of this, I'll keep to the outside.
Goodness me.
The Jaws music is definitely in the ears of Brabham Esports right now as there's a send by McDonald on Elliott, and he gets through. Elliott still holding the lead of the GT3 AM class. Also Tom Canat for THLF Esports. Not too far behind, away from the 111 car that is currently leading the GT3 AM standings as of the conclusion of the third round at Barber Motorsports Park last time out. But Aubrey Kundal doing a very good job here in the Caffeinated Industries car with a front bumper, I might add, this time, and is catching the 191 of Landon Patmore from Sim Racing Grid.
Nah, body parts are overrated. You know, back panels, front bumpers, it's fine. Right, I'm going to presume by that, I'm going to check in Stuart announcement. What have we seen at Alex?
There may be trouble ahead for Vaporworks SimSport team because they've got a 5-second stop and hold for that incident with Blue Chip Racing Academy. Yeah, and they're serving it right now. So good decision there by Cunin. Very much echoing Stephen McDonald with the drive-through earlier on. There is Raymond Yip trying to close up to third position, which has got Emily Howe from Prismatic Motorsports Athena behind the wheel. Great job by them. A top 5 in the race earlier on, actually finishing in 5th position, but a very, very strong top 3 at the moment as they both are sweeping their way past back marker traffic. But the good thing is for Emily Howe, as soon as she puts a car between herself and Raymond Yip has now got to start going a bit more aggressive on the strategy to try and pull past the back marker traffic to close on in. And Emily Howe now trying to dispatch with another car and gets through. That's out of turn number 11. So that's 2 cars she's put in between herself and Raymond Yip. And Raymond Yip is now having to deal with multitude classes, including KFM Motorsport, and goes sideways out of turn 12, and I'm not too sure if the left rear clipped the wall.
Yeah, I think it did there. I think it just clipped out of trying to avoid that, and that's the second time tonight we've seen with that car, Alex. So, yeah, hard lines for that TCR car. But again, you know, I was saying during race 1, it'd be amazing to go on board with a TCR car just to experience how mad the traffic is, and that is going to be Brabham Esports.
It is right up the exhaust pipes of Raymond Yip from Blue Chip Racing heading into turn 3. Oh, this is going to get very, very close as Justin Michaela for FTR Esports GT4 in the 266 battling away with Samsoid SimSport for 9th position in the class. That was the car I think you might have inadvertently mistaken for a TCR car that was running slowly in race 1. I do recognise the livery now. But yeah, I mean, Brabham Esports, it's going to be a case of not if, but when does Raymond Yip get past? That's is going to be past. That could be very, very shortly, but not into the left-hander here as they're going to go through into the complex, now into turn 8, turn 9. It's going to be on the rundown, I think, from turn 2 to 3 that Stephen McDonald will pull the pin on the grade and then get past Raymond Yip. Raymond Yip now knows, as there was a bit of a moment there for 11 tenths, and they've got THLF Esports right on their case. Gap now down in the lead for GT3 AM. It's down to about 6.5 tenths of a second. So now Johnny Elliott is coming under fire. So is Raymond Yip into turn 1. Now into the left-hander here at turn 2. That sheer grunt of that naturally aspirated V8 is going to more than likely power Stephen McDonald past Raymond Yip if he gets alongside him into turn number 3. McDonald, late on the brakes, turns the car in, waits for the opportunity to get through, kicks up the dust out of the exit of the corner, now into turn 4. Now into the left-hander here at turn 5. McDonald still having to wait and bide his time. And all the while, this is losing in time to those in front, David.
This is fascinating to watch as well, because the more that he fights with this blue chip racing car in front, as you said, that gap is getting longer and longer, and sends it up the inside there of one of the GT4 cars. Honestly, I am on tenterhooks watching this right now. You get the feeling that it's going to have to be a moment of bravery, and we saw that from the Brabham Esports all through the season. We know that that's possible, but Stephen McDonald really going to have to pull the hat out the bag here. 40 minutes done on this race. You get the feeling it's now or never.
Yeah, Sorcha Fitzpatrick for Prismatic Motorsports Minerva has just been into the pits on lap number 26. Was stationary in the pit box for just over 27.5 seconds, but Stephen McDonald is trying his level best to claw his way back up to the sharp end of the field. It is a push effort rather than a conservation strategy here for race number 5 out of 7. He's closing as they come out of turn number 2. He's there within the window earshot. He's going to pull alongside Raymond Yip. Is he? He's going to send it up the inside. McDonald on Yip through turn 3. Is he going to get the run through? He does, and he gets through. That's 4th position for Brabham Esports, and now the rest of the field have got to be worried with the way that Stephen McDonald is not, I know for a fact, will not be on a one-stop strategy. He will be at flat chat all the way for the next hour and 20 minutes.
He absolutely will. We know the game plan from that car as well. If he can make it to lap 37, there's nothing to suggest that he can't again go and do exactly what he did in that first race there. We'll have to wait and see how that pans out. He's 1.8 seconds behind Prismatic Motorsports Athena at the moment, but 40 minutes gone in this race here, Alex. We're watching now the GT4 battle with FTR Esports trying to catch on to the back of Samsung Motorsport here. And again, with these GT4 cars, they've got to plan even more, as we see FTR Esports trying to go wide, and pair of them going very, very close to the wall there. What on earth? I think they both tried to outplay each other there,
yes,
and ended up getting caught by the pair of them. And now Sapphire Simsport Alpha fancies having a go as well. I don't have a good feeling about this.
I think you said the words very rightly in the previous race, that it all might end in tears, because look, we've got 3 GT3s, GT4s, and also a GT3 in the mix. Right, there was a third incident under investigation. Decision has been made by race control. Stop and hold penalty for Sapphire Simsport Bravo 392 for avoidable contact. And that will be, oh, that's getting a bit gnarly there. There is the 193. That is Stage 1 Racing Green. It's nearly 5 abreast coming out of turn 2. Are you absolutely crazy? Oh my god! Where is the mobile defibrillator when you need it? I have never... No! And Stage 1 Racing Green, I think, have just collected that GT4 car, which has been turned around backwards. Rear bumper escapes the scene of the crime rather rapidly. Oh my goodness.
Oh no, Stage 1 Racing Green are going to get absolutely destroyed by the stewards.
Oh, no.
2 corners ago, they came in like a pinball, bounced between like 3 cars, and then just sent that GT4 car of Niels Duker to the nether realm on that. I mean, obviously, you know, when I'm laughing at that, it's not because it's a funny thing to happen, it's because it's so awkward. You're just like, what do you say to that? I'd be absolutely raging. You're in a GT4 race, you're in a 3-car battle for position, and you just get absolutely pinged by a GT3 car. Crazy, crazy stuff. And listen, I mean, look, we said about 5 seconds before it, this is likely going to end in tears, and, well, guess what happens?
Well, you know what's even stranger, because I noticed that Martin de Jong got past, and then he started picking up speed. So as it was 3 wide, a GT3 car on the outside, it was the 121, And then I noticed that Martin de Jong actually got caught out. Now, he was pulling to the left-hand side of the circuit to gear up for turn 3, and then had to brake. The left front hit the wall, and then he went into the back of the GT4 car that he just spat out over the exit area of turn 3. So, yeah, Sapphire Simsport Bravo, before that, magical GT3 and GT4 coming into contact. Haha, please no Punterino. Chat now, a big F in chat. 15-second stop hold penalty has been given to Sapphire Simsport Bravo for avoidable contact, but since they have now retired, that will be a decision will be decided as to what happens. Now, here is when it all. Oh, well, that was the first touch, and that was through turn 1. Now into 2. So that was Martin de Jong, who's now handed over to Ivo van der Linden. Decides to let everyone go past. Good sporting gesture there. And then now we see from the helicopter cam into turn 3, bang, and then the contact happens. So I think Martin de Jong just did the sportsmanlike gesture, forgot the closing speed, outbraked himself, hit the barriers, then bang.
Yeah, I think the stewards are going to have a very gentle word with that team after that incident, because listen, I mean, it wasn't just that first one, it was the kind of bouncing in between the GT4s, a couple of corners before as well. It's just, yeah, it's a little bit overly aggressive. The thing is that there's no denying that there's a massive speed difference between GT3s and GT4s, but one of the awesome things about this multi-class championship is that it is the faster cars' obligation to work their way safely around these GT4 cars. Now, obviously, that wasn't intentional. There was absolutely no way that you would deliberately nuke a GT4 car like that. But unfortunately, you're responsible for what happens to the cars in Prismatic Motorsport Arena into the pit lane before they can get eaten alive by Brabham Esports. That could be a very, very clever strategy call there.
Well, no surprise. Incident 4 is currently under investigation with Stage 1 Racing Green, FTR Esports GT4, and Samsoid Simsport. So that just goes to show that the stewards, I have to give them a big credit that they are reacting very, very quickly to incidents happening on track. We are now nearly 47 minutes in to this race, where we are effectively as of now. So an hour and 13 still to go. The ebb and flow continues to change with that pendulum swing here, David. But now we are seeing quite a few drivers from GT3 AM coming in. Tom Knath has now handed over to Bennett Parsons. Aubrey Kundal for Caffeinated Industries has now pitted. Loic Lamolle has now gotten behind the wheel of the 192B Sim Racing G Porsche. Egidjus Kukstas has now got behind the wheel of the 121 Backmarker Racing Orange Porsche. So we're seeing pit stops of around about the 32-second bracket at the moment. So we're seeing this absolutely interesting battle between Gorio Autosport with Akram Zinoun behind the wheel. Daniel White took the car to, I think it was second position in the previous race, and is now battling away with David Johansson from Sim Racing Grid Phoenix for P3 in TCR, as they've got the 2-1-3 of Reiter Racing Walrus. They seem to be probably at the wrong place at the wrong time. They were in the trenches last time, weren't they?
Yeah, they certainly were, and it's a welcome return. It's a bit like deja vu going on here. So yeah. Can I just point out that Brabham Esports are now only 15 seconds behind your race leader, despite having served a drive-through penalty? That is, I mean, that's got to be what, 10 seconds they've taken out of that gap over the past 15-20 laps. That's absurd. I mean, that is outrageous pace going on right now. And the thing is, a yellow flag could absolutely bring them back into contention, and they're not even out of contention yet. They could pit.
I'm sorry, David, I've got to cut across you here.
It.
Biggest penalty of the night, Stage 1 Racing Green, slam dunk, stop and hold. Get this, 45 seconds. That is the biggest penalty I think we've had issued all season long. And it's for the following 3 reasons: avoidable contact, leaving no racing room, and causing a collision. So it was going to be the, and now we see the overtake happening. Bennett Parsons on colder tyres gets passed by 11/10 his very own Byron Crawford. And now the 11/10 111 Porsche goes up to P2. This battle is now about 8.5 seconds behind Q-Nin, who is, funny enough, after that incident earlier, 8.8 seconds up the road in the GT3 AM class lead.
Brabham Esports are into the pits, as are Blue Chip Racing. So, yeah, okay, they've blinked first and they're going to be in for quite a while. In fact, they're going to get jumped in the pit lane, are they, by Blue Chip Racing? We'll wait and see as they're taking on fuel. So, again, very, very curious how that one's going to roll out, because without having a yellow safety car, of course, cars having to pit a little bit earlier. They pitted on lap 37. But that's about the same as where we are now.
Yeah, and Bennett Parsons trying to get his way past one of the GT4 cars. I think that might be our race winners, Sapphire Simsport Bravo, that they're trying to get through. As there are a couple of TCR cars. That's the battle for P3 in TCR with Goryo Autosport and Sim Racing Grid Phoenix. One of the Prismatic Motorsport cars gets through as RPM Racing's Patrick Gannon now pits from the race lead on lap number 34.
Wait, what? Hang on. Brabham Esports are up into second place after doing the pit stops. So now they are flat out second place, full stop.
4/10 quicker in the pit stop.
What?
Yeah, 4/10, and they overlapped Sebastian Boscher Williams, who pitted the lap before, so they've made it work. So
Leader
Steve
in the pits.
McDonald, leader is in the pits, so this is going to be close. The gap was, what was it, 10 seconds before Patrick Gannon decided to pit just now. They're about 70% of the way through this lap at the moment, and it's getting very, very close indeed. 27 seconds for Patrick Gannon. He's got to be out in the next 5 to make sure that he retains the race lead, as we're just under 8.5 minutes to go before the halfway point, and the race leader is out of the pit lane. 32.6 seconds. And where is Brabham Esports at the moment? They're going to come towards the end of the race lap very, very shortly. That timer is counting down, and very soon, there we go, across the line to complete another lap. Stephen McDonald's, it was a 2-minute 9.7. That was a very quick out lap for Brabham Esports on that particular occasion. As now it's going to be a battle for the race lead. Bennett Parsons to the outside of Byron Crawford going into turn 1. That was very, very brave from the 172. THLF Esports BMW to try and get the over-under done through into turn number 2, but has to wait as they get the run down to turn number 3. There's those 2 TCR cars battling over 3rd and 4th in the class. Goryo Autosport versus Sim Racing Grid Phoenix as we ride on board with Bennett Parsons, who is right with Byron Crawford. What's more, folks, this is actually a battle for not just the race leading GT3 AM, more importantly, it's 7th overall.
Whew. Well, any thoughts of having a camera race too? Completely out the window. 52 minutes gone this race here, Alex, and honestly, it feels like we've done 3 hours on this track.
Well, we pretty much have, haven't we? Apart from a little bit of time qualifying.
Do you know? As soon as I said that, I was like, "Oh my god!" What I meant was, it feels like we've been 3 hours in this race.
Well, you definitely opened the can of worms on that one, didn't you, after your Freudian slip?
Come on, you should be used to that by now.
I am. I've worked with you long enough, mate, haven't I? But nevertheless, this is a real... You did say... I did say I was really excited about this race. We see a completely different strategy call, and that's what we're seeing. And now, Bennett Parsons again, as they will be 2.5 of a second adrift of each other. That BMW seems to be a little bit better hooked up than the Porsche. But nevertheless, Byron Crawford is doing a great job at the moment, keeping that Porsche in the lead in the GT3 AM class, as Brabham Esports Blue pit from the GT4 class lead, giving, of all people, Martin Pearson from Sapphire Simsport Alpha the class lead in the race so far, as we are just about 6 minutes away from half distance.
Oh, this is getting very, very tight indeed. I'm loving that livery, by the way, on Bennett Parsons' car of THLF Esports. That is a resplendent livery, shall we say, multicoloured. all the way through the back there as we're on board with Brian Crawford for 1110's Racing Team, the Triple One machine. I love this shot so much. I love this camera shot. Just the way that you see the exhaust glowing under the heat, and you see the liquor flames as well. It's beautiful.
Yeah, please excuse David Christie. He's having a bit of a man moment at the minute.
Drilling.
Well, you were right. The first sign of it was you starting to roll your R's when you said the word resplendent, which I thought I had to have a little chuckle to myself.
Come on now, I'm Scottish. Don't pick on me. I can't pronounce my R's. I can't roll them.
You did then.
Well,
Don't start taking that tone of voice with me, Mr. Christie. But yeah, I mean, it's great to see this battle here because we're 65 minutes away from the checkered, and at the moment, Bennett Parsons is trying to put the frighteners as that's going to be a bit close. This is for P5 in GT3 AM. Saoirse Fitzpatrick going side by side and actually swapping a little bit of paint through turn one with Aubrey Kundal from Caffeinated Industries. And that battle is not over yet because they've got Gorio Autosport in front of them. Saoirse Fitzpatrick trying to negotiate past the Honda Civic TCR through into what would have been turn three. Now she gets through at turn four. So this is another battle in GT3 AM that's got the touch paper lit right now.
Really is, and this is when it matters as well, coming up to that halfway point. You know, we said in race one about it being now or never. This is exactly it, isn't it? You know, you have to pull out all the stops now if you're going to be making moves. You can't be doing it when it's like 8, 9, 10 seconds. It has to be when cars are within 2-3 seconds of you, or even 0.8 of a second, like we see Saoirse Fitzpatrick here.
Yep. 37 cars are still running out of the 40 that started the race. So 392 of Sapphire Simsport Bravo from TCR have retired. So has the 224 of Vaporworks Simsport GT4. And also with that, Tyler Langenberg. Oh, it's another disaster for D-Line Racing Red. Tyler Langenberg pulled in after nearly 24 laps as now we've got a slipstream for the race lead. Around to the outside. Is he going to make the corner? Does Bennett Parsons get through? He does! Side by side, but they're going to go into the next right-hander. And Byron Crawford gets the lead back through turn 4. Now into the left at turn 5. The LED brake lights on that 111 11/10 Porsche glowing brightly. And Bennett Parsons had a little bit of daylight at the end of the tunnel, but then quickly Byron Crawford shut the door.
Beautiful side-by-side action by these two drivers. Absolutely loving it. And just to do a little bit of closure on that stage 1 racing green penalty as well, I've got to absolutely take my hat off to Martin Jean, straight into the driver's chat, holding his hands up and, you know, basically saying he's really gutted that it was such a silly move, and you know, completely taking the blame for that. I love to see drivers doing that. Nothing but respect. I mean, obviously it doesn't undo the damage that was caused, but
yeah,
these championships, these leagues, you know, people sign up to them because they want to have fun, and moments like that take the fun out of it. But when you get a driver that comes up and holds their hand up and says sorry, that it absolutely does make it a little bit better. It does ease that pain a little bit. And yeah, fair play to Martin for kind of holding his hands up on that one. These accidents do happen, and brush yourself down and move on to the next one.
Same with Emerson Godin for the 392 of Sapphire Simsport, with the contact that he had with Beehive earlier on in the race. He said, that incident with the McLaren was all my fault. Sorry, my wheel was having a bit of a fit. Well, I'm not going to use the words that he put in the Discord channel. And he said, I was trying to let him go and then move over, but just misjudged the speed difference and braking points. So hats off to Emerson as well for deciding to make that. Oh, right. We've got a incident number 5 under investigation. Sapphire Simsport Alpha with Martin Pearson and Gorio Autosport with Akram Zinoun being investigated. That's incident number 5 under investigation, but still this battle here for the class lead for GT3 AM. THLF Esports looking for 3 wins so far this season. and Byron Crawford has been charged with making sure that 11 tenths stay in front at the moment, as we are fast approaching 60 minutes out of the 2 hours being elapsed. But look, Bennett Parsons is going to get the inside line. It's 3 wide with a GT4 towards the outside into turn number 1. Bennett Parsons will get the inside line. He's going to make the move. He's got past. Brilliant work though by Bennett Parsons to get a move done courtesy of GT4 Traffic. Gets one up on Byron Crawford from 11 tenths.
Yeah, that was a fantastic move. Telegraphed that a couple of corners in advance as well. The question now is whether or not he can hold on to that position. There's nothing to suggest, though, that that isn't going to happen. So THLF Esports at the moment grinning themselves all the way to the proverbial bank as we come up to the halfway point in our final race of the evening here. RPM Racing, though, I would start to look over your shoulders because Brabham Esports, that gap is coming down and down and down every single lap. Do we think, though, given that most of the cars pitted on lap 40, or so, yeah, it was about 49 minutes, excuse me, do we think they're going to have enough time or fuel to go through to the end of the race here?
It's going to be a tall order. It's always just dependent on what strategy they're going to implement, because I think you've got to measure that fuel correctly, as there is a little bit of a battle between a GT3 Pro and a GT3 AM car, and in front this is the brace yourself situation now, as I was saying, and Sapphire Simsport Alpha might not be getting the win because what they've just been hit with by race control for Stewart's decision number 5. 5-second stop and hold for Martin Pearson for the avoidable contact situation with Gorio Autosports.
Let's have a look at, my goodness me, this is an on-board then with a TCR car. This is what I've been quite curious to see what this is like on board with a TCR, because let's just see how many cars this thing gets passed by in any given lap here. You can see, having to stick over to the left-hand side there, Alex, and I get the impression you're going to see at least 10 cars go by.
Right, through the exit of turn number 2, down the long straightaway, in towards the 90 right at turn 3. So Martin decides to pull to the left-hand side, so if there's faster traffic coming through, GT3 and GT4, he's got one well, there is one coming up not that far behind him, but that is that might be, that is more than likely going to be the 358 of RD Simsport, who are 1.6 seconds behind them. But then if you see on the track map on the top right hand corner of your screen, I spot the likes of Blue Chip Racing Academy in the 107, the 192 car. That is going to be B-Sim Racing G, amongst others. Then a little bit further back, you've got the overall race leader of RPM Racing, and that will be Patrick Gannon behind the wheel still of that car. And he's been running in the 128.8. Stephen McDonald is running about a tenth behind him in terms of pure pace. But what's been more interesting, David, is that Stephen McDonald has been chipping away at that gap. It was 14.5 seconds after the pit stop, as there is a change for third position. Fraser Smith from ATRS Academy now gets through on the huge ass blue car. That is the 238 of Antonio Alvarez behind the wheel of that car. So a change for P3 in GT4. Neat move from Fraser Smith there. But as I was saying, Stephen McDonald has now got that gap down. He's chipping away at it. He's taking it a tenth at a time. And with 57 minutes still to go, anything's possible. I mean, the way that he was just absolutely fired up after that inadvertent drive-through penalty early doors in the race, he's now focused on the task at hand, which is to go for a second victory. Go for it or go bust.
100%. The bit that gets me, though, is the fact how has he been able to get himself back in this position? He was down in fifth at about half an hour ago, and it's just been sheer dogged determination, hasn't it, that he's just gritted his teeth and got on with it.
He's taken nearly another quarter of a second out of Patrick Gannon at the moment, so Patrick Gannon will be told, right, he's catching you, it's 2/3 of a second a lap. As now we're seeing some more GT3 and GT4 intermingling. That is one as that was very, very close indeed. That was one of the Brabham Esports cars. I'm not too sure if it might have been. That might be Esports Blue that is just there in the 290 ahead of the 238 and has just taken that position. And what's more, ATRS Academy FTR is not too far away. So Fraser Smith is going to be very, very much looking in his mirrors, both side and rear view, as to seeing where the 290 that has got Hunter McDaniel behind the wheel is now in for their second pit stop of the race. Is FTR Esports GT3. Jack Nitterbach behind the wheel of that car still, and that's 2 pit stops within 65 minutes.
Amazing, amazing stuff. And listen, again, you see just how opportunistic and how fortuitous Brabham Esports Blue and Hunter McDaniel was there, taking advantage of that GT3 car that was trying to get their way through there and just ploughing themselves into that position ahead of Hugh Jas Blue there. But Hugh Jas Blue is still trying to hold on to this battle, but again, it's just a case of, I think it's maybe a little bit too much for them to hold on to. As for Brabham Esports and catching on to that lead, I do wonder how much of this is pace management at this point, because RPM Racing really just seem to be managing that gap right now, I think, Alex.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest with you. I mean, Stephen McDonald is trying to close in on Patrick Gannon by about a quarter of a second a lap. That gap now down to a fraction over 12.1 seconds. It is fluctuating ever so slightly, as there is the number 21 FTR Esports GT3 trying to get through on ATRS Academy. Will get the job done going through into the left pan kink now as the GT4 car lets them through. There's Daniel Martin, who, get this, TCR is coming alive. Martin Asser is going to be really, really pressurized by Daniel Martin from the 358 RD SimSport Hyundai Elantra NTCR, and they have got the 122 of Vaporworks SimSport behind them. And where are they at the moment as things stand? Well, they look to be outside of the top 5 at the moment in terms of the GT3 AM race classification so far.
Well, this is spiced up very, very nicely. Also, just seeing that Brabham Esports on the card of being 10 seconds out. Let's get a replay though of queuing in, coming into to turn 1 here.
That's the 192. It takes it. Oh, hits the back. It hits the barriers. A massive wallop on the left rear for queuing in. That's why he's out of the top 5. But yeah, Stephen McDonald. Okay, get this, has taken nearly 2 seconds out. Patrick Gannon did a 1:30.7. Stephen McDonald, 1 minute 28.9. Well, I mean, considering the fact that Stephen McDonald pitted 1 lap earlier than Patrick Gannon, so I think Stephen McDonald, now that that car's got a little bit lighter on fuel, the centre of gravity is going to be a little bit more beneficial towards the handling. And if Patrick Gannon, he might have made a mistake in that previous lap as well, David. I'm hazarding a guess here. Either made a mistake or has come across back marker traffic. Whereas Stephen McDonald is ripping through traffic like nobody's business. Patrick Gannon now responds and puts in a 1 minute 28.38. And is that 6/100ths off of Stephen McDonald's fastest lap of the race so far. But Patrick Gannon has the fastest lap of the race, let's not forget, 1 minute 28.27. So just over a 10th off of his fastest lap. So he's now being probably told by the team, right, McDonald is about 11 seconds away. You've got to start pushing. You've got to do it now. And this is not about a race of fuel conservation. It's about who wants it the most.
It really, really is. As you see a move up the inside there, that's one of the GT3 cars there. Looking at the GT4 battle, I think second, third are going to come together very, very shortly, as that's a big move there for Sim Racing Grid. Thought that was going to be coming. 11/10 Racing just dropping off the back of the grid there. That's about a second that they're losing there. And again, just look at the gap that THLF are opening up here. I do wonder if there's some sort of fuel management or some pace management going on here as well. But it's actually way too early to think about that. So 50 minutes here left to go. I honestly have no idea what is going to happen in the remaining 50 minutes here.
Yeah, same here, David, because I think at the end of it all, when you are... Oh, there's a car turned around. That's one of the TCR cars. Now, is that Gorio Autosport? I'm not 100% sure, but someone, that's a Civic Type R, that was backwards pointing the wrong way on the circuit. Oh, and that is Gorio Autosport. The front right is absolutely mangled, and it's a front right puncture as well. That car's going to be limping to the pit lane.
Yeah, that car is absolutely done and dusted, certainly from the front right point of view. Again, thankfully, not bringing out a yellow flag there, so we've been really, really lucky with that. And RD Simsport 258 into pit lane, so are Brabham Esports Blue. So again, some of the cars that maybe we were thinking were going to be trying to make it, maybe not able to do so here. So strategy-wise, this is fascinating to see how we're going to do this. Also, I'd like to point out we've got a couple of cars that haven't actually pitted yet. B-Sim Racing, for example, in the 333 car, they haven't pitted yet.
Oh, crikey. There could be a lot of changes on the cards here, especially at this late stage of the race. You know, a lot of the top 14, all of them have done one mandatory pit stop so far, so it will be a two-stopper for everyone that is at flat chat at the moment. So so we're now going to see a replay of Gorio Autosport, and there is the ATRS Academy. This is Bennett Parsons. Oh, he's tagged that cramp from behind and sent it into the barriers. Oh dear.
That's an awkward one, and absolutely zero blame on Bennett there. And to be honest, zero blame on that Gorio Autosport car either. I mean, technically, yes, there is for me a little bit of blame on that, but you could tell from the mannerisms he panicked. He was trying to get out the way of the car. He tried to move over, thought, oh right, he's coming up way too fast, tried to move back. The two of them miscommunicated there. I can't see there being any instant, I can't see any punishment there, but I just hope there's no damage to Bennett's car. But yeah, we'll just have to wait and see, I think, on that one. Meanwhile, let's have a look then. With 50 minutes left to go in the race, then we're watching Byron Crawford for the 1110s racing team. Dropping down the order, you've got to say, was fighting for the lead of the race with THLF, dropped off of that fight, now has lost second place to Sim Racing Grid about 3 laps earlier on. Let's have a look here. This is Gorio Autosport then. This is a couple of laps previously with that then, and side by side with the GT3 car, and okay, that's yeah, I'm not gonna be so delicate about that one. That was fairly rude on behalf of the or to the Gorio Autosport car. I don't think they deserved that one. Escorted into the barrier, but either way, it's yeah, it is what it is. Down with Albert Perish then for Big One Club ahead of Brabham Esports Blue. Then we've got not all that long to go in this the second race of the evening. Ryder Racing Walrus just up ahead as well, so pretty much 3-car battle here for the GT4s. And Alex, I mean, that Gorio Autosport car really not having the best of luck tonight, but I've also just noticed Brabham Esports now under 9 seconds behind RPM Racing.
Yeah, Steve McDonald's just taken a second on that particular occasion. So from that perspective, I would say Steve McDonald a very, very big push right to that gap.
Yeah.
So from that perspective, Steve McDonald, as I said, is going to be very, very matter of fact.
Yep. Just on that point as well, Alex, sorry to jump in, but the thing with the GT3 Pro Battle as well is the fact that Brabham Esports are taking this time out lap after lap after lap. That's another 0.5 of a second just taken out of that. We're now down to 7.5 seconds here. again, all that time is coming out. All that time is coming out of the tyres. All that time is coming out of the fuel load as well. But they've only pitted within like 1 or 2 laps, so they're going to have to be on very similar strategies. So surely they are going to have to pit. They're going to have to come in within 1 or 2 laps. Surely they're not going to be able to jump in or outdo each other in terms of fuel, Alex. So we'll wait and see on that one. Just on that note as well, as Alex has sorted out some sound issues here, we're still watching 11/10 racing team with Byron Crawford here in 3rd position then. 7/10 of a second, and again, this is the best place where you want to be. You want to be behind the car. If you're light on fuel, if you think you're going to have to pit again, you want to eke this car out as long as you possibly can. Plus, if he's anything like me, then you don't deal with pressure from cars behind very well. If I've got a car in my rear view mirror, then I'm starting to panic a little bit. And Alex, just on that note, with the car behind the 11/10 racing team of the 3rd place GT3 AM car, constantly about 7/10 of a second behind Sim Racing Grid, that's a lot of pressure in your rear view mirrors.
Yeah, because you've got to really think about what's happening in front of you, what's happening behind you. You've got to be, you've got to have your eyeballs on stalks all the way around this circuit. So, you just got to be, cross the T's, dot the I's, make sure that you hit the braking zones correctly, hit the apex, power out of the corners correctly. And by doing that, you're going to instill yourself with a lot more confidence, not just in yourself, but also with the car underneath you.
Yeah, for sure. So as we said, we've got 45 minutes left now, just 3/4 of an hour left in this race, and it has flown by, absolutely flown by. We're on the back of Right Racing Walrus here. Brabham Esports Blue looking very, very menacing. We've got a GT3 car sneaking up on the left-hand side here. And again, it's that whole question of, do you wait or do you push? Do you stick or do you twist? That's the $1 million question here.
It very much is. I thought you were going to start doing a game of David's Play Your Cards right here on Sim 3D. Good game and all that. But there has been, I think there is going to be, I think they've just been informed that there has been a little bit of an incident, but Writer Racing Walrus has got Brabham Esports Blue right with them. And also keep your eyes on the battle for 3rd place in GT3 Pro. Prismatic Motorsports Athena's very own Emily Howe is within a second of backmarker Razzle Dazzle Sebastian Boschel Williams for P3.
Yeah, that one is going to be very, very interesting indeed, because Prismatic, they like to play the waiting game. They like to keep themselves in contention. As you see side by side then, Eric Verley for Writer Racing Walrus. You've got on the left-hand side there, that's Brabham Esports Blue. Contact, a little bit of a differing line there from Brabham Esports Blue, and just went flying into the back of Writer Racing Walrus. Very lucky not to send that car off there, Alex, but that is danger averted, or rather disaster averted for those two.
Possibly crisis averted at the same time, if you want to put it into threes in terms of a context situation. But yeah, I mean, Writer Racing Walrus were not teacher's pet when it came to the stewards in the previous race. Neither was the bigger sister car, the 77 Writer Racing Panda car in GT3s. But now we've got Fraser Smith, who's having to he's got his eyeballs on stalks, and that is the 193 of Stage 1 Racing Green coming through on that particular occasion. And I think Writer were very, very lucky that with that bump from behind, they were definitely very close to being punterinoed into the shadow realm, so to speak.
I'm pretty sure that's how the kids call it anyway nowadays, but that's exactly what was on the cards there. Prismatic Motorsports Athena now 3/10 of a second now, so that is right on to the tail end of backmarker Razzle Dazzle. Fascinating how this is all unfolding. And again, it's like we were saying during race 1 as well, Alex, the fact that it ebbs and flows. You go through this period of, say, half an hour where it's a little bit quiet, a little bit gentle, and then suddenly all hell kicks off.
Yeah, it does, and we're going to find that particularly when we get to about I would say, half an hour to go. You know, a little bit of desperation might creep in at the latter stages of the race. Saoirse Fitzpatrick, in the meantime, is closing in on Caffeinated Industries as 11 tenths are in the pit lane as Byron Crawford, you know, has only been stationary for about 5 seconds. So Saoirse Fitzpatrick is gunning for 4th place. She's 3 tenths behind Aubrey Kundal, who's done double duty in both races tonight as we ride on board the front, behind the front grille on this 128 BMW M4. And it's great to see that after Screen to Speed, you know, having to now combat a little bit of jet lag coming back home, back to Ireland, that Saoirse Fitzpatrick is still firing on all cylinders at the moment, trying to put the frighteners on Aubrey Kundal, who at the moment is doing a very, very steady job here in 4th position. But don't count Prismatic Motorsports out at all.
No, you count them out of your pedal. There is a huge moment of oversteer, snap oversteer for Prismatic Motorsports Minerva. Little sign that how much that car is on the absolute ragged edge right now. And again, it's going to be a case of having to keep that car under control here until we can find out what exactly is going to go on. If we are going to have pit stops at exactly halfway point, then what we're going to have to work out then is when they are due to come in, because if they came in on, say, lap 34, then we have to work out when exactly is going to be double that, and I think that's going to be in about 13 laps from now, which we definitely will hit in the next sort of 30, 35, 40 minutes here, Alex.
Yeah, I mean, we're on to lap number 54 of this race, and at the moment the gap has sort of started to stabilise between Stephen McDonald and Patrick Gannon, as Christoph Vanderput for the 120 entry, that's Arctic Racing, have now pitted for what will more than likely be their last full service before the end of this race. So Vanderput trying, you know, out after 22.3 seconds, so that will probably give them enough of fuel in that tank to close on in. We're now back on board with Emily Howe for the sister car from Prismatic Motorsports. It's the Athena entry, running in P4 in the GT3 Pro classification. Don't forget, folks, they currently do lead the championship based on the results coming into round 4 and 5 here at Belle Isle in Detroit. Closing that gap on Sebastian Bosch-Williams. It now is around about a second between the pair. Emily Howe has started to close on in by about 2.5 tenths of a second, as there is Mark de Boer, and he's running slowly. Oh my goodness, the Sim Racing Grid fell into drama, because now Saoirse Fitzpatrick finds herself in 4th position in GT3 AM.
Yeah, that car does not look happy. I wonder if it's fuel. It didn't look like it was hobbling. It looked like it was just slow. So we're seeing quite a few cars into the pit lane. If that is the case, if that is Sim Racing Grid into the pit for their second time properly and it's fuel, then that means that we are 100% going to see pit stops within the next sort of 5-10 minutes for the majority of the field. That throws everything up in the air here. And again, look at Brabham Esports. They're starting to drop off a little bit pace-wise as well. I know obviously they'll be wanting to try and save fuel, but I wonder if they're maybe just trying to eke out a little bit more as well.
Yeah, a little bit of lifting and coasting that we saw from Stephen McDonald in the previous race here tonight at Belle Isle. That just goes to show that a little bit of conservation goes your way, but Patrick Gannon has just done a 129.5, got a sixth incident under investigation. Oh, I don't think we see one of these. Well, it was Sim Racing Grid, B Sim Racing P, and RD Sim Sport. Oh, dearie me, Sim Racing Grid trying to get through up the inside, and they're going to touch. Oh dear, I think that might be on 191 Sim Racing Grid, because they went up the inside of RD Sim Sport, made the contact, spun themselves around, as now there's more drama, and Saoirse Fitzpatrick.
And this is live.
And this is this has only just happened, and that was with the RD Sim Sport car from GT4, and Saoirse Fitzpatrick again was running so close, gunning for 3rd place. It's not been a good one for Minerva tonight, I'm afraid. It really isn't.
I have absolutely no words for. Yeah, mostly because I was looking at the timing screen and then I heard the yelp. It quickly shifted back to see a car going head first into the wall. That is wow, absolutely wow. Into the pits then, and yeah, I honestly don't know what to say about that. Obviously, we need to see what on earth happened there, but Alex, do you remember when I was saying about having half an hour of quietness? I missed that half an hour of quietness.
Yeah, it's just really, really difficult when you see that kind of incident happening. Emily Howe now in the pits for Prismatic Motorsports Athena. Saoirse Fitzpatrick deciding to pull the car into the pits. Mark de Boer has now been in pit lane for over 2.5 minutes. So has Jack Nitterbach. So the number 21 car has also been in the pits for just over 2.5 minutes. So this is at that point where, with 35 minutes to go on the race, not exactly going the way of certain teams, as now Emily Howe now pulls out of the pit lane after 22 seconds in the pit box. So, but look at Brabham Esports. That gap is closing by nearly a second a lap. It's 6.6 seconds.
Let's have a look then, see if we can try and pick out what on earth happens here to Saoirse Fitzpatrick. Oh no, that obviously that was a very limited camera angle that we could get that, but I'm pretty sure that was an overtaking attempt trying to fire it on the inside, and that's always risky though, because you've got to rely on the car in front knowing that you're there. Obviously, you can see it on the inside there. Let's have a look here.
Oh, just clatters in.
Oh yeah,
it
no,
hits
so
the
it's
curves
not
and
on
it
that
just
at all.
Yeah, it just sends it to the left-hand side. You know, I said about these curves being dangerous, and from that onboard, it just showed that 100%. But we've also got another incident under investigation. FTR Esports GT3, they've not had a good race. It's getting worse now because there might have been an incident between. There has been an incident between them and Impulse Racing, who were in the lead. And Martin Assett has been in the pit lane for over 4 minutes. RD Simsport 358 now lead in TCR. Drama's unfolding. As what's even more impressive is that Stephen McDonald has put in the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 27.87, and he is within 6 seconds of Patrick Gannon. What's more, Brabham Esports Blue, I think, have just posted the all-time fastest lap in GT4 at this time.
Wild, absolutely wild. Also noticing that backmarker Razzle Dazzle have been in for their final pit stop as the 24 has come in. So again, looking at that, then that means that surely if it's fuel, we're likely going to see cars coming in the next sort of 2-3 laps then, and that includes your top 3, but it means that they're only going to be coming in for about 20 seconds.
Yeah. Sim Racing Grid now also being given a 5-second stop and go penalty. We're on board with Jared Bridewell for the 258, and this is into turn 3. Oh, luckily enough stays on the brakes, manages to stay away from the wall, even with the fact that that front bumper is very much missing. It's missing in action on the front of that 258 GT4 Mercedes. So yeah, Sim Racing Grid get a stop and hold penalty for 5 seconds. Because they have actually now retired, so that becomes a post-race decision which will be applied onto the next round at round number 6, the penultimate round of the season.
Alex, just very quickly, GT3 AM leader into the pits as well. Bennett Parsons for THLF Esports into the pits, so that confirms then that I imagine that every single car has to pit.
Yeah, there's no getting away from that fact. You were 100% spot on. We're on board with Arctic Racing's Chris Vanderpoot in the 120, who is closing in on B Sim Racing G. This is for 7th in GT3 AM. And they've got a TCR car up ahead of them. This is into the next the next right-hander. That is the 333 of B Sim Racing P, who are currently 4th at the moment. And yeah, I think the 322 might not be taking any further participation depending on the hard hit. They've been in the pit lane for 6.5 minutes. Niels Ducker for the 199 car has been in the pits for over 8 minutes. So looks like those races for those two respective cars are unfortunately at their proverbial ends, as we're just under 60 seconds away from 30 minutes to go. ATR Academy, though, leading GT4, have just put in the fastest lap of the race. That is Fraser Smith, 1 minute 34.84. Martin Pearson trying to get through, and on Toyminant for the 49 Motorsports Maroon Aston Martin. This is the battle for P7 in GT4. But what I'm also seeing is Patrick Gannon is now responding to Stephen McDonald, and that gap has stabilised at just around about 6.1 seconds for the overall race lead.
God, this is nail-biting stuff. Nail-biting stuff right now. We're still watching this battle here with Sapphire Sport Alpha. Martin Pearson onto the back end of 49 Motorsports Maroon and having to navigate a GT3 car. This is on board then. And again, it's a case of when, not if, but when. The pace that this car has got from Sapphire Sport Alpha is just relentless right now. 30 minutes left to go in this race, and yeah, I am firmly on the edge of my seat here, Alex.
You're going to be even more on the edge of your seat when I tell you this. Stephen McDonald has taken over 6/10 out of the race lead. Gap now down to 5.8 seconds. Patrick Gannon last time around 1 minute 29.25 as Martin Pearson trying to see if he can get past the 249 Aston Martin, the 49 Motorsports Maroon, as there's a couple of cars. There's also the THLF Esports car, the 172, trying to close on in and is very close to the wall. And we've had a 15-second stop and hold penalty for Saoirse Fitzpatrick from Prismatic Motorsports Minerva for avoidable contact and causing a collision, following a decision on incident number 7. Incident number 8 we are awaiting a decision on at the moment, the incident between FTR Esports GT3 and Impulse Racing in the 322 at the moment, which I think pretty much, David, with over 9 minutes in the pit box for who was the TCR class leader, I think that is game over for them.
Yeah.
RPM Racing in the pits. RPM Racing leading the way in the pit lane. So now it's a case of how long does Stephen McDonald stay out is the big question.
That is going to be a big question, because I think they pitted 1 lap afterwards, and to be honest, you just want to get in. You want to get in as soon as you possibly can. You're not going to be making any big inroads. You're about half a second to 3/4 of a second slower than your fastest pace anyway right now. So for me, Patrick Gannon doing a good thing, taking the initiative and jumping in very quickly. 18 seconds in pit lane.
The only other thing is that Stephen McDonald might have been given a little bit of a lifeline. I'm going to go back to that drive-through penalty, because there was a little bit of fuel conservation there as well. He would have just bumbled down the pit lane on the limiter. So maybe, if he's not got 1 lap, has he got 2 laps in the tank before he needs to pit that car? That's going to be quite crucial, isn't it?
It really is. So it's just going to be a case of... This is the great thing about commentators, right? We can commentate so much about what we see on track and what we know personally, but there's quite a few times where we're just like, yeah, I don't know, we're just going to have to wait and see. And this is one of those moments, because, you know, I personally, I think that he needs to come in right now and just neutralise that gap, come in, just top off the fuel and do it that way. But I don't know. There's pros and cons with each way, and there we go. Brabham pit lane. I love being right, because it's so rare that it ever happens.
That's the way of indirectly saying "I told you so," isn't it?
It is. I'm totally taking credit for that.
Well, you're 100% right to do that. You know, sometimes, as David said, as there is the car in the pit lane, so this is going to be close. How long is he going to be in the pit box? Because there is Patrick Gannon. He's making his way through the circuit, and across the line he goes. This is going to be nip and tuck, and it's 16.78 seconds. And now Brabham Esports, Stephen McDonald, with 1 hour, 33 minutes and 50 seconds to go. There's a little bit of a scarring on the right-hand side of that Mercedes, but that has not stopped him before. I don't think that's going to stop him now. but he's got to get that car back up to optimum working temperatures as Blue Chip Racing now comes into pit lane. 30-second stop and hold for FTR Esports GT3 for the following: avoidable contact and causing a collision. They have also retired from the race, so a decision will be made on how that is applied to our penultimate round next time out, which will be on the 8th of April at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. A little bit more attrition in this race, isn't there, David? A few more cars actually retiring from what we saw in race 1. You know, I think we've got, what is it? We've got now 32, I think, out of the cars that started this race, 40 in total, still running around the circuit. Well, 34 according to this. So, yeah, we're now with Loic Lemol for the 192 car, B-Sim Racing G, rounding out the top 8 in the class, but there is a three-way scrap because they've got Arctic Racing just in front. That will be Christoph Vanderput and queued in. So a Porsche filling inside a BMW meat sandwich at the moment, and David Christie. Again, we're seeing these strategies come to the fore. You know, Kukstas for the 121 has yet to pit. They pitted on lap number 31, and that car has done nearly 33 laps so far as we go back to the battle for P4 and GT4.
Yeah, I mean, the thing with that as well is, firstly, that sandwich you were describing, very tasty indeed. Wouldn't mind having a little bite of that.
It's all German as well.
I know, right? And it's only the finest as well. But on that note, right, you were saying about, you know, how it's going to pan out with that. The thing with it is that I've said the cliche before about being stuck in between a rock and a hard place. About, like, take this battle just now, for instance, right, Racing Walrus, Beehive and Huge Ass Blue, right? Do you go for it? Do you go for the position? Well, of course, you're always going to go for the position. But that comes with some risk, because if you don't make that work, then you could end up losing a lot more than just your position. As that was a huge moment for Beehive on that bump there, having to get out of the way of that prismatic motorsports machine there. But yeah, look, I would go for it every time, but I would also nearly more than likely put it into the wall 9 times out of 10. Also noticing Brabham Esports 4.7 seconds now the gap.
Nearly 6/10 taken out on that previous tour, as that's 11/10 up the inside of one of the GT4 cars. Defibrillator on standby, please. And Beehive.
I swear, I'm so glad I muted that mic there. I was screeching as that car sent it up the inside there.
Reiter Racing Walrus nearly got yeeted good and proper by 11/10. You know what? That's the first time I think anyone said yeet in this broadcast, have they?
Well, I'm proud that you lasted an entire 4.5 hours into this broadcast. You're the man.
Plus the 4 and a bit I did before this broadcast.
I know, but I never heard that. You could have said yeet all day long on that one.
I didn't. I only reserve it for these
around
broadcasts.
me.
Exactly.
It's me. I bring that out of you, isn't it?
The yeeting is official when I'm in the box with David Christie. There you go, standard. Martin Pearson we ride on board with, race 4 winner from earlier on tonight. It's not going to be an easy one because we still got, the best part of just over 22 minutes to go. And he's got a bit of a fight, and it's not just for 6th, but look who's in front of the 238 of Huge Ass Blue. Martin Pearson gets the run coming out of turn 2. That is 6th place. There's now Beehive. Look, gets past Reiter Racing Walrus. If he can go for what a move around the outside. Kevin Bellens doing a number on Reiter Racing Walrus. That was through turn 3. That was high, wide, and handsome, in the words of the late Brian Jones, a man who was frequently on the microphone at Brands Hatch for circuit commentary. Eric Villeg thought, what on earth was that? And Kevin Bellens went, I'm going to lick the stamp and send it, a la Danny Rick. And that is the move of the night so far.
Oh, stop. That was just absolute disrespect. from that Beehive machine. That was beautiful. That is the motor racing equivalent of a nutmeg. That was just absolutely incredible. Sent it round the outside, kept the foot in, proper bravery, and gets the position. 4th place then for Beehive. However, you get the feeling that it's not over because Sapphire Simsport Alpha have got, well, what could only be described as a baying mob around them. Right, a racing walrus who'll be ready to punch a wall after that, and Huge Blue, who only lost that position. I'll be honest, Huge Blue dropping off the pace. That was a heavy hit on their rear right, coming into that last lap round there. So exactly this corner
That was
here.
close. That was close. KFM Motorsport had Beehive round their outside going through turn 2. But what's even more interesting, David Christie, look at the lead in GT3 Pro, down to 2.3 seconds.
Oh!
There are side-by-side moments. Right to Racing Walrus as Huge Ass Blue need to go into the back of Sapphire Simsport Alpha. KFM Motorsport like going, please, please. Let this be over soon. I want to be out of this racetrack, mummy. Right now, that was. I think of the words of Calvin Dent. That was definitely more than just a bit yikes.
Oh my lord, that was just that specific back straight there. That was absolute madness. Unbelievable. Is that not Brabham Esports actually?
That is.
Second place car?
I've just seen Patrick Gannon go through into shot as well. So, that's very, very close. A little bit of a love tap from Martin Pearson on Eric the Leg for Writer Racing Walrus. That was a bit too close for comfort, but look at that gap. Because Patrick Gannon is having to fight his way through back marker traffic, Stephen McDonald has got his scimitar out at the moment and is literally scything his way through to get that gap down. We're on lap number 69 here, folks. He's 1.4 seconds adrift of the overall race lead. Could Brabham make it 2 for 2? Not unless Patrick Gannon in RPM Racing, the number 23 BMW, has something to say about it.
Oh my, this is just wild as you've got cars going up left, right and centre here. A second and a half to Brabham Esports and RPM Racing here on Bordeaux with Sapphire Simsport Alpha in the GT4 battle here. This is just bonkers. We're going to have a battle for the lead in the next lap and a half here. Absolutely guaranteed. 1.3 seconds. Yeah.
Well, the funny thing is, Stephen McDonald took 1.4 seconds exactly out of Patrick Gannon on the last tour. So I think, 2 laps. There they are. There are the 2 race leaders. That gap is now coming down significantly. And what was it? A few laps ago, it was 4.5, 5 seconds. Stephen McDonald is like a man possessed, and he wants to go for 2 wins for Brabham Esports on the same night. And look at that gap that has been quite literally destroyed. From every single, go on.
Where's the traffic? You know, because we were saying, it's probably because of the traffic. There's no one anywhere near these two. This is raw pace from Steve McDonald in that Brabham Esports machine. So I'm very confused as to where Patrick Gannon's pace has gone right now. Because that last lap was a 1:30.46. It was a second and a half faster, as you said, for Brabham Esports.
And now the gap is down to 6/10. That is nearly 9/10 taken out on that last lap. Game on here for what is round number 5 of season 4 of the FTR event Sim 3D GT series, brought to you in association courtesy of Go for the Gap and race director. Patrick Gannon has got to make that BMW M4 as wide as humanly possible, because I hear the Jaws music in my ears in the background roundabout now, David Christie, because that gap is now less than half a second. It is game on for the overall race lead. Gannon has got to fight McDonald, and McDonald looks to be the one that is on surer footing right now.
Oh man, this is wild. And also GT4 lead. Look at that, ATRS Academy just 0.5 of a second ahead of Brabham Esports Blue. Brabham are on to take 2 victories in this final race of 2. This is wild stuff right now. I'm so excited. Really, really enjoying this race. Awesome stuff. Meanwhile though, on that rear diffuser, that rear lower splitter of Patrick Gannon for RPM Racing. And again, listen to the BMW, you can hear it almost wheel spinning out of the corners as it tries to get traction. It's just, I've never seen anything like it.
Well, it's the same when I mentioned that a little bit earlier on with Sebastian Bosch-Williams having the same struggles in the Porsche. So the Mercedes looks to be the more sure-footed vehicle around this circuit, and that is another quicker lap from Brabham Esports' Stephen McDonald. Gap now down to 0.3 of a second. We're on our run down to turn number 3, coming up to 15 minutes left to go on the timer. Brabham Esports is right close in the braking zone, coming out of turn number 3. Patrick Gannon now defending, going to the inside line, gets past the GT4 car, but Stephen McDonald with a head of speed, looking to get through, switches to the outside, through into turn 5. Now they're going to go into the right-hander that Gannon will have the inside line for through turn number 6. Now this is the opportunity for McDonald to strike. He's in the slipstream. Gap is closing. Less than 1/10.5 right now. Through the left-hand kink. It's going to be the hard braking zone into turn 7. McDonald, is he going to go for the inside? He does! He does! He pulls halfway alongside, but Gannon keeps it pinned round to the outside. Through into the next left-hander. Absolutely brilliant. Through into turn number 8. McDonald trying to get through at turn 9. You can't get through there even if you tried, unless Gannon had made a mistake. Through into turn number 11. Now McDonald has got that motivational spark fully lit right now into turn number 12. And there is also now this is at its absolute best. 2 hard-charging drivers making their way past Gorio Autosport. Across the line they go into turn number 1. Tight on the apex, using a little bit of curbing with Stephen McDonald through turn 2. Now the Mercedes will start bringing that V8 grumble all the way down the straight, down between turns 2 and 3. That gap is closing again. McDonald looking to the outside, thinks better of it. Into turn 3 at the right-hander. Now through into turn 4. Better carry through there from McDonald into, and he looks to the outside. Looks to the outside, and oh! It's Gannon! Round and into the barriers, 360. And McDonald is through, but I'm not too sure if there was a little bit of a touch between the pair that instigated that incident.
Oh my lord, looks like damage on that front left of that car there. Do you know what it looked like? It honestly looked like the back end of Gannon's car was already starting to spin round, and it was the back end that hit him. Again, we'll have to have a look at the replay here, Alex, but that is just craziness.
I just saw Gannon hit the curbing. Look, in there, back end starts turning, and he gets an assist, and he gets an assist. He got an assist. Race controller going to be looking at that one, I'm sure.
Not like this. Oh man, I'm actually angry now at the pair of them. It's like, how dare they ruin us, rob us of that?
But look at what's happening here. Look,
I wonder if he's trying to redress.
He's redressing the situation. I think that is probably the best way of doing things. There is an incident under investigation. Brabham Esports Blue and Backmarker Racing Orange. So whether that's faster traffic, trying to get through. So we're going to have a look now at the Brabham Esports Blue and Backmarker Racing Orange incident. Now this is coming down in towards the run through into turn number 3. So Hunter McDaniel turns it in. And, there's going to be a touch. Well, I think there was the slightest touch, and I think he spun himself around. There's a little bit of an indent on that front of that Mercedes. But you can see now that the pace from Patrick Gannon, that's a 1 minute 35. I think Brabham Esports, Stephen McDonald, as you said, he is trying to redress the situation because there was the slightest of touches. But depending on how race control look at this, they're going to look at it. So we're going to now have the second incident for Brabham Esports Blue coming up very shortly, as we still see our 2 leaders. And this is coming through out of turn number 11. Just loses the back end and bang into the barriers, and they've lost the rear bumper already. So Hunter McDaniel and the Brabham Esports Blue car has been in the wars tonight, and they are currently P4 in the GT4 class, and they're about 6/10 behind Beehive, who ran out the top 3, and there they are.
Wow, my brain is trying to unpick what on earth has just happened. The thing for that as well is to remember is Brabham Esports Blue were in second place in GT4. They were about 7/10 of a second behind ATRS Academy, so that is a disaster for them. But to be fair, they might be able to get back onto the podium, just 6/10 of a second behind Beehive right now. 10 minutes left to go. I just still don't know what's going to happen. I also get the feeling that any penalties now here, Alex, are going to be added after the race.
Yeah, that'll be down to race control to make that call. A big thank you for their hard work this evening. They have been busy over the 2 races here in Detroit, here at the Belle Isle circuit, as Kevin Bellins touches the wheel onto the dust on the outskirts of turn number 3, and Stephen McDonald is still leading for Brabham Esports. I haven't seen any notifications in the stewards announcement chat on Discord at the moment, but I think Stephen McDonald and Patrick Gannon, they have started to pick up the pace at one point. Patrick Gannon was doing 1:35, but there is some activity in the stewards chat at the moment on the Discord channel as we speak, as we are awaiting any sort of clarification with regards to incidents being investigated post-race and penalties being applied. But at the moment, I mean, we were on for an absolute dogfight at the lead for GT3 Pro and also overall. And it was just that one moment, you know, you get into that race. Both Stephen McDonald and Patrick Gannon have competed in both races in the GT3 Pro class. And what's more, and there is a drive-through penalty for Brabham Esports Blue for an unsafe rejoin after stewards decision number 9. So a redress in that particular respect, but you know, I'm wondering if Patrick Gannon, you know, I'm not too sure. I don't think he buckled under pressure. I think he was just into an unforced error, and it just depends on, as I said earlier, David, how race control look at the situation.
Oh yeah, for sure. It's just such an awkward position to be in, because obviously RPM Racing, there's no doubt, right, that Brabham Esports were catching them hand over fist, but catching's one thing, getting past is completely another. So it doesn't necessarily mean that they would have got past, but I was, and again, this is completely selfish, I was enjoying that way too much. It was the most amazing, brilliant, tactical fight that was going on between RPM Racing and Brabham Esports. And trust me, I mean, they'll be just as annoyed, both of the drivers involved, because they'll be like, we want that to be settled on track. You know, both of them will feel that you kind of lose a little bit from that. So, yeah, it is what it is. But either way, it's been a brilliant race too. Really enjoyed this, and yet again, another absolutely banging round of this championship, Alex.
Well, no surprise, incident number 10 currently under investigation. It is the overall race leaders, Stephen McDonald from Brabham Esports and Patrick Gannon from RPM Racing. That is now currently under investigation. 8 minutes on the timer remains here in Detroit for what has been an absolute slobber knocker of a double header here for rounds 4 and 5 of Season 4 of the FTR Events Sim 3D GT Series, brought to you in association, courtesy of race director and Go for the Gap. We're right on board with Robert Wayne, who is about 1.1 seconds behind back marker Racing Orange. Now this is for 6th position in GT3 AM. Back marker Racing Orange at the moment. Currently, well, before coming into the rounds 4 and 5 this evening, they were a little bit further down the order. They're currently 9th in the standings. Blue Chip Racing Academy are actually ahead of them on points, just by one single solitary point. But then we've got the battle here. This is for P3 and TCR. They've got Beehive from GT4 right up their back bumpers. So Gorio Autosport and B-Sim Racing P will allow the GT4 from Beehive to try and get round the outside into the next left-hander. The GT4 sweeps in between them, threading the eye of the needle, and that's definitely not what TCR drivers want to see now. They want to see a car in its own class competing ahead of them, and that's the motivational stick that they need.
Yeah, no, you're definitely not want to see that if you're in one of those TCR cars, because by this point in the race, the tyres are greasy, the car is very wide and sluggish, and just by this point you're just praying that the race is going to be over. But again, Gorio Autosport, given the race they've had, over the past two rounds here, they'll be wanting to absolutely get this final position on the podium. So yeah, they will 100% send it.
And that will mean a consistent run of podiums all the way through the season so far. All 5 rounds, Goryo Autosport have managed to have their consistency. But this is going to mean that there is going to be a dynamic shift in the championship permutations heading to Indianapolis Motor Speedway on April the 8th as Bennett Parsons threads his way through past both cars as they head on the run down to turn number 3 once again. And Akram Zinune making his way through, trying to get through onto the next right-hander. There's nearly a little bit of a touch. Rear to front bumper between the two as they continue to battle onwards. And Zinune really, really close to the back bumper of B-Sim Racing P. The 333 currently 8th in the standings before this race evening got underway here. And a big thank you that everyone has tuned in to the SimSports Solution coverage as it's 3 wide, 2 TCR cars, centre and right, and then there's also a that might have been Sapphire SimSport Alpha, I think, that just went through. But then there is also, that is Impulse Racing, who are still going to score points. So from their perspective, it is about scoring points at the end of this race, despite the fact that Martin Assad was in the pits for nearly 10 minutes stationary. Folks, let's not forget that there are no fast repairs here on this championship. It is a case of, if you've got damage and you want to repair it, you've got to be there for as long as it needs to take to repair what has happened. But Goryo Autosport now up into 3rd place in this. Their continuous run of podiums could still be under threat. 4.5 minutes to go.
Oh man, this is wild. Oh, a little bit of contact there, sweeping round the outside. There is contact. No idea how that's just happened, but B-Sim Racing, oh, that's unreal. What a move by B-Sim Racing to take 3rd position back. And you said the word slobberknocker. That is the only proper adjective to describe what on earth is going on right now. Goryo Autosport still desperately trying to take that position back, but B-Sim Racing P doing everything they can to throw the kitchen sink, to throw wardrobes, the cupboard, everything out of the pram here to try and hold on to this position. This is nuts, and I'm so glad that we've got this to end this race on. This is amazing, amazing action.
And also incident number 10, steward's decision. No further action on the incident between Patrick Gannon and Stephen McDonald. They've effectively considered it as a racing incident. So there you go, folks. That has been decided, and I'm glad that the stewards actually had the foresight to get that decision sorted before the end of the race. Oh, right. B-Sim Racing P have just had a little bit of a moment there, but Goryo Autosport were looking towards the outside through turn number 11. They banged door panels, and Goryo Autosport have gone back up into P3 with just 3 minutes on the timer to go. GT3 traffic to get through, and that's 11 tenths trying to get through as well. They're 4th place in GT3 AM, and they split the 3rd and 4th. So Goryo Autosports, Akram Zinune has just been given the biggest get out of jail free card you could ever wish for right now.
Oh man, I love the fact that that was literally a TCR just trying to drive through a GT3 car. That was amazing.
That was never gonna happen on a month
it was
or
never
something,
going to
you know
happen,
that.
but he still tried it. Fair play. But B-Sim Racing, yeah, straight back onto the tail end of Goryo Autosport. We've got this fight here for Big One Club and RD SimSport, and my goodness me, RD SimSport deserves something out of tonight. They have had just everything go wrong for them tonight. It has been such a shame. But that gap to B-Sim Racing, that looks like that battle is done then. That gap's over a second here, and we're going to have, 2 laps left to go. What a race. I'm glad that it wasn't the steward's decision that decided the way that this GT3 Pro race ended. I think our RPM Racing will feel very hard done by. But at the end of the day, I think that the hard fought nature of the race, I think that contact could have come at any point.
Well, it was going to, we were getting to that crescendo point, weren't we, David? Because when you got, as I said, 2 hard-charging drivers battling over the overall race lead, you've got the immovable force versus the unstoppable object, and something had to give. Unfortunately, it did not go in the favour Patrick Gannon and RPM Racing on this particular occasion. You know, think of it this way. Both Brabham Esports and RPM have got significant points tonight as all. That was a little bit of a clash with the wall for V-Sim Racing G's, like Lamol, who now has got Kuhn in, looking towards the inside through the kink on the run down to turn 7. And Lamol was very lucky to get away with that one.
Whew, that's a sigh of relief breathed, I think, there for Q&N. So there we go then. 1 hour 59 minutes gone. We're going to have the white flag out. Alex, what a second race this has been. Race 1 was good, don't get me wrong, but this has just been sensational. Absolutely sensational.
It has. We're now going to be, I think, having a brief look at a quick replay very, very shortly. That's Hunter McDaniel for Brabham Esports Blue. Well, they were on. He spun himself, so Brabham Esports Blue's race has gone from really, really good to absolutely flat out bad very, very quickly indeed. But there is Stephen McDonald. The timer is counting down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 2 hours have elapsed. It all came to a head a few moments ago where Brabham Esports Stephen McDonald and Patrick Gannon from RPM Racing were battling tooth and nail. McDonald had been on an absolute tear all the way through this race, and there is Bennett Parsons. Drama from the AM class leader. They have gotten away with that one. Bennett Parsons, you have just been given a get out of jail free card, and that's the checkered flag. 2 for 2 for Brabham Esports here at Detroit at Belle Isle here tonight for rounds 4 and 5. Well, the tactic work, the push started after that drive-through penalty, and now we're very shortly going to see who is going to become our respective winners in the other classes. It looks like it's going to be 2 for 2 tonight, and a third win for THLF Esports. ATRS Academy, FTR looks to be taking GT4, I think, once again tonight, and RD Simsport will make it 2 different winners in 2 different races for TCR. And there is Daniel Martin flashing the headlights on the Hyundai Elantra, and they take the win in TCR. Despite dramas for Impulse Racing, who finished 5 laps down over the eventual race leaders. And there is Bennett Parsons. Oh, he was a lucky boy, wasn't he? Very, very lucky boy
What on earth happened there?
You know what? We're going to find out. Hopefully we'll interview him after this race, because we spoke to him and Tom Knut a little bit earlier on. I think, yeah, it was a bit of an outbreak situation. He was very lucky he didn't clatter into the wall, and that might have been possibly Blue Chip Racing is ahead of him on the track at the moment, so that would have been Thomas Dunn with Raymond Yip starting underneath it. We have got an under investigation, which I think will be decided post-race in terms of a post-race penalty for Writer Racing Walrus and Sapphire Simsport Alpha in the latter stages. But Brabham Esports win GT3 Pro for the 2nd race in a row. Another win for the pair of Tom Knut and also Bennett Parsons for THLF Esports in GT3 AM. ATRS Academy win in GT4, and TCR, it is RD Simsport that wins race 2, aka round 5. David Christie, I think you took the words right out of my mouth from what I said earlier. It was a slobber knocker for round 5, wasn't it?
Really was, Alex. Fantastic stuff there. I cannot imagine how we could have got any more excitement or entertainment out of that race. Just brilliant stuff. Really happy that we got a brilliant little GT3 Pro battle. We got a cracking GT4 battle, a TCR battle as well. GT3 AM kind of settled down earlier on in the race there, but yeah, really happy with that. And yeah, I think they can be as well.
Well, 2 for 2 at the moment for Brabham Esports here for rounds 4 and 5 of the doubleheader here at Belle Isle in Detroit, Michigan, winning by 8.6 seconds ahead of RPM Racing. Backmarker Razzle Dazzle takes 3rd. Another solid performance from Prismatic Motorsport Athena's Emily Howe, who brought the car home in 4th. Blue Chip Racing, the pairing of Thomas Dunn and Raymond Yip, rounding out the top 5. Rotor Racing Panda in 6th, ahead of FTR Esports GT3, who retired 28 laps from the end. And D-Line Racing Red's season doesn't seem to be going too well at the moment. And it's another win, 2 for 2 for THLF Esports, despite the overzealousness of one, and I'm going to call him out here, Mr. Sanders, you have been warned. Mr. Parsons, you have been warned. Don't try and get past the last car in GT3 Pro, because you might outbrake yourself. They win by 10.1 seconds ahead of Equipment Geek Racing Black in the 185, with Carl Mundell doing a great job for the crew. Also, good to see Aubrey Kundal in the top 3 for Cavenated Industries in the 111. Then it was also Johnny Elliott, who was at one point leading the race. They finished in 4th. Arctic Racing ran at the top 5 with Backmarker Racing Orange, Blue Chip Racing Academy, B-Sim Racing G, Vaporworks Simsport, Prismatic Motorsports Minerva, and Stage 1 Racing Green, finishing at least 1 lap. Stage 1 Racing Green, 3 laps down in GT3 AM. ATRS Academy FTR win GT4. Huge ass. The current championship leaders look to extend and consolidate their championship lead going into Indianapolis Motor Speedway in about just under a month's time, ahead of Beehive, their closest challenger in the standings so far, who ran at the top 3. Sapphire Simsport Alpha and Huge Ass Blue ran out the top 5 positions ahead of Brabham Esports Blue, 49 Motorsports Maroon, Ryder Racing Walrus, Big One Club, FTR Esports GT4 running at the top 10. RD Simsports finishing 2 laps down off of the eventual race winners, with Samsoid Simsport retiring with 26 laps to go, and Vaporworks Simsport out very early doors. TCR, it was 2 winners from 2 respective races, as now it wasn't just Impulse Racing, it was also RD Simsport, despite dramas for the 322, meaning they finished 7 laps down in 5th. Between the winners and 5th, it was Sim Racing Grid Phoenix, Gorio Autosport, who were also in the wars, and B Sim Racing P. KFM Motorsport also had dramas, finished 7 laps down, with Sapphire Simsport Bravo retiring early in round 5. So we do have some interviews to conduct. So I think I'll take. Let's bring in our TCR race winners from rounds 4 and 5 at the same time. So from Impulse Racing, let's bring in Martin Assert, and then also from RD Simsport, let's bring in Daniel Martin for this first round of interviews. Martin, first of all, a tale of 2 halves for you guys at Impulse Racing. You know, you've done double duty tonight, so kudos to you first of all. Getting the win in the opening race was very, very good indeed. But then race 2, an incident between yourselves and one of the other classes meant that you guys were 5 laps down, and you still managed to bring it home for a top 5. It's been a difficult one tonight, hasn't it?
Yeah, that second one was quite interesting. I mean, I was a sitting duck, and I was GT3 losing it on the brakes, and I didn't even saw it coming. I was happy to take my hands off the wheel in time with those DDs. It can be painful, but all good. And yeah, that's what the drop week is for, I guess. I think it could have been a good win and a good battle with Daniel, who did amazing in the second race. He was making me push for it, so GG Daniel, good drive. And the first one was good. Quali was also very good. Second quali was amazing. I was so close to the wall, it was perfect. So that's what it is.
Yeah, but then at least next up we've got Indianapolis Motor Speedway next month. How are you feeling about that one? Back to the regular format.
Yeah, that's an amazing track. We have some good experience on that. We drove IMSA Esports on that, and it works really nice with traffic as well. So that's going to be a lot of fun, and let's see what we can do there.
Brilliant. Well, Martin, congratulations on the win for round 4, and we'll see you next time out next month for round 6 at Indianapolis. Daniel, let's turn to you next of all. GG, well done. Win in race number 5 of the season. Again, RD Simsport seemed to be, in certain points of the season at the right place at the right time. You must be pretty happy with the win tonight.
Yeah, considering I wasn't supposed to be racing this race today until literally 4 o'clock this afternoon, I think. I'm very, very pleased. It was a hell of a race with Martin. His quali lap was insane. Like, seriously, kudos to Martin. It's insane lap. So no way anyone was going to match that. And then the race was just about pushing, using the traffic, staying out of trouble. And I think I closed the gap to about 1.5 seconds just before the pit stops. Tried an undercut to try and get a bit of clear track because I saw some cars coming on my relative that I wanted to avoid. Unfortunately, didn't pay off on the outlap. But then obviously Martin had his unfortunate incident. So and kudos to him because he made it a very enjoyable race. Unfortunately for him, obviously the incident didn't help, but they had a cracking race one, cracking quali, and you gotta be in it to win it, and we got there in the end. So I think we won Barber, and now we've won here. So we are on a roll. We're doing well.
And hopefully that carries that momentum into the Brickyard at Indianapolis Motor Speedway on the 8th of April. You looking forward to that one?
If I am available to do it, I will be looking forward to it. Like I said, I'm jumping in and out of this league at the moment because of other commitments. So, yeah, if we can make some time and free up some time with the family and that, then I'm sure I'll be down to have a crack at it. Why not?
Brilliant. Well done tonight to RD Sim Sports resident super sub tonight, Daniel Martin. Thanks for talking to us.
Thank you, and well done to Josh as well in our sister Team 1 in our first race. He also, like me, was jumped in at the deep end, so he finished the race and we got some good points. So good night, guys. Cheers.
Brilliant. A big thank you there to RD Sim Sports Daniel Martin. Let's bring in from GT4. It's time to speak to Fraser Smith from ATRS. Fraser, firstly, GG, well done on the W today. It was a tough one in GT4 tonight, wasn't it?
Yeah, it wasn't easy, to be honest. We were kicking ourselves a bit after the first race. We probably should have pitted under that safety car. I think we would have been for the win again. But at the time, we just thought, it seemed way too risky to throw away the lead, really. So, yeah, we're quite happy, though.
Yeah, I mean, ATRS, we all know, have been, in the sharp end of this championship all the way through, but obviously there's going to be another couple of tracks that are going to, in some respects, favour the Mercedes. I mean, what are your thoughts about Indianapolis in 4 weeks?
Honestly, I've not driven it since they've rescanned it. Never driven GT4 there. I had a lot. This is obviously the first race I've done in this championship, so I'll probably, if no one else around, I'll probably come and do Indy. I think that should be quite good with traffic, and hopefully we'll get another win.
I mean, it's good also having a bit of a change around because, as you said, this is your first appearance in the series. But to do it with 2 back-to-back 2-hour races, it seems to work quite well, doesn't it? It adds a little bit of spice to the mix, I think.
Yeah, I like that. I like that format actually, because if you have a really bad race at the start, it's not all gone to waste. So maybe they should consider a few more of them next season. Good.
Brilliant. Well done, Fraser. Congratulations on the win in round 5, and hopefully we'll see you back for Indianapolis in 4 weeks.
Sure you will. Thanks, guys.
And to round off the interview section, before we say our goodbyes tonight, let's bring them in. It's 3 wins for THLF Esports. So let's bring in the pair of Tom Canat and also Bennett Parsons, because they have done an absolutely fantastic job tonight. But first, Mr. Parsons, I have a question.
Yes.
What on earth happened on the final lap? You gave us all a scare. I was waiting for the medical defibrillator to restart my heart there, because you went straight on.
Well, so it was final lap. I didn't expect to catch up 5th. I did not. But I was like, okay, I've caught up. I've got a good run. I got the good exit. He missed up the exit. I wanted to go for the outside to brake late a little bit, but he moved right when I moved. Actually, so I was actually not very happy with that, personally. Thankfully, we're 2 different classes, so it doesn't affect each other that much. But a top 5 would have been nice. But and the shock of him moving across into my line made me miss my braking point. Thankfully, we had pulled up enough a lead where we didn't lose a position, so that was good.
Yeah, Tom, I'm going to go to you now. I hope the air wasn't blue where you were as soon as you saw that happen. I hope.
were scared of, like, for a second. But
Yeah.
I was like, in my mind, oh, come on, Bennett, why? I told you that we don't have to push, but... yeah, I mean, we had a 16-second gap at that moment.
Mhm.
So he didn't crash into the wall, that was pretty important. So... lucky.
But still, yeah, very, very lucky indeed. I mean, you only lost about 6 seconds at the end of it all in terms of your lead in GT3 AM. But, you know, 3 wins now. You got the carry of momentum going into Indianapolis in 4 weeks. You know, the push for the title continues at a big old pace, doesn't it?
Yes. We really want to thank our pace to the setups that our team provides. One thing that really helped us through these two races was the setup was really good on the tires, and that really helped us extend our lap times to be consistent throughout the whole stint, which was really good. And I think the overall practice and time we put in and the effort we put in really we reaped the results in a good way for sure.
Well, guys, thanks very much for jumping back in the commentary box after what's been a very, very busy afternoon or evening, depending on which time zone you're in, or even, in your case, Bennett, it's probably very early morning right now in Japan, isn't it?
Yes, it is 7 a.m. for me. I am going to get some sleep soon.
I don't blame you at all. But Bennett, Tom, congratulations on your 3rd win of the season.
Thank you very much.
And we'll see you at Indianapolis.
Yep.
Well, David Christie, great to hear why Bennett decided to go for a move on Thomas Dunn, of all people, for P5 overall, but also the fact it was the in the top 5, it was the lowest placed GT3 Pro car. So, yeah, I was wondering whether Tom's microphone to Bennett was going to be absolutely blue with expletives.
Yeah, well, look, you've got to send it when you've got the opportunity to do so. Maybe not in the final 5 minutes of the race when you're away to win your class, but hey, look, it just tops off what an amazing, amazing night we've had here in the championship.
Yeah, so a big thank you to everyone that has watched the official broadcast on Sim Sports Solutions. Big thank you to FTR Events, Go for the Gap, and Race Director. This has been rounds 4 and 5 of the Sim 3D GT Series, as we move from Michigan to the Brickyard, Indianapolis, in just 4 weeks' time for the penultimate round of Season 4 of the Championship. A big thank you to Daniel Costello, our cameraman and broadcast producer behind the scenes. And on behalf of both David Christie and myself, Alex Goldschmidt, it's good night. Thank you for watching. See you next time.